And ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we can hear me and we'll jump to the desktop and you'll see we are in the game screen. And joining me is Jats. Jats, welcome.
Hey.
Hey, yes, we are all working. So hopefully you guys will get to see this tournament. It's going to be possibly a rough start. We don't know how this is going to turn out. In fact, the players don't even know how it's going to turn out yet. They're just asking what's happening. So, okay, so Nif.
Where's the other than your Reddit thread? Is there a good English site that has like a tournament tree and stuff laid out,
Uh,
or
no,
is it all
I,
different?
I don't believe so. There may be, but there is nothing on our gaming TV. They do have this though. We have this. This is like a table A and a table B, which is all very nice. Well, you'll see it. You were probably not watching the stream, so you
Oh,
probably
no,
can't
no,
see
no,
it.
no. I see it. I see it.
Yeah, so we've got fancy table A and table B, which is all very nice.
That is
Um,
really fancy.
I'm not sure how I'm going to fill it in yet. Guess I'm going to get graphics as we go, but it is all very
Oh,
nice.
this is for the group stage stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So uh, it's pretty straightforward. So basically, we're going to have table Group A and Group B back to back tonight. Starting with obviously Group A, it is going to be GBT versus SK to begin with. I believe M5 Mistral is either going to be directly after it or back to back. I think Moscow 5 said that they've got a
Hopefully we
delay.
wait for the Moscow 5 game because this group looks ridiculously strong. I've heard things about Mistral being just as good as Moscow 5 from a couple Euro people. We obviously have SK, and GBT was the silver medalist team at WCG, so it's like 4 stacked teams right in the first group right away.
Okay, so I've just edged your voice up. People were saying you were a bit quiet, so that's fine. That's probably my end. Um,
Okay, maybe.
it
I
may
don't know.
it may just be me being loud, which is
Could
entirely
just be me being, soft spoken.
well, yeah, and I'm probably like the complete reversal. Let me knock me down and you up a little bit. So
Okay. Well, actually, I am a little quiet actually, so don't do that yet. I'm gonna boost myself just a little bit. Okay, this I should be louder right now, even without you boosting me.
yeah, that still seems pretty
If
pretty.
that's still quiet, then I don't even know.
Yeah, it might be my end.
All right.
It could entirely be my end. I'll play around with things and see if I can
Okay.
find something that's an. Oh no, he says it's better. No, Jat is quiet.
Oh.
Okay. So it's entirely possible that it is my end. Um, let's check out volume. Ah, oh, we don't want that down. Okay, try that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, there we
maybe that's a
go.
lot better.
Okay, right. Okay,
Awesome.
let me just adjust you so you're not sounding completely distorted. There, you should be
Well.
much nicer.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
that's all right.
Well,
Nothing
if
like doing a
everything's good
sound
then.
check as soon as we start. That's what I like
Well,
to
we did
hear.
a sound check before. I guess it
Yeah.
recalled and everything got messed up or something.
Okay,
Who
that's good.
knows?
Anyway, nevertheless, yes, it is going to be SK versus GBT to start with. Like I say, if you could check
Awesome.
out the Reddit thread, there's all the info on there. I've tried to list it as the day's gone on, as people have posted various things. I've also got a rough schedule on there, which is about all I'm going to be working with as well, which is, as far as I'm aware, M5 are delayed. I did actually see a game was setting up. I'm just going to quickly hop down and
Mhm.
see if there's anyone in it. No, so as far as I know, M5 are delayed. So obviously we want to cover Moscow 5 as well, but we're going to be going with what Chips and Noi choose. It is their tournament. They've set this all up, and thank you very much to them because really it's looking like an absolute epic night of League of Legends. Honestly, you guys are obviously trying. I always see it on Reddit. Like these teams are scrimming. Everybody piles in and looks at them.
Yeah, exactly. And now we have this legit 18 tournament
Yeah,
where it's not even just scrims and there's actually some money on the line.
and
So,
there's so much that's happened over the last. I don't know, the last week, I guess. We've had Kiev, obviously. There's the French Millennium Tournament going on at the moment, the C Discount Cup, I believe.
right, right.
Which, obviously, SK played Moscow 5 in last night. They're going to be playing each other again tonight, which is
Oh my
actually
goodness.
the last game of the group stage. So, obviously, there's going to be 3 games. Each team's going to have to play. It's a four-team tournament. It's pretty obvious. Top place, second place from Group A and B, and vice versa, etc. So we'll have the semi-finals coming up tomorrow. That will be from 1 UK time, which is like 8 Eastern Standard Time, 5 a.m. Pacific Time, it's like right in the morning for you guys in America. Then it's going to be the third place playoffs on Sunday night, or afternoon, or morning, or wherever you may be in the world. And then, of course, on Tuesday, not Monday, it'll be on Tuesday, will be the grand finals.
That
So
is a rather odd schedule, but I
it is.
guess.
Well, it's the thing is, it's kind of had to base itself around obviously other things that are happening around the world as
Mm-hmm.
well. So obviously there's
Yeah.
the say the big go for lols that happen on the Sunday.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they don't
Um,
want to interfere with that.
I think they've probably worked with Millennium for the C Discount Cup because obviously these are two French organisations. So it's great that these guys do talk to each other. They have to as well. And I know for a fact there's another big tournament on the horizon coming up in February, which is also going to be awesome. So EU West at the moment is getting kind of spoilt with these things, which
Yeah,
actually is quite
it's good old
irony.
collusion with the esports organizations to make sure all the tournaments fit in time. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
and I recall say seeing Wicked on State of the League the other week, I think, or so, and obviously saying look, North America get all these things, and now probably North America are probably seeing these and going, why do we not get these tournaments? But so, Jack, you obviously watched all of IEM Kiev. I guess we could talk about that while we're waiting for the players to sort themselves out. I'm going to keep this league up there. You can see the teams that are in. This is the tournament we're going to be casting first. The pool we're going to be casting first. But we've seen SK and Moscow 5 and Against All Authorities, actually, were there as
Yeah.
well. They're going to be in Group B later on. But what did you really make of all the tournament? Obviously, we've seen potential meta change throughout the whole tournament. There was the whole thing. But do you think they're going to already figured that out? We saw SK beat Moscow 5 last night.
Yeah. I'm thinking the Shyvana is definitely a new character that now exists in sort of the competitive picking strategy, and teams do have to be ready for stuff like AD Cannon. But as just a general thing, I think all that Kiev really showed us is just that Moscow 5 is really good, and that teams in general are getting better. So I don't necessarily know if it's going to be a meta change because I was watching the SK versus Moscow 5 scrim yesterday, and it was almost nothing like any of the games at Kiev because or no, it wasn't versus SK, it was versus CLG.EU. But it was a really back and forth game, which is something we almost saw none of at Kiev, and it was Moscow 5 involved in that. So uh, I don't know. I'm really excited to just see the games today, and see how teams adjust to Moscow 5's sort of dominating performance at Kiev.
Yeah, so I was distracted by the chat with Skara as well. So we're going to be joining, hopefully bringing him in the conversation in a little bit. So as we wait for these players, but yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't know really what to make of it. Whether it was just a gimmick thing, which I hate to say, but Dignitas kind of pulled off at IPL 3.
Yeah,
Um,
it absolutely was. Like a lot of the ways that M5 was winning, especially in the group stage, were with. I mean, if you're playing StarCraft, you call them cheese strats,
yeah,
right? You're just kind of doing these early game all-in sort of things when they're, you know, one manning the enemy's blue with Gangplank and then teleporting to top lane with blue buff and 7 health pots. Like that's not, this standard crisp safe play like giant macro game. That's a quick early game gimmick, right? To give you a big advantage.
yeah,
And they
exactly.
were doing that all over the place in group stage, and teams just weren't expecting it. So teams will be expecting it a little more. I think they'll do a lot of roaming early game just to, like with 5, just to catch M5 for splitting up, or at least to prevent them from splitting up in the first place because they'll know that the other team's roaming.
Yeah, and I mean, from your perspective, obviously being at these events, because obviously we've got the benefit of hindsight right now. We can look at the
Oh,
tournament and go,
absolutely.
obviously
It's easy.
they should have done this and that. And it was interesting actually. I watched State of the League with you guys Wednesday. I watched the YouTube
Okay.
clip of it today. It's
Yeah.
like 3 hours long. It's a pretty long one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But it was interesting that you had yourself, obviously ex Dignitas, Doublelift was in there as well, Sitco. Not one of you could really decide, and Wicked was in there as well, really decide on how to actually beat them and what should have done, which actually made it interesting for me. Like I immediately
That's
pointed
true, yeah.
pointed out to Joe and said, "Look, these guys can't even decide what should win it. So what chance have we got?"
It's true because it was Wicked and Doublelift who were just saying, "Oh, Aurelia was the right pick. He just played it wrong." And then we had Xpecial going, "No, it wasn't the right pick. We needed to stop him from running into our red, not so much that, we needed to have a different top laner." And yeah, it's just that's one of the great things about if you innovate at a tournament, teams will struggle to pick it up initially, right? Like the only really benefit of of innovation in this game before other teams adapt to it and just copy it or eventually adapt to it, which they will. It's just the fact that you get those first few early wins, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and hopefully bring Scar into the chat. I don't know whether he's still streaming, maybe. He's probably going to go, don't, what? Who's bringing me on Skype on mid-match? I don't know what he's going to be doing. I mean, from my point of view, obviously we get the benefit of seeing the whole map in spec mode as well when we're there. And I
Yeah.
immediately came out and said, why did you just not ban Shyvana, or why did you just not do this? And they were like, no, it totally wasn't that. And yet we saw SK yesterday immediately ban
Yeah.
out Shyvana, they banned out Galio, they banned out Gangplank, and they won. It was just...
Exactly, and it was one of those stubbornness things I think with TSM, and I actually asked X Special about this on the State of the League because they ended up banning out a Galio, even though I don't think M5 was even going to go for Galio in Game 3. Because in that tournament, they'd only ever brought out Galio when the other team had Cassiopeia. And M5 had actually banned Cassiopeia earlier in that game. So TSM had a free ban. Like, they really wanted to ban Ryze because they're scared of Ryze. Ryze is really good, and Alex played a lot of him. And they wanted to ban Gangplank just because of the, Gangplank with red or blue buff is really gimmicky, and they wanted to prevent that. But then they had a free ban that they could have just used on Shyvana. And I think that's the biggest thing that personally I think they should have done, is just whenever there's a tournament, and this is something that has worked really well against teams that I've played on, regardless of really what you think you should ban against that team, just from a team comp perspective, when a team has certain champions that they've been using the entire tournament, just get rid of them. Because it'll make the team change strategies, and it'll be something that they're not immediately familiar with. Because they've spent the entire tournament up to this point playing that character or those two characters. And when you remove that, it will take them out of their comfort zone a little bit. Just because even if they practiced that character in the past, they probably haven't played him in 4 or 5 days since they've been at the tournament playing the characters you just banned.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting. I think it was Wicked that maybe brought it up last night in the State of the League, was saying about, that how much they've practiced, or was it, in fact, it may have been you itself, was basically talking about how much they'd have practiced these crazy strats, that the fact that they can play them so much in ranked 5v5s, which, if you look at ranked 5v5, I think the last time I looked was probably like Monday or Tuesday, they had 3 teams in the top 6, Moscow 5 did. Various different names, but there was three teams. So they've played a lot of ranked 5s, they've played a lot of scrims, a lot of tournaments, obviously the Go for Lols, etc., which is, I guess, why TSM are basically saying we need to move over here so we can play more. And these guys would have basically tried out these weird and wonderful strats, and they either said, okay, that didn't work, or this one really worked. Just total cheese strats, like you say, the StarCraft
Right, exactly. And they had
style.
so many more games than everyone else on the EU West ladder that you could tell that those were really crisp strategies, as cheesy as they were. You could tell they'd done them before. It wasn't just them saying, oh, what if Gangplank ran into blue buff? That would be great. You could tell they'd done it multiple times, just in the way he was juking around the bushes and the confidence he had, when they were invading the blue jungle, and he just kind of snuck down into it. If you remember that game from the group stage, he just kind of snuck down into the triangle bush and just waited it out. And you could tell he had the confidence of doing that before in the past and knowing what his options were.
I'm just getting a rundown from Ocelot, actually. Is just telling me hopefully he'll join this game, because it's him we're waiting on.
Yeah, that's true.
We're waiting on a couple of SK members, but I mean, what I'd said to Joe at the time in the match was, what if they do ban these out and suddenly they'll just pull out a completely different strategy that they've also practiced on. They've just thought, we don't need to actually need it yet because nobody seems to have figured out plan A. I mean, do you think they'd have had this sort of stuff? I guess the amount of times they've played, they must have quite a few things up their sleeve we've probably not seen yet.
Yeah, they must absolutely have some other strategies that they have pulled out. But especially in a tournament like that, where that's their first IM event, and they needed to move, I'm pretty sure they would have qualified for Hanover just making it a group stage. But when that kind of stuff is on the line, and if they fail, it's this unproven team, and if they fail, they're not even going to make it into the World Finals. I have a feeling that they would bring their A game sort of right away, just so they can make sure that they qualify. I don't necessarily think that they were that overconfident, knowing that this is their first tournament, and they're just going to, play their B game because they're that good in their mind. And I'm sure they had some other strats, but I feel like TSM really needed to actually force them to use it, because they let them get by just doing the same thing they'd be doing all tournament.
And so, obviously, which actually brings me to again IM Kiev. You know, we've talked about TSM wanting to move to EU West and practice these sort of things, but after all is said and done with the EU teams, it was the American team that were third and second in that whole event. So I
That's
think
true, yeah.
I think it was touched on again. I keep going back to State of the League, but I did just watch it today, so it's kind of fresh in my head at the moment. But it was touched on. It's like, well, you know, you're saying that these guys are so strong, then how come it was America, you know, second and third? Obviously, didn't get first, but the second and third, and they were second and third by quite a long way as well. It wasn't like a close second and third. TSM pretty much rolled over a lot of people. Dignitas
Hmm.
played a fantastic game against AAA. So, I mean, how? Obviously, you've not played the 5v5 scrims of late, but really, from your point of view, what do you think is the strongest out there? And let's not forget, we've got, I think it's like 10 servers in China or something crazy like that right
I've
now.
seen that. They have something 7 or 8 servers in China, and it
Yeah,
just blows me away that they have
it's
that many
enormous.
players.
It really is
Yeah.
huge. And obviously, we've got Korea. You had MIG winning in Korea as well against CLG with
Mhm.
Lokodoka's team, and again the Korean seed's coming through strong. They've got this $180,000 tournament on the line coming up. I mean, how do you think it's going to pan out? Say, but even by the time we get to Hanover, because it's 6 weeks away, which actually doesn't sound that long, but the game changes so fast by the time we get
Oh, the
there.
game changes huge amounts in 6 weeks. And yeah, it's really tricky to say. There's so many European teams that I think it's a little more difficult to follow that scene because you look at North America and you have CLG, who aside from double lift jumping in for elements, and maybe a year and a half ago, same fish is replacing Kobe 24, and TSM, who's been the same 5 players for almost a year. You have these really standard, stable teams in the US that people get to know really well, especially with streaming. And then over in Europe, we have just tons and tons of team movement. SK's had about 14 different people in the past 3 months, it seems. They keep losing people and picking people back up again. And then you have CLG.EU, who has, 3 people who used to be on SK, and then these other dudes, and just tons of team reforming. So I find it a lot harder to follow the European scene just because there's so much jumping around. And I think that there's probably more strength overall in Europe just because there's so many actual quality teams that can kind of compete with each other. Whereas in North America, you're really relegated to sort of the top 4 right now until one of these other teams breaks through.
And you've also got the point where there's actual matches rather than just scrims, because
Yeah.
X Special obviously touched on it, and obviously it was bandied around whether TSM were kind of faking it in their scrims or whether they were just actually were lack of confidence. I think X Special basically just said they just don't concentrate when it comes to scrims. Reggie will try some pretty crazy things out there, and
And it shows. You can watch, and they actually get into big arguments about it a lot of time on stream too. I've seen Reggie will do something really really dumb, and I remember there's actually a bunch of hubbub on Reddit. I think I don't know if we're allowed to swear on the stream, but he said, "Don't call me," or like, "Don't call me names, you effing idiot." And it's like, "Oh, Reggie, what are you doing?"
oh Reggie,
But
yeah,
it
especially
was
when they're in the
because X
same
Special
house.
yeah, it was because X Special said Reggie did something dumb. And Reggie was like, I do things dumb intentionally, so I know how to get out of these situations in tournaments. And it's like, oh, well, I guess that's
Okay.
actually sort of brilliant, but it's dumb at the time.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously they're going to be moving to Europe. There's, like we mentioned, the Go for Love. We got these tournaments. There is another big one coming up in February as well. I know about that. I can't say anything about it. Actually, I think it's either February or March, but it's a pretty big prize money tournament for an online event. Um, what do you think of it? I mean, do you think the North American team should be maybe even also look into a US? I guess it's got to be down to where they're placed in the country. So I mean, like say CLG are obviously over. I think there are quite a few of them over Canada, aren't there? I'm not too sure if there's any West Coast players
Right.
in CLG.
As far as COG
I guess
goes,
Double Lift
GG
is.
and Hotshot live, they both recently moved to Seattle. They used to live in various parts of Canada.
Mm.
And Double Lift lives in California. So they have, that I know of, I don't necessarily know where the other 2 of them live, but they have 3 people already on the West Coast, which means if they wanted to play on the EU West servers, they'd be pinging something like 250, which is
Yeah, it's a bit high.
probably too much. Whereas TSM can all get away with it because they only ping something like 110 to the EU West servers, which is actually really good. Like I ping like 90 to the NA servers. So
That's
it's
that's because you're up in the mountains.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the middle of nowhere in Canada, so that hurts.
Yeah, I
But
noticed you.
yeah, it's interesting.
I noticed you were really weren't having any sympathy for the cold weather we had in Kiev.
No, I tend to do that sometimes because it's probably a bad personal trait. But if someone ever says it's cold, I always challenge them on it. I'm like, how cold? Because somehow I have this perverted sense of pride that I'm able to live in really terrible cold climates just because I have no choice, and that's where I've lived all my life. But
Just
it's
used to
brutal.
it. To be fair, the Ukrainians just got on with it. Just live with it and move on. Snow is like they don't grit the roads. They don't grit the streets, the paths, the steps. You slip on your ass, they'll just laugh at you. Which
It's like
actually,
learn to walk on the ice, you stupid American.
yeah. Well, Joe was straight over. He came out of the cyber arena. He was just straight down. But he had a can of beer and a cigarette in his hand, and they just like shot up in the air and stayed perfectly straight. Didn't spill a drop. He was just like forever the professional. We're just still waiting for these guys. You can see it on the screen, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You know that we're not holding things up. We're just waiting for these players to get in there. It's actually Ocelot and who else are we waiting for? Ocelot and Sleazy Weezy by the looks of it.
What's the update on Ocelot? Because you've been in contact with him.
Ocelot was actually telling me about the Moscow 5 game yesterday. And he was saying they really are very good. He said they played, SK played absolutely awesome yesterday. He's basically saying there's nothing to do with the bands. They just played really well. He went 11-2 on TF or something like that, but it was still very close. He said so they really are a very good team. It's not like a gimmick or anything like that. They just are
Mhm.
very well practiced, very good team, which is fair play for Ocelot to say that. Obviously they got beat in Kiev, so it probably would have felt good beating them yesterday, but they're going to have to do it all again tonight. um,
Yeah, absolutely.
and okay, so we can talk about the groups. Let's just throw the groups back up there. We know tonight it is going to be the first group coming up, which will be SK, GBT, Moscow 5, and Mistral Gaming. Who do you really think is going to really top out between these ones? It's so hard to call already.
This group in particular just looks really, really strong. Like I was saying earlier, that Mistral esports team, I've heard from a couple sources, are actually uh, sort of Moscow 5's biggest rival as far as scrimming goes. So I'm looking for them to do really well, but then at the same time, we have Moscow 5 who just won Kiev. We have SK Gaming who's always been good, and exGBT was second place in WCG. If I had to pick two out of those, I'd go with Moscow 5 and Mistral, and then maybe SK third and GBT would have to be the team that I have the lowest.
you know
But
you're going to be in for
I'm
flack now. These
I'm,
these SK
I'm
guys are
really
just
open for anything is the thing, right? Now they're listening to the stream
they
absolutely
are
right now.
listening
It's
to
like,
the
don't
stream.
pick me last, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, they're going to give
But
you grief
I
for
don't
it.
mean to. It's just I don't know that I don't know a huge amount about the teams, and this is just my gut feeling. And it's not like it was in Kiev where we had like Curse was coming in with a roster of 1 out of 5 people or anything. All these teams, since it's an online event, are pretty much their full rosters. So I think the games are going to be a lot closer and a lot more competitive, and it could really go any way.
And then we obviously got Group B, which is Cypher, Fnatic, CLG.EU, and AAA. As again, it's a really strong group.
Yeah, absolutely. I've heard they might hate me for this too. A couple people have said that CLG.EU is all hype, which is
Ooh.
true in a sense because they haven't actually played in any tournaments. They've just been scrimming people, and people are going, they did really well in scrims. They're the best team in Europe, and that's what a lot of people on the CLG streams have been saying, obviously, because they're promoting their own team. The CLG US guys have been saying that CLG is probably the best team in Europe. It's like based on what? I want to see them perform in a tournament, and I guess this is their first chance. As far as that group goes, in Group B, if I had to rank them again, I'd probably say, I'm a victim of the hype because I watch streams fairly often. So I'd say CLG, EU, then Fnatic, and then AAA, and then probably Cypher, just based on what happened in Kiev.
Well, the big thing for
What do
me
you
is,
think?
well, I'm not sure because Fnatic have just not played well online for a while in the games
Forever.
that they've
Yeah.
done. Yeah, which is it's always peculiar because you know damn well when they turn up at an event, they're going to be awesome on that event. But
hmm
for some reason, something just doesn't work when they're obviously at home and their own computers on the comms, they're all sat together. Whether someone does some sort of William Wallace style speech when they're at these events, I just don't know. Whether PK's just sat there drumming them up or Shushade's getting all bare chested on them. I don't know what really happens to them, but they still have just have not turned up very well for an online event in quite a while. It's not something new. It's been a while that happened. Obviously, they didn't qualify for Kiev, whether that was because Lamia was going away to Taiwan or wherever he went to, so they weren't quite really practiced for it. I don't really know. I'm sure we could probably get Shushe on or someone and they could give us a full rundown, but I'm not too sure on that one. CLG.EU, they honestly, I think they've looked really good. From what I've seen in
They
the
have.
scrims, it's
That's
not.
true.
I don't think it's going to be complete hype. It's like Moscow 5. Now, obviously, before they turned up at Kiev, everyone was like, "Well, they're great online, but we don't know what they're going to be like in an event." Well, they turned up to
Right.
be great.
Just as good.
But
So
CLG.EU have
congratulations.
got quite a lot of players that have been at events. They got the
Hmm.
experience. They got the Wickeds, the Snoopy, etc. These guys have been to New York or etc. Been to these events, turned up, played very well, and performed. So I think they will do well. I mean, they lost to Moscow 5 in the scrim last night. It was pretty close. I think it was like 9-6 at one point, and it could have really gone either way. Um, so I think they're definitely looking very good. Against All Authorities, a team that actually plays very well online, I think. So if anything, they actually don't play as good on LAN events for some reason, whether they're chokers or whatever you'd like to call it. I guess I got that word in my head at
Who
the moment because of Andy
who is
Murray.
this? That
Against All Authorities. Um,
okay.
Obviously, they've picked up second in DreamHack, so to call them chokers, a little harsh. But they just didn't seem to. I don't know. Something just didn't click when they were at Kiev. They've got some
Yeah.
absolute fantastic players. Don't get me wrong. Althor's a fantastic AP mid. Soaz is a superb top of rating very highly. Linak in the jungle is also awesome, and they've got a very good bottom lane. So they have a very
Right.
good team, and they've got the potential to go a long way. So really, this group's going to be very hard to call. I think Cypher are just going by how they turned up at Kiev, probably going to be bottom.
Hmm.
They're probably the best dressed gamers I've seen. I kid you not. I mean, these guys were it's like they were about to go out clubbing. They were in the shirts, the fancy trousers, and the shoes and stuff. It's like I wasn't sure if they'd actually turned up to play this tournament, or whether they were just going to hit the clubs of Kiev. They were just like, yeah, let's just get out of it and go to Kiev. I don't know, but
That's funny.
they played well. They were in a very hard group though. They had
Right. Their group was just killer, and even AAA, I think they gave M5 the closest game in that group that they had. Yet they still didn't move on because they lost to Dignitas as well as M5.
yeah, and
And that's just what happens in these extremely competitive four-team groups. Is you'll have a team that actually plays really well, and then people just assume that they flopped at the tournament because they went 1-2.
yeah, which is a bit harsh, really.
Yeah,
But
to
Cypher,
the teams, to the team that won the tournament and the team that came in third. Like both the teams out of that group won their semifinal game. So who's to say that if AAA wasn't in the other group, that they wouldn't also, be fourth or second or whatever?
they were, yeah, well, they were in that group. So, AAA.
No, no, no. What I mean is, no. AAA was in the group with M5 and Dignitas,
Yeah,
right?
and Cypher. Yeah, they're all in the same group together.
Right. But what I'm saying is AAA, even though they finished, fifth/sixth in that tournament and didn't even advance, that both teams out of M5's group won their games in the next round.
Yeah, I see what
You know
you're
what I
saying.
mean? So I'm saying that group was probably a lot stronger than the group from the previous day,
Yeah,
since
definitely.
that
Well,
group lost to their game.
it was a lot stronger than the TSM SK group, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, we even we knew it right there. And
Hmm.
Cypher are kind of like known for their push strats, or they've always done very strong push strats. I'm not too sure how that's going to work against. I mean, we obviously AAA Cyphers. AAA came out on top. They're both French teams. They're both pretty much rivals. It's not so much your huge rivalry as far. I don't think so. I've not heard any crazy stories coming from the Paris events they have, which actually are pretty regular, I believe, in Paris. There's like every couple of months
Really?
they have these LAN events there, which was where Millennium it was. They were called Jerome Negret at the World
I
Cyber
remember
Games,
that. I remember
which was
that
actually
team name.
Kuja's name, wasn't it? Which is so it was
Yeah, I
just
think
like
so. So it's
uh,
like, well, Jerome Negret and Jerome. Oh, this is confusing.
yeah. But as is the way World Cyber Games, once you qualify with that name, you've got to stick to it. Which is why Gemberg actually, and I should point out, exGBT are currently looking for a team. So I was asked to point that out. They're looking for a sponsor, a team, someone to pick them up. They've finished second at World Cyber Games. They're obviously going to be looking to perform tonight. They've had some very good results in the Go for Lols, etc. So
Are they still on the Nordic and East Euro server and not EU West? Or have
um,
they moved over?
they've actually got both at the moment, and I believe they've got a 5v5. I don't know whether well, neither of us have got a West client open, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of these guys in one of the top 5 or top 10 teams. I may be wrong. Um, Apparently SK are ready in 5 minutes, or are we going to switch across? I'm not too sure. Uh, we'll create the game and we'll send our watchman. Okay, I might as well
Oh wow,
keep the
is
screen up.
M5 actually ready to go?
So
Oh,
M5 must be ready to go, and they were the ones that delayed because SK have taken ages.
yeah,
As
40 minutes to get into the lobby.
So I don't know whether we're going to switch across on this one, but we've waffled on for a while. If you're also
I'm
listening,
gonna jump out and just check how many people are in that, like to see if
oh,
there's actually
see if they're
everyone
ready to
in.
go. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Um,
That looks close. I see. Yeah, there's 4 and 4 on each
GBT
side.
is late as
So I
well.
don't know.
I know I was about to say GBT is late as well. Sorry, Niff. Sorry, he's picking on me. I keep forgetting these guys are listening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing else to do. They're just waiting for people to show up, right?
Yeah, they're waiting as well, so it's fair enough. We've got Panda this time, so there's not Boss Panda, Sleepy Panda. Uh,
Panda.
GBT is ready to come in. Charu's ready to come in. It's just they're waiting for SK. See, if they're waiting for each other, why didn't they just both join? Yeah, Nif's just said the same. So sorry guys for any delay. This was due to start 40 minutes ago. We've been ready. So much so that we've done a lot of talking about these things. Anything else that you want to touch on, really, from say from the Kiev event? Say, okay, let's just go down the lanes. So top lane, we had some pretty interesting stuff happen there. And there was actually a big discussion about whether Aurelia should have lost out to Shyvana, and a lot of
Right.
people were basically saying actually that was a pretty solid pick. Just played Aurelia really badly.
Yeah, that's what people on State of League are saying, especially Wicked. And if there's anyone who is kind of an authority about Aurelia, it would be him. Even though I am a little skeptical because I've never actually heard Wicked say Aurelia loses to anything. So he was the main proponent of saying, "Oh, Aurelia should always beat Shyvana." But I think if you put Aurelia should always beat and then just inserted any of the 91 champions in the game, Wicked would say that. So that's a little tricky to say.
Yeah, and it's kind of a biased opinion because it's kind of like he
Yeah,
he
just
is
a
the
little
known
bit.
player in the world to be with Aurelia, yeah, which is
Yeah, just a little bit. He maybe has 1,000 and like 1,500 Aurelia games, and I mean Rain Man probably is only at 50, maybe 100.
yeah.
So that's tricky. Top lane Shyvana is just it's this weird thing because intuitively it doesn't seem like it would work since all the top lane bruisers have some kind of sustain, and the fact that Shyvana has to run right up to creeps just to kill her. But Darian pulled it off, and whether that was from Rain Man being too passive, which it definitely could have been, I definitely need to see that matchup play more often. Is really all it comes down to.
So I'm just getting interrupted by Gossip Pepper. Moscow Fire basically saying our game's ready to go. Get over here. But we are sticking with this one, which is a bit of a
Okay.
shame. I kind of want to see them both. There's
Yeah, me too.
so many good games, and a lot of people have touched on that, saying, look, why can't you do like you did at Kiev and just do them all back to back? But God, we'd be here.
Yeah.
We'd be here. I'd be here till about 6 a.m. at least, and you guys would probably just keep watching anyway. Um, but I've already done 8 hours work today, so here we are, and I'm here for another probably about 6 or 7 hours. Hopefully, this is going to go on for. It's going to be some fantastic games we're hoping for tonight. But so that was top lane. Jungle, which is obviously your field of expertise, from Dignitas. How
Yep.
do you think the ways to basically to counter it? Obviously the counter or the aggressive jungling sort of come into its own at Kiev. Probably going to
Yeah,
see a bit of it tonight.
jungling was crazy over the in that tournament, especially the fact that there were so many junglers who didn't need blue buff, so they could be a lot more flexible just in the way they ran around the jungle. The fact that the big buffs are now substantially easier to kill because it used to be, before the jungle rework, you'd get the pull on blue or even red to start the game, but then you'd have to be really careful killing that next big buff when you're doing it on your own because it had, substantially more health and took far longer to kill, and you'd get pretty low just doing that buff. So counter jungling a large buff like red or blue at the very start of the game by herself was pretty much impossible. But now with the jungle rework and those things having so much less health, you're seeing it a lot more. And I couldn't believe how much these teams were going for it. I mentioned in the semifinals that in 3 of the 4 games that happened, the enemy's red buff was stolen before 3 minutes into the game. And it's just this sort of crazy aggression where they just run right into their red buff and just kind of just take it. Because if you're predictable as a jungler, which you used to be able to get away with a lot more than you can now, you know, these guys were really just punishing it like crazy. And it definitely had a lot to do with M5's lanes pushing up absurd amounts just to give the jungler kind of more breathing room.
So you think this has basically come from obviously the rework of the jungle we had that they did. It's probably about a month or 2 ago. No, it looks like we have a team. But yeah, do you think it's all basically spanned from that? Teams have finally figured out the best way to just basically abuse it.
Yeah, I don't know if they've found the best way, but they've definitely found multiple ways to start jungling differently. Before, we might actually be ready to go. I'm ready. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Lost my train of thought a little bit there.
Junglers.
Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting because they were more punishing the laners for not being able to collapse into the jungle, invading that early. Oh, I got distracted again because we're into champ select.
We are into champ select. Hopefully that's going to not completely destroy. Yeah, we'll come back to that discussion. We're going to have plenty of time to fill tonight, I feel. But so we are going to go to champ select. Now this is something that you covered so very well at World Cyber Games, so definitely going to default to your opinion on this one. Obviously, the bans are going to be pretty big between these two. We saw, obviously, SK have been certainly in the view. Now, was that a last-minute pick, or was that another?
That was like a last-second ban. I was thinking, are they going to not ban a champion? But Karthus it was the most common ban at Kiev, I think. It might have been Karthus. He was banned something like 18 or 19 times, and people just don't like playing against him. His damage is absolutely absurd. He can lane extremely safely, and he's just a super, super common ban. Cassiopeia is another one that was banned a whole bunch at Kiev, and obviously Ocelot is the best-known Euro Cassiopeia player.
Well, he is now.
Her damage is higher than any other AP carry if you're talking about just sustained damage in team fights. All of her skills are AoE except for her E, and she has this huge 700 range conditional AoE stun, but it's just absolutely crazy. And I think people finally realized how much damage Cassiopeia did. Kassadin, right now it seems like they're just target banning Ocelot, trying to get rid of his characters, which makes a bit of sense because you can't really target ban bottom lane since there's so many AD carries and so many supports. Yeah, getting rid of Gangplank top lane because, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I don't understand why they ban Gangplank other than they just don't want to play him, and they think that the other team does.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think whether Makata's been especially known for it within the jungle. I'm not too sure. They are going to pick up Sona first, and this is something that
this is a super, super standard thing.
Yeah, Xpecial talked about this, and a lot of players that do agree that Sona is by far the strongest support in the game, almost overpowered, as a lot of people call it. Actually gone through so many nerfs that I can't count, but still seems to be the strongest one out there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously on release, Sona was. If you remember back then,
super strong.
You could solo lane it and win.
AP Sona, yeah.
Yeah, you could do whatever you want. And while Sona is actually really good and she is better, like she is the best support, sort of universally agreed on, I don't necessarily think it's so crazy huge amount better support. But the reason you see them pick a support first is you can't really counterpick a support like Sona, since she's just the ubiquitous kind of do-it-all support. She has some heals, she has some CC, she has, she has some upfront damage in the lane, so she can kind of just fill every support role. Whereas if you pick a solo lane first or a top lane first or even a jungler first, the other team can react to that with other picks. So that's why you pretty much always see these teams, and especially these guys, you'll pick bottom lane or support like pretty much right away, just because those are the least counterable lanes. and you'll probably see these teams saving their solo lanes for last picks.
Yeah, but we actually didn't while we're at Kiev. There was quite a lot of AP picks that were made either the second or third pick. It kind of caught off guard because we're so used to seeing it as the
Right.
last pick. Oh, okay, Candy Panda's going to be going Corki.
Corkusona, yeah.
Yeah, that's. I don't think I've seen Candy Panda taking Corki for a long time actually, but that's obviously you could be doing it in solo games, and I'm not casting. There's quite a lot of games that I don't cast out
So yeah,
in the world.
SK here is doing something. This is something that a lot of teams do with the characters that can both jungle or top lane. So they've picked their bottom lane, which, like I said, is really hard to counter, and then they've picked Lee Sin, who the other team actually doesn't know if he's top lane or in jungle yet, so they can't actually counterpick it yet. Meaning that with their last pick, they'll only be able to counter one lane instead of both the solos.
Okay, and GBT are taking Nocturne. I've seen them taking Nocturne a lot in the jungle. It's something that Mercata favourites. Oh, okay, so we're going to get Ryze in the mid. And interestingly, this was brought up. You know, obviously in the States of the League, saying about Ryze, he's very rarely played in solo queues, etc. But come team games, come these events, he's like the strongest one out there.
I hope they stay with Volibear. I love Volibear. I hope they're not trolling.
No, I've seen Volibear. Who used him the last day or two? It may have been SK.
Yeah, I remember Hotshot's been playing him a bit top lane in scrims. Rainman played him a bit in top lane before Kiev. And I hopefully Sleazy Weezy's playing him as a jungler here, because that's how I play him, and I've been playing him a bit in solo queue too.
Well, Sleazy always takes tanky junglers, so kind of fits that role. We're used to him, obviously, Amumu's not banned out, which he could go for. Rammus is not banned out, which he could also go for. But it could be an interesting one, Volibear.
He'd be playing Rammus, but he's taking... Come on. All right, we got it. This is great. Excited.
Okay, this is quite a good one.
Yeah. Now this is going to be their pick to try to counter Ryze, because we have Aurelia verse, Lee Sin top. You know, bottom lane's picked, junglers are picked. Here we go for mid lane. Ryze with Kassadin gone. See, Kassadin is generally what you play to shut down Ryze early. Cassiopeia is another thing that can shut down Ryze early, but all these things are banned. So I'm really curious what they're going to be throwing up against Ryze.
What would you go with? What would if you were to say Dignitas right now, sat here, that's your team against? Would you go Gragas?
No. No, definitely not. We actually say, like, if we want to pick Ryze against Gragas. Because Ryze is just really, really, like, once Ryze gets a little bit of max mana, he can just destroy Gragas.
I'm pretty sure he's not going Gragas.
It's not wise, if I had to say this. Not that.
I was going to say.
There we go.
Yeah.
Whew. All right. This is another thing. We haven't seen Orianna in forever.
Yeah, in a long time. I don't remember the last time we've seen him out in the tournament. Last game I think I covered was actually Reggie playing Orianna, and it wasn't a pretty sight. I think he was missing every ball. He says he misses every attack with Orianna. But so what do you think of the teams? What are you making out? What are you pulling from that? What we've got there?
Well, okay, they've put Volibear top lane to combo with Lee Sin, and the big thing about anyone who runs Volibear top lane is you don't run it as a farm lane, you run it to kill the other guy. So expect Lee Sin to gank top a lot, and hopefully Aurelia is kind of ready for that. Hopefully she wards really early, or just plays really passively, because that's generally all you do with the Volibear Lee Sin lane is just gank it over and over again. I'm really curious to see what happens mid lane, because I haven't seen Orianna in forever going up against Ryze. Bottom lane is, Graves is probably the OP AD and Sona's the OP support, so that'll be a really close matchup. And yeah, these are actually both pretty quality team comps.
Yeah, and what we've got here, of course, we've got the teleport versus no teleport.
Right.
Now, exGBT were obviously renowned for they are renowned for using the pink wards and countering wards as well. So they'll see that the opposition will go and place that ward. They'll immediately go up with the pink ward, place it on top, clear out the opposition's ward, and basically have complete vision. It's what they did World Cyber Games pretty regularly. A lot of teams caught onto that. I'm pretty sure SK are going to be well aware of that, but they've obviously got that opportunity where we did actually see in Kiev quite a few times where Moscow 5 would, in fact it was mid that had the teleport, it was the Galio, wasn't it, that would port down on bottom lane. So do you think we're going to be seeing that?
We got a lot of kills that way. We definitely could, just because Volibear is a pretty slow pusher himself. So if Aurelia is able to get a little bit of breathing room in top lane, she'd be able to teleport kind of wherever she wants without Volley being able to punish her whatsoever. Even though another thing here is SK has a CV where uh, GBT doesn't. So that should give GBT a little bit of an edge bottom lane, and then that would be even more of an edge when you take into account that they're able to teleport down there. So as far as just like team setup and summoner spell choices, they're trying to give their bottom lane a little bit of an advantage.
So jungle perspective, what do you prefer? I mean, would you prefer going the Lee Sin or Nocturne? Nocturne,
Yeah.
obviously they're going to be going for the Taric stun. I guess Makler will be diving on them and probably see Makata coming from long range back. Uh,
hmm
um,
This is. Uh, I've never been that good at Lee Sin, and I have played a lot more Nocturne. But at the same time, I kind of shied away from Nocturne because I don't think he doesn't scale very well. He has this kind of giant. He's got a kind of weak early game, really good mid game, and then he just falls off for whatever reason. There's just he doesn't have the same kind of bruiser steroids that other guys have, and he struggles to get in the team fights late game. But as far as this team goes, like you said, this is a bottom lane stomp comp, it seems right now, because the only lane that Nocturne's going to be able to gank successfully is bottom, and it's going to be there if they pull this off. As soon as Nocturne's 6, he's going to be walking down bottom lane. Tarek will throw out a stun, and they're going to try to dive right onto Nif or Candy, and that's kind of all I got going. Lee Sin has much more versatility. He's going to be able to gank top or mid, because especially mid, any kind of ranged stun or ranged hold with Lee Sin is just a great combo because it just makes his Q really, really easy to land. So expect Rise Ocelot just to W someone, put them in a rune prison right as the Lee Sin Q comes in, and then they're just going to try to burst Orianna, 100 to 0. Uh, I definitely like Lee Sin because, especially lately, there's more and more resourceless junglers coming in, and when you don't rely on blue buff, like Nocturne actually does a lot early game because he needs to use a lot of mana in the jungle, you just gain so much more versatility, and that's why I pick Lee Sin, basically.
so we are loading into the game, which has gone a black screen on your screen for some. Oh, I don't know what reason that is. I'll fix that
There it
in a
is.
second. I got it on mine, but if I go back to that one, it's kind of black, which is the game
Okay.
screen, which is an issue.
Yeah.
But I'll sort that out as soon as the game loads. It'll be sorted. It'll be the one. Don't worry about that. Okay, so we're going into the game. This is going to be the first one. This is Group A. The tournament will be going on throughout the night. It is Group A and B, all being played tonight, all on the back-to-back games. I think it's going to be a minimum of 6 games, maybe even 7 or 8. I don't know how it's going to span out as the night goes on. The teams are probably going to want to just get their games played. They hate waiting for us commentators, but they don't complain when they make us wait. Which we have done for 40 minutes. This tournament was due to start an hour ago, in fact. And there's 15,500 of you already tuned in, so you haven't missed a drop of what's happened, any of the action so far. So we're just waiting for the match to load up. What are your bets on this one then? SK or GBT? What are you going with, Jack?
I'm going to go with SK just right now. I'm excited about the Volibear Lee Sin top combo, and I just don't know enough about GBT. I've seen SK before. I feel like Ocelot's got a big advantage mid against Orianna, and I feel like top lane is going to get killed over and over again. So,
So do you think Ocelot's actually going to roam much with Rice? I know obviously he does. He tends to rise, especially when I'm on Cassadin, but that's because Cassadin just gets around the map so damn quick.
yeah, Rise is really slow. He's hard to roam with. His base move speed is garbage. It's 305 or 310, I think.
So how do you think
It's
Oriana's going to play into this one? Obviously, he's going to be trying to take blue as early as possible. Rice probably will take blue right at the start because Lee Sin doesn't kind of need the blue. Nocturne kind of does, I guess.
hmm
I mean, that's almost going to give Ocelot the advantage early on, surely.
Yeah, I think the majority of the reason that I'm picking SK in this is just my American ignorance bias. I just haven't seen GBT play enough, and I know who SK is. So immediately I put them as the favorite.
Well, we saw them beat CLG at World Cyber Games when we were both in Korea. They were very strong in that
Yeah.
perspective. So they are.
Well, they beat CLG Canada, which was they had Chaos and Odd One instead of Saint and Double Lift or GG, whoever they wanted to have AD. That was three CLG members, and
Yeah,
then
it must suck
yeah,
to have Chaos
Elements,
as your AD
Chaos,
carry. Yeah.
yeah, it was Chaos was all drinking the nights before, and then afterwards he said he wasn't trying because he wanted to play it off like he was, intentionally playing poorly. That was, while it was an impressive win by GBT, that wasn't the A team of CLG by any means.
By any stretch. Ah, here we go. We're going to the game, right? Okay.
All right,
Ah, were you not
and a
doing
pause.
No, okay. Yeah, we've got an issue with.
Let's remake. Are they remaking right after we get in?
Yeah, I think
That
so.
was-
Yes, they are.
Oh.
That's awesome. Just as I redo the screen. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. We can
Yeah.
live with that. Just a 3-minute wait again on the spectator mode. It's all good.
So should we leave now, just so we can get in?
Well, there's a couple of them already left, haven't there? So
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
They've
end
all
this here.
they've all
Yeah,
left.
but-
So
yeah.
we're gonna get the game has ended. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quit.
Awesome. They do like to make us fill. That's what they like to do. I think I might even throw it onto a break and run for a drink as well, since we've already gone for an hour.
Yeah, that sounds. We've
chatting.
been talking for almost an hour now, so I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick.
Ah,
and
they've changed the. Thank you very much, Riot Games, for listening.
more
You-
spectators.
They have
Fantastic.
upped it to more spectators. They've obviously been able to hot do that, hot fix it, and do whatever. So thank you very much to Xenon and Matt Marco for listening to me on that one. I did call for help. I was like, panic! There's only 3 eggs. Okay, yeah, they're going to go through
Yeah,
quick bits.
we got the blind pick, then the 3-minute delay, and then the load screen again. So I'll be back real quick if you want to throw it to a break.
Yes, I'll throw it to a break. Why not? So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a moment. We're just going to wait for the 3-minute countdown. So I may as well throw some ads at you and be back in a sec. So anyone with ad blocker, GG. Okay, so welcome back. I think you're back as well, Jan. I think I heard the microphone clicky clicky. So
Hey.
yeah, we're just going to go into it. Hopefully the spectator mode is going to kick in 3 minutes. Hopefully there's no major issues. Don't worry though, guys. Riot are watching, so they are well aware just in case anything happens. So we're going to go back into this one, but meanwhile, I guess M5 Mistral is going to be happening. Now, we've not, I've not seen M5 versus Mistral, or they used to be known as Lithuanian, a while back. I don't think I've actually seen them play each other, although they do scrim all the time apparently. Now we're going to have this wonderful 3 minute good counter, which
Oh no, that was just the champ select countdown.
yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
This is the 3 minute countdown select. So I'm still wondering what M5 are going to bring to the table for this tournament. Whether because yesterday they kind of changed things up a little bit versus SK. I don't know whether you actually got to see it at all. Yesterday they definitely changed their style of play. Obviously there was quite a few bans out there, but
What were they? What were they necessarily changing to?
well, to start with, SK had banned out
All their stuff.
Gangplank, Shyvana, and I can't think who else they banned.
Might have been Rise.
It was Galio. Galio.
Yeah. Okay.
Which actually Galio is kind of like coming back into it in the mid as a strong mid, which, I mean, that's more towards Cogmore, and I heard Expression were talking about basically saying Cogmore and Soraka's kind of not a viable strat anymore, yet it kind of seemed to work. Whether do you think that was just based on purely the fact that they had that such a snowball strat team and it just worked so much in Cogmore's favour that he could just come in and quickly burst the damage at the back, or is it just I don't know. They just
I don't
lanes just play
necessarily
well.
think so. People. One of the things that happened with Galio, and the reason that he fell out of favor, is Hotshot was one of the first people who kind of brought Galio in, at least on the NA side, from my perspective. And he would always go tank Galio. So he'd just build nothing but tank items. And then he'd always complain how he was, felt useless. Yet when we would run Galio, we'd run him kind of like Alex Each does, and you build a lot of AP items on him. Like you saw Alex Each, he'll go, I think he went Chalice, but then he'd go Abyssal Scepter, and then he'd go Death Cap, right? So he's just this big damage AP Galio, and we stopped running him necessarily because Voy was our Galio player, and we needed to run him mid to do kind of a good AP Galio, and we just didn't have enough practice time in to let, Scar doesn't play Galio. Scar doesn't necessarily play top lane, so if Voy's playing top, and then we can't run Galio mid. And there wasn't really anything about the character that stopped us from running him. He's still really, really strong. He can creep against anything. Like, that's one thing about Galio. He has enough range and enough damage from his spells that you can't stop him from CSing. Right? So that's just one of the really strong things about Galio. And his teamfight utility is absurd. When you go in with an AP Galio nuke alt, it does much more damage than it should. Like, it's big damage.
Yeah, and obviously as Alex was doing the flash ult is, and then you've already done the burst. The rest of your team's already done the burst. By the time he comes out, he's also got damage to follow it up straight away, which is it's actually quite a long distance as well. He's got a lot of poke on him, which it just worked very well. Just M5 just worked very well. There was so much that we could talk about at Moscow 5, but it is going to be SK versus GBT, and hopefully we're going to be loading into the game. There you can see my background.
Whether it's going to be paused immediately and remade again.
Right now, somebody somewhere in Reddit territory would have just gone, "I made that background," because I did actually steal it from there. It's a wonderful League of Legends background, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to throw that on tonight since I'm going to be streaming this. So why not? So looking like we are actually loading up properly this time. I think it was Libic that had issues before. Makler seems a little slow loading, so hopefully they'll get in. The heal down the bottom lane. This is something I wanted to bring up. Both AD carries running with at the moment. It's something that's definitely come into its own of late. Obviously, they had the summoner spell changes. How do you feel against it? Because it used to be like everybody had to be flash exhaust bottom lane, and now it's almost become the norm for flash heal.
It really has. And when they first made the heal change, everyone was just bringing it on supports because they're like, "Oh, you're a support. You should heal me."
Yeah.
Yet they've done a cool thing with the heal where it heals the user for double. And it's a really big heal, which is I think why everyone's running it. Late game, the exhaust would potentially reduce more damage if you use it on the proper target who's actually hitting you. But heal is just so much easier to use and so much better early game that all of the AD carries have just gravitated towards using it. So you have these AD carries that a lot of them are starting boots or even then on their first shop, they're building a couple Dorns. But still, early game, they're sitting at 600 health, 700 health, 400 health at level 1. But this heal will give them 200 extra health. And the burst is never high enough bottom lane that it'll stop them from being able to use heal, right? So just by bringing that skill, they're giving themselves, effectively 200 more health in lane, which is really why you're seeing all of them use it. And an exhaust wouldn't be reducing... No. No.
No!
No.
A summoner
I'm
has
going to try and quickly pan up. So there's obviously an issue. I'm going to see what that issue is. Is it going to be Oriana? Oriana seems to be bugged. It's Oriana. We've had the Oriana bug before. They've said Nif and Livik. No ball. Ball sounds right. No bug. Okay, so the Oriana's not working. I'm sure we've had an Oriana bug before on this client. Or one of the clients. And I'm pretty sure it got fixed. Play another champion. She sucks, so just play another champion. I like Ocelot's view on things there, but it's less than ideal. You know, the annoying thing is that Moscow 5 Maestro is probably going now, and he's probably
Yeah,
an
they're
awesome
probably
game.
just right off in this amazing game that's going to be 60 minutes long with 45 kills on both
a
sides.
summoner has
I don't care, she sucks. Play a different hero.
Oh no.
So I'm not too sure. I think they're just trying to reconnect, or Libby can't connect. Oh god.
Yeah, okay. They're Tarek.
Okay, so this has not started in the best of ways, but
It's not ideal.
yes, the streamers do see what you
Yeah,
write at the moment.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure it's all on a
because
3-minute delay.
I could easily close off what they write, but actually I quite like seeing the chat between them myself, and I guess quite a few people do. Thing is, if we do go over to EU West, if they just want Oriana to do that, then it would limit us to 2 spectators, which kind of screws us a little.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to get a message from Riot guys in a moment
Yeah.
to say something, but I need some decision.
Not the smoothest start, you know? 30 and 40-minute wait for game.
Yeah.
Open, but I'm hopeful.
Yeah, it bodes well for a long night of commentating as well. It's just going to make the night longer, but you know what? I am actually kind of used to this.
a summoner has
As much as I hate to say it, I think Nif's managed to get into there, but yeah, Chips is having issues as well. Any thoughts? Let's see what they goes.
The funny thing about this is maybe Oriana's been bugged for 6 months. It's just, or no, ever since she was nerfed, but we just haven't found out on turnaround because no one's picked her.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to go west, which sucks because it means we're only going to get 1 spec slot.
Yes.
Which means you're going to be sort of semi-watching the stream and talking to me, I think. Sounds like it's how we're going to have to do it. But you got the stream running anyway, haven't you?
Yeah, it'll be on like a 5 or 10 second delay, which means I won't be able to give any live commentary, but just sort of, you know, about the game sort of things, which it could still potentially work. It's just going to be a little ugly.
It's going to get a little ugly. It's less than ideal, and this is where I have to try to find my client and not get bugged in
I
game.
think we can pull it off. But so everyone's quit this now.
Yep. So we're jumping over to EU West. So onto my. I'm going to go onto a super secret account, so it's all good. Actually, no, it's not good because they'll probably see me in the thing. No, it won't. I can hide it. Haha. I know how to hide it.
Yeah, Gosu M5 Gosu Pepper in game for 1 minute. They just went in.
Ah, sad panda.
Okay, I will get on EU West. On my level 7 EU West account.
Level 7, nice.
Yeah. Maybe I'm higher than that. I don't remember. It has to. It'll have to patch me up real quick, so it'll be about 30 seconds.
This is where everybody under the sun tries to join it. I think I've got Ocelot.
Oh dear. Yeah. Well, this is unfortunate.
It's less than ideal. I've
Yeah.
got to be honest. But these things do happen in online gaming, as is unfortunately always the case. Always seems to happen to me. Why me? So let's.
Only when you're streaming.
Yeah, generally, I mean, myself and Joe have had plenty of these fun and games before. I'm just trying to find the game and hopefully guess what the password is.
So I never thought people would actually get to see this account. This is my only US account. I'm going to message you the name, and then you can add me as a friend.
uh, that's
This was back. This was back when we were in Whale, and we couldn't find any ranked five games on the US server. So we're like, let's just all make absurdly over nationalistic USA names. So we had things like USA Dick Cheney and like USA Bush and stuff like that. And our plan was just to be incredibly obnoxious in ranked fives. But we lost. We played about 50 normal games. And we're like, this is going to take forever to get to level 30, and we just stopped.
Okay, Kiki's has created one, so it's all good. It's all good. Game is up, and we're going over to it.
Okay, who's the? Well, this will be tricky. If you could message me the game owner / password, I'll be able to join it manually.
Yeah, but you can't spectate it.
Oh yeah, that's right. So there's not even a reason for me to be on EU West.
No.
I don't know what I was thinking. Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I get to watch the stream.
But we're waiting for the password to come through. Luckily, you guys can't see. All you guys are getting to see is a lovely Kings of Europe Pool A image. Well, Moscow 5 Mistral. It's a shame we haven't been able to. If we knew it, you could have just jumped across and give us an update on what was happening in there. But
I know, like if I could just be in that game, but I was like 30 seconds too late.
which sucks. So.
Yeah.
Okay, Chips is grabbing me as well, so we're just waiting for the password. Aha! I won't read the password out. Don't worry, guys. Game is full. Beautiful. That's what I like to see. That's the game is full. That's awesome. Well, this is going smoothly. Don't worry. There's only 20,000 people watching this right now. It's nothing important.
No.
So we're just waiting for. Oh God.
So maybe we can just like we've already done the picks for this game.
Well, what
like ideally we don't want to do this on EU West. Hopefully we can move back to the Turning Realm.
Yeah, we will do. I think it's purely an Oriana issue. I suspect. This is where we.
I wonder if they'd let us just throw a global ban on Oriana, and then
we may have to. I recall this happening. Was it Mordekaiser at an
Yeah,
MLG?
Mordekaiser's Ghost was crashing the game, so they just globally banned him. I don't remember what tournament this is, but it was on a patch where Mordekaiser was awesome. So like they globally banned a really good character, because he was bugged.
Yeah. Which, who the heck is that? I don't know who that is. So no, I'm not going to accept your friend request coming in, of course, which is the case. Nobody saw my name. How could they be friend requesting me?
That's interesting. I don't know. Maybe you snuck. Maybe it was up there real quick and you don't realize it. No, there's no way because you had the graphic up the whole time.
Yeah, the graphic's still up there.
Mm. Maybe it's an actual legitimate friend.
Maybe it's an actual legitimate guy. Hey, maybe that's Chips. Oh, that's probably Chips. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So yes, actually, to answer your question earlier on about the EU West accounts for GBT, yes, they do have accounts, and they all are all high elo accounts, so it's all good.
It's good. All right.
Yeah, so I do recall seeing them in there. There's no way. People must be scouting on the game or something. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm sorry, it completely distracted there. They actually have pretty high elos, 2,300 at Co, so they are pretty high up there. Kiki's definitely the highest one up there. Oh God, what? Don't tell me that. Okay, so one of the GBT guys now can't log in.
This is getting a little
This is getting a little crazy. This is not the ideal situation for the first game of a tournament.
No, but this happens, and it happens even worse at even live events. If you remember China, they delayed a whole day. I'm sure people don't like to remember that. But
Yeah, and even worse, I remember a whole tournament being delayed by like a 2 days MLG, I think it was one of the first ones.
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, right. They actually didn't even stream any of the tournament because there were too many spectator bugs, I think. This is great. Rap probably loves us talking about the past
Yeah,
problems.
well,
Wall has been awesome lately.
but
Kiev
yeah,
ran flawlessly.
that's
And
the thing. I mean, and it shows how far it's come. Kiev did
yeah.
run pretty much immaculately. There wasn't any issues. Nobody picked Oriana in Kiev though. um, but there was just less than
Yeah.
uh,
That would have been, oh my goodness. I can only imagine,
the uproar that come from it.
Game 3 of the finals, Alex Each is like, you know what, I'm going to play Oriana.
Boom.
And then
Yeah, oh no, you're not. I don't know why this guy can't join. He can't even log in. So now they're saying, okay, let's go back to the Tony client. No, pick Oriana.
Are they actually saying that?
Candy Bandit said that. I think it was more a joke than anything. I'm hoping it was. Oh no, he's getting server busy. It's Makata that's trying to get in at the moment. The server is busy, and actually the server is the EU West is actually still pretty huge. They gave this EU split.
Right, and then
um,
everyone decided to go to EU West.
and then everybody came back to EU West. Yeah, so he's trolling 20k people. That's exactly what he's doing, Candy. That's precisely what is going on here. You know what? While I'm on EU West and while I'm on here, I can actually check the.
You should check
a few
the
things.
profiles of some of the players and see what their kind of records and histories are for the characters they're playing. Like, do we know who picked Oriana? I'd like to see what his Oriana stats are, or if he's played him much.
It's Kiki's that's mid, isn't it? Is Kiki's mid? I'm trying to have to burn my brain.
How do you spell?
My
how do
problem
you
is I
spell
go
that name?
through. I don't think Kiki's is mid. Kiki's is yes. Well,
Oh,
he's more He's been playing Riven loads actually. Riven, and he's actually got some Fizz and Rumble in there.
But not much Oriana.
So we can see exGBT as well in here. So because the beauty of the fact that you can search these guys, I have that ranked, that 5v5 ranked in there now, so you can go through what they've been doing.
Nice.
Their 5v5s, 43 wins, 17 losses. It's actually not that high.
That's a lot of games, though. You can use your ranked 5s for just absolute testing. Like the actual win-loss on ranked 5 teams, I don't think is that important. I think the volume of games, especially like for the top teams, is probably more important. It just means they've played together more and they're calm.
Sharo's the mid. I'm not sure how you can type that on your Canadian keyboard because he
Oh,
has the funky C. He's the
I'm
mid
up there.
as far as I'm aware of. Yeah, he's got a lot of Rise, a lot of Nivea, Gragas. So maybe Gragas was a legitimate pick in the mid there. He's actually got some really good stats on Gragas, but then again, marking it as looking, judging your solo stats on a proper
Right.
5v5 is not really the ideal thing to do. As was discussed, actually, like you say, in State of the League, talking about Rise, that actually he has been playing Rise in single. See now I've got friends messaging me on here, which is worse.
Oh, because
yeah.
No, you're still just showing the.
Yeah, no, I'm not showing it, but my friends that I actually play LoL with are now all abusing me because they know I'm on here. Which is, we actually have all the GBT in here now. So SK, we're just waiting for SK. Sleazy's now having problems downloading the client.
What is going on today, man? It's like a Friday it's Friday evening.
Friday evening.
Yikes.
Ocelot saying it's karma for not letting him stream. Of course, it is Ocelot.
Right, because clearly if Ocelot was streaming, then Oriana wouldn't have been bugged and we'd be fine.
Like Niv said, we should have casted the other match. We really, really should have, and I'm really regretting that one now. But these things happen. Hopefully, the rest of the night's going to go choom, no problems. I recall seeing a match. I don't know whether you were playing in it. It was in the early days of Go for LOL, maybe NESL Premier League, where it was like an hour-long picks and bans.
Oh my goodness!
But
I remember CLG used to be atrocious with the timing and picks and bans.
Yeah,
They would. Oof. Okay, yeah.
pre-tournament client, I guess. I mean, it was just it was hideous. I remember me and Joe having many really long ones, but yeah, picks and bans. So thank God they've got the tournament client that does that now.
Yeah. How do you commentate for that, right? Like, it's just 20 minutes of being like, who are they going to pick mid?
Yeah,
right?
who is it going to be? And you have to debate everything, which actually, honestly, we've done for about an hour and a half already.
I guess that's true. Yeah. We were talking about Kiev and everything. Actually, if we're just waiting, we were talking about how Fnatic is a really good LAN team,
Hmm.
and actually remembered this kind of a funny Fnatic story. They got taken for about 100 or $150 by a gypsy cab in New York City because I guess they didn't realize that all like the official cabs in New York City had to be yellow,
Yes.
and they were just at the airport and they're near the taxi
Oh
line,
no, one of the guys
and the
who
guy was
comes
just like,
out,
"Hey, you
taxi,
guys need a
taxi?"
ride?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "They're like, yeah, absolutely, we need a ride." And he's like, "Well, just come around the corner here. I got my car parked here."
Oh dear.
And then they got there, and he's like, "Yeah, that'll be $150."
Yeah. So
And
anyone
they're
listening?
and they just didn't know what to do, so they gave him $150.
Oh
And they had to
Jesus
sort it.
Christ! The universal rule for anyone listening, and I don't know whether a lot of teams maybe fall for this trap, is that when you come through the airport and someone's going, "You want a taxi? You want a taxi?" Ignore them. Don't go to them. Don't talk to them because chances are they're not an official taxi. You'll get it at like every airport in the world. I think has them. Just go to the big taxi rank queue. Go straight to the front and say, "This is the taxi I'm getting in." Chances are it'll be relatively legit. they still
Yeah.
might rip you off. I don't know.
And the same thing actually happened to Voyboy in New York. I mean, he only got charged like $60, so this guy apparently let him off easy. But it just sounded like the sketchiest thing ever because it was the same thing. He went to the taxi line and the guy was like, "Hey, you need a taxi?" He's like, "Absolutely, I need a taxi. I just showed up in New York. This is great." Walked like 2 blocks away. This guy's just got this black car. He doesn't even have like a legitimate taxi meter. He has this iPhone app and he just like hits start. And like it's like a GPS. He just typed in the address and just followed it. And then there's no meter, there's no ticking thing, and it's like, "Yeah, that'll be $60." And that's the whole way it ran.
That's hideous. That's hideous. And it happens so many times, and I wonder how many obviously the StarCraft guys go around the world a lot. Obviously, back in the day, it used to be the CS guys, the Quake guys, etc. I wonder how often people in esports get caught out by that. It's got to be
Probably
pretty
fairly
regular.
often.
Because at the end
No.
of the day, they're all pretty young. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
how old you are when you guys were all traveling. Obviously,
Well, especially
Voyboy's only
Boy,
what, 16?
He's 16.
Yeah.
Or he's 17 now, but he was 16 when he's just traveling alone, right? In New York City. It's like you could have been you got kidnapped, boy. What happened?
And I remember Liquid from Curse, because obviously he was the chaperone, I guess you could
Right.
call it, for Pobelter, I think it was, for one of the events. I think it was Pobelter.
Yeah.
And Pobelter's
Yeah,
like 14,
Welter was
wasn't
at
he?
New York.
Yeah,
And he was also he was in Atlantic City. No, he wasn't in Atlantic City. He was only in New York.
yeah, and he was talking about, obviously he had to go meet Pobelter's parents, etc. And they were like talking about, your son, we've been playing these games all the time. And it was that point that he realized he actually didn't know Pobelter's first name. So he was like talking to his dad. He's like, "What do I refer to him as? Do I call him Pobelter?" It's just like, what do I say? I don't know. So yeah, some pretty good stories from over there. But
That's when you refer to, your son. I play games with him. But then
yeah,
it just
sounds
have this-
worse.
yeah, it does. Because Liquid, the thing about Liquid is he's really early 30s actually. He looks really young, but he's 30. So he was double the age of Pobelter when he went to talk to his parents.
Yeah, which just is
makes it even better.
yes, it just makes it worse. I can sympathise with him. I've been in that situation. A young Joe Miller.
Okay.
The very first event that we sort of both went to together was in Skagen in Denmark, which is like the top of Denmark. We had to catch this 16-hour ferry, and I literally had to meet his dad on the motorway. I was picking him up, a car full of gear. It's like the old days where you had to drive and take everything with you in the car. And I was like, "Hi, I'm taking your son to Denmark for a week." It's like, I don't think you've ever met me before, but yeah, there's some interesting times. But I think Joe was only like 16 then. I'm pretty sure he was only 16.
Oh wow.
Which, to be fair, I was probably early 20s, so it wasn't
Yeah.
quite so bad as
You guys have
Liquid.
both been doing this for an extremely long time.
I've
You're the
been-
veterans of esports commentary.
Well, yeah, back from audio commentating of, say, Battlefield 1942, which was probably, 10 years ago now, I guess, maybe somewhere around there. So we've been around a lot of games, which probably a lot of people in LoL don't know, really. I guess we've talked about it a few times, myself and Joe, but probably still not this many people.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've been around. We've done all sorts of games. Obviously, Joe did the CPL World Tour. I think you might remember that. I don't know. It was the Painkiller World Tour.
Okay.
They went around the world doing that thing with CPL. He's done Quake
Nice.
tours. He's done WSVGs. In fact, Joe's just done about every tournament I can think of. I think Joe has been at. I think WCG
Nice.
was like one of the last ones he hadn't done, which he obviously did this year. I can't think. Maybe he's not done ESWC. I guess Joe's probably maybe listening. I don't know whether Joe will be. He was actually ill, so he kind of like couldn't do anything yesterday, so we had to cancel, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just waiting for this minute to count down.
Yeah,
guys.
and if people are wondering if they just tuned in recently while we're completely off topic, it was because we've been talking about these picks and bans for like 30 minutes. So we decided to change the topic a little bit while we're loading in for this final game.
Technically an hour and 30 as well, so
Yeah.
yeah. And also your name is right there, so now you're probably gonna get invites.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, so you might have shot yourself in the foot there, getting yourself on stream.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a 30-second countdown. Hopefully it's going to go live. We are on EU West right now, so we're going to be trying out going on the live patch, which means also probably the patch notes may be slightly different. I'm not too sure if anything would have changed between them.
No,
because
they patched in Sejuani to the Tourney Realm last night. So the Tourney Realm's on
wow,
the
so
same
it's
patch
right
as-
up to date. Awesome.
Yeah.
And actually, we could talk about Sejuani. We obviously you guys talked about it in State of the League, and it was interesting to hear your views and everybody on there because. Dyrus has kind of talked about him. He's actually saying, you know what, in solo queues, probably not so great, but come a team fight, I think he's actually going to be a very overpowered
He might
hero.
actually be really good, yeah. And I was doing the math on it with someone else the other day, and because in the Spotlight Freak maxed the Permafrost, his E, and I was actually doing the math on the W, which is so unintuitive for how it actually works, because it's like when you level up, it goes 12 to 20 to 28. But then it's also a percentage of your max health, and that scales from 1 to 1.25 to 1.5, right, all the way up to 2%. But when you max it, it does, if the target is frosted, it does just as much damage as Shyvana's W, which people think is insane. So that's one thing that people probably haven't been doing when they initially play Sejuani.
Sejuani, isn't it? I think that's how Freak says it in the thing.
Yeah,
And,
Sejuani. Such a hard to say name.
Well,
But if people start maxing W on her, she might feel a little more impactful. And that's just a quick tip I might be able to throw out. I need to try it myself.
So we'll see how that one turns out. I mean, it's he kind of said it last night. He's only been out or she? I think it's a she, isn't it? Sejuani.
Yeah.
It's only been out 7 days, something like that. So really, it's very very early days for to be really sort of cast a prediction on just how awesome or not so awesome it's going to be.
At least your loading screen on your stream, you're a little off center.
Yeah, that's fine. It's which is why it's black right now, because it's about to go boom. And what the hell is that? That's not what I want. That's not what I want on my screen. Let's remove that. And come on, boom. There we go. There's a game of LOL. That's the one we wanted. That's alright, there we go. Professional all the way through. Hey, we have
Summoner's Rift.
a game of League of Legends. So, let's get underway and see what will happen. Let's give you a quick roster rundown as well, because it has been a long time since this game was about to begin. We've gone through the picks and bans. There's so long ago that I actually didn't write down the bans, so now I can't even remember what the hell they were either. So, for SK Gaming, it is going to be Candy Panda on Corki. It is going to be Kevin on Volibear. That's probably the first outing that I've seen Volibear in a tournament that I've commentated on. Nif
I'm
is
super excited for that.
Yeah, which is pretty good. And it's going to be Volibear top lane as well, Kevin will be. We're going to full-on invade from SK here. You can see them on the map. I'm going to continue with the roster rundown until they do manage to meet each other. Sona's going to be down the bottom. That will be Nif. And he's going to be backing up Candy Panda. Ocelot will be in the mid on Rise, Sleazy Weezy in the jungle. Here we go, they're going to come round. SK are going to come right round the back of GBT. I don't think they realise they've seen Kikis. There we go. They put their CV down. They haven't noticed. They're immediately coming around the side there. Libic taken down very low. Libic does get to go taken down. He's the first blood. It will be Taric goes down. Makata also very low. Candy Panda's trying his best to get away from this one. Nocturne also going down. SK are coming out very well on top of this one. Now they're starting to lose a couple of heroes. Makler is the next target. I think he's not going to get away from this one. Maybe. They don't quite have ability. Oh, he flashes power cord. Very nicely played, Nif. And that will be a 3-for-2 exchange there, I believe. And a pretty crazy level 1 fight. And
that was absolutely absurd. You very rarely see that many deaths at level 1.
And I think GBT are going to feel a little aggrieved because they were kind of sneaky in there. I'm not too sure the Clairvoyance kind of went down in the river here. I don't think it would have been enough to see it there, surely.
No, I don't think so. I think Volibear just kind of checked that bush out of... a hunch. I was actually really surprised because SK did such a good job sneaking around the corner to get into that Wraith bush. I was really surprised when they kept running because it was almost... They would have easily had someone go through that bush since they had no idea who was in there. They could have had kind of the free kill without the high-risk fight. But yeah, they still came out ahead 3-2.
So, I mean, immediately looking at the kills, it was Lee Sin that picked one up, Sona picked one up, which is not so bad. And it was, obviously, down the bottom, it would be Candy Panda 112. So, he's got double assist in there. Obviously, those assists will count as well. And you can see Makler already being pressured by Nif. They have gone back and immediately got Boots and Doran's Blade along with those pots on the Candy Panda, which is a huge advantage.
That's going to be really
big. Level 1. You cannot really put it across. Obviously, there was a kill. Oriana went 1-0-1. Aurelia also up top. So, Aurelia technically has the advantage up top lane at the moment. I'm not too sure how big an advantage that's going to prove to be. Hasn't been back on board. Let's have a look at the gold. See, he's actually got 760 gold. And I mean, in mid, there, Ocelot doing his best to defend against Makata there. Sorry if I do slack on some of these kills. It's been that long, sitting around for an hour and a half. I'm probably going to be a little off with my commentary this early game. Sleazy Weezy will be porting back. Now, do you think Kickers would have been better off maybe just going straight back and spending that, say, whatever couple of hundred gold they'd have picked up from the initial kills?
The Oriana?
Yeah. No. Aurelia at top.
Oh, Aurelia. Yeah, I don't think so. He would have lost out on more experience, and Aurelia is probably going to be beating Volibear regardless of if he shops or not. The whole threat of that lane is the ganks. I think the important thing about that level 1 fight is the bottom lane of SK getting 2 kills combined is going to let them snowball that lane so hard. Sona got her Philo Stone now at 4 minutes, and she has tons of wards. And it's just one thing about bottom lane, more so than any other lanes, when you get a small advantage on someone, it should just snowball absurdly. If you look, Graves has 9 CS.
I'm just going to jump across because Lee Sin now going up towards the top. He's just coming around. Nocturne's also there. Kiki's around about half health. I think he's going to be able to back away from this one quite clearly. Kevin does get the stun on him, is going to back away from that one. So Sleazy Weezy coming in with red buff there. And I think it was... I don't know whether it was luck that Makata happened to be there. I think he'd have been able to get away from that one. He didn't look like he was probably going to escape trouble. Sleazy Weezy sticking around,
forced him to shop. And that was one of the things we were talking about before the game, before all the crashes. Expect Volibear and Lee Sin to just kind of live top lane, at least for the start of the game. Especially since bottom lane has such a huge advantage. Lee Sin doesn't have any reason to be anywhere else. And the gank combo for Volibear is better than almost any other top laner.
Oh, and they're diving onto Makata there. Now the teleport's coming in, so they've kind of forced the teleport. Oh, Kevin almost got caught out. He's going to go down, surely. Yes, he will do. Kikis is the man that picked up the kill. Sleazy Weezy will get the kill on Makata there, and I think he's going to be able to get away from this one. Yes, he will do. Just about in time. Back down the bottom, there's also a lot of action going on. You can see Makler taking down very low. It was Candy Panda using his Valkyrie to back away from that one. So still very even between the two. 4-3 in kills. There is Makler going to be backing away, so I'm going to see what he's going to pick up there. But I think Candy Panda and Nif, like you said, they had that big early advantage. Clairvoyance does go down the bottom. They realise that Libic is on his own, so they're going to immediately force the lane and push it. And look at that, just completely keeping Libic well away from any experience that he may try and nick while his AD carries away. As I skip to middle arrow, just got a glimpse of Chiharu going down. Ocelot there, winning out against Oriana in mid as well. So sorry for just about catching the tail end of that one. It's dead.
Well, this is the Oriana we haven't seen in 4 months matchup. dying 1v1 to the new hot stuff mid, which is Ryze. That once Ryze gets ahead in lane, it is really scary for the other laner. And I do want to go really quick to the gank that was top lane, and I just want to say how unlucky Kevin was with the fear on Nocturne. The fact that it turned him directly back into the tower, because the fear can send you in absolutely any direction, and it sent him straight back to the tower with no other direction, and that's pretty much why he died.
Yeah, the random generator often gets blamed for crits as well.
Yeah, pretty much. Usually crits.
So Kevin actually being a little bit bullied at the top here. Like you mentioned, it's probably what we were kind of expecting. He's going to have to stick it back. 32 CS to Aurelia's 46, so he is falling behind. I can see Lee Sin just having a little peek there. So Sleazy Weezy, ping's going down. And I think that's saying they're going to go for a gank possibly on Aurelia. You can see him heading up towards the north at the moment. There we go. He's just ported away though, so Aurelia is backed off. So Sleazy Weezy kind of wasting his time. Looking towards Makata, continue around the jungle. Down the bottom, So a quick look between these two. 56 CS to 33. So big advantage as we expected for Candy Panda. Obviously picking up that early kill. The early damage has got double Dorans now. He's coming back to lane. And with Sona also been bullying early on, has got those boots and that Philo Stone, like you say, very early on. Ocelot also in the mid, obviously 1 kill up, 1-0-3 actually against Orion. Orion's had to go double Thorns, trying to get that sustained ability just to stick around long enough, but Tear of the Goddess already on Ocelot, along with that blue buff.
And the blue, yep.
Which is going to cause a few problems. We've got a bit of an invade coming on here. Yeah, Sleazy Wheezy on the blue.
Oh,
we're going to have Makato come around though. He's going to see Nif there, puts the ward straight down on him, doesn't realise, manages to get the little power cord across. Ocelot also cutting off Sharu there. So Sharu now, Tariq coming around the backside, going to try and put that stun down. He actually went for Nif there. Nif seems to be the target. We have Nif going down incredibly quick. I think a crit came out there. Had to have been. There was a definite poke there. And Makato's actually going to be the one that will pick up the kill and back away from that one. So actually coming out very well on top there as they miss the kill up top as Kevin manages to take down Aurelia in a single 1v1, which does surprise me there. But it is going to be Dragon going to SK. I don't think GBT are going to do anything about this. Makato actually coming straight round into the face of Candy Panda there. Candy Panda also landing a rocket onto him. Charu's going to come down, try and get a peek. Will he get a bit of damage on him? No, he won't, and it's going to back away. So 6 for the kills. And really, that top lane, this is, you talked about this, you thought Aurelia was going to bully him, but Kevin in a straight up 1v1 fight there, winning out.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a whole bunch of action just back to back. I couldn't even chip in because I was waiting for the 10-second delay. Didn't want to screw anything up. Yeah, the thing that I've noticed about Volibear from a little bit of playing is in actual kind of brawls, and especially once he hits level 6, which he was level 7 during that fight. The damage from his ultimate, which gives him I think 60 or 70 extra damage on every auto attack, plus the execute mechanic on his frenzy, which he's probably maxing, most definitely would have caught Aurelia off guard there. The ignite plus the W, you can take someone. The W pretty much does as much damage as Garen's ult, if you can imagine, and it's on a 12-second cooldown in a regular skill. So that's probably what happened there. Is Aurelia just didn't understand how much damage Volibear could have done to him and just got beasted.
Candy Panda actually just used up a flash there, try and get a tower dive kill on Makler there. Didn't quite work out there, so that's actually someone's spell used. Now I think it was a case of just didn't quite have enough there. We were just hoping for a big bomb. Didn't see whether he counted it, but he actually nearly got taken down by minions a minute ago as well, which is a little scary for Candy Panda. So going a little aggressive down the bottom here. Top tower has gone down. He has leveled up.
That was really odd. I saw Graves use his ult trying to clear creeps, but he didn't actually clear any of them. So that was just a total misjudgment of his ult damage.
Back to the top lane. I'm going to have to jump across here because they are diving in towards Kevin. Kevin flashing out of the Oriana ulti there. Very low. I think they might be going to tower dive him. He will go down to this one. It will be Kikis, and he'll walk away from that one as well. The tower hits will not be enough. So remember, the first dragon has been picked up by SK. Ocelot is going wandering now. Looks like he's going to come around the backside of bottom turret. Clairvoyance has gone down there. Libic is pretty much aware of that because there's a stack there. Yeah, Libic is backing away from this one, and wisely so. Ocelot comes down. That's going to be the top lane actually traded. I think the bottom lane, yeah, the bottom lane has gone down to SK. I think top lane will get picked up. So it's going to be a bit of a trade-off between the two. But SK still with that tower advantage because they did take down to first tower early. They've got a 4-man push down the bottom here. So I'm just going to see how this plays out at the moment. They are going to continue pushing. You can see there's a push along the top lane. That will be top lane now finally going down. SK going to continue. I guess top lane will port back. Yes, they are. We have Nocturne coming across. SK now with a still a 4-man. You can see Volibear's just cut off that top lane.
Surprised they're still bottom lane. I don't see them getting anything out of this push. I feel like they're just going to end up backing away.
And in fact, they are backing away, and they're getting caught out. Makato's managed to ulti straight in there. Candy Panda was the target. Oh, that's a crescendo straight across the line. Makato will go down. Nif actually picking up the kill again. Less than ideal. Ocelot having to flash through to the river as well, but having to just back away from that one. It was a close engagement, 1 for each, 7-5 in kills, and more importantly,
no, that was a 1 for 0. They just killed. Nocturne used ult, Aurelia used teleport, and they lost a guy. So that was not a good play.
Not a good play indeed, isn't it? But I mean, at the end of the day, it was a support got the kill, so it wasn't great. There was obviously assist, so the assist bonus gold, which a lot of people do overlook.
Yeah, not that big of a deal.
Not that huge
Except
a deal.
that allowed Nif to get an Oracles, which he's smartly done. He has his double GP10 and an Oracles already, while Tarek hasn't even gotten his first GP10 item. So come, 10, 20 minutes from now, that's going to be huge. So while getting the kill is not that big a thing, Nif's doing a really good job of using his gold properly off those 2 early kills.
Yeah, and in fact, if you just look at the gold between the two, yeah, so if 1,300 gold ahead as I missed the kill up top there for Volibear. That's your fault. I'm blaming you for that one. You pulled me away. I was looking at the Taric build.
Looks like he was
Damn you.
trying to counter jungle the double golems, and he just got caught out by 2 people. Just a little bit of greed there. At least he's 1-4, so he's probably not even worth that much gold at this point.
Okay, so SK racing around the back side. They're going to try and catch out Taric. You can see Libic is here. Libic's thinking, okay, I'm calling a position here. Graves is also below them. They're going to surely catch out Libic here. Don't want to waste too much abilities on him. You can see Graves. What is Graves going to do? He's teleporting away. They're going to dive in. Oh, ulti nicely done from Candy Panda. Managing to catch him. Nif actually flashing through the bush. Catching with a power cord. I think Graves will back away from this one just about in time. Lee Sin diving on there. The big bomb also coming through as well. Sleazy Weezy trying a little bit of a dive there. Ocelot thought about it. Actually caught out by the Orianna ulti. Pulled him in towards the tower. Minions nearly dragging him down as well, and he's going to have to back away from that one. And immediately Volibear as well cuts off Makatu in the mid there, so Nocturne. So pretty crazy action between these two at the moment.
Yeah, that was a little absurd there. They're going all in to try to get an 0-1 Graves, I suppose.
So a quick look.
Little over-aggressive there, I'd have to say.
Kiki's actually trying to pull out the blue buff as well, trying to steal that one away. Kevin has come around. Did ward up, didn't show himself, but I think Kikis obviously would have heard that ward going down, has immediately backed wisely away from that one. Back down the mid. This is all really just snowballing on from the advantage they had from that very, very first level 1 fight. The Candy Panda now...
Especially bottom lane, yeah.
Yeah. 2-1-3, he's got his self-machine, 103 CS to 84, so not overly bullied the lane from that point of view, but obviously Graves is at 0-1-3, while Candy Panda's 2-1-3. And Sona, of course, 2-1-3 as well, which is... So really, if that would have all gone into Candy Panda, it would have been amazingly, completely, pretty much one-sided match by now. As it is, we are 14 minutes into this one, and, well, GBT, they've got plenty of reasons to still be in this game.
It's kind of funny how much the level 1s could have potentially impacted the game, because anyone who got a kill in a level 1 fight actually ended up winning their lane. Aurelia, if you remember, got a kill in top lane at level 1, and Volibear did not. And you see 1-4 versus 3-1 in top. And then bottom lane, Sona Angry and Corki got kills. They won bottom lane. And in mid lane, Ocelot got 3 assists, where Orianna... Oh, maybe Orianna did get a kill. That would be
Libic actually getting forced to flash out there. Oh, Candy Panda might well get caught out of position. They're going to dive straight towards Nifo. They will go straight for him. Makata being taking a lot of damage coming out from Ocelot in amongst all that. Like they managed to stack up nicely for him. Aurelia will take a kill down on Volibear. We'll get another one on Corki as well. Kiki's is surely going to finish off Sleazy Weezy. Sleazy Weezy very low. Graves picks it up actually. He managed to hold out, and well, GBT came out fantastically well in amongst that fight.
My goodness.
Catching Candy Panda and Nif really kind of out of position there. It all started off with Libic down the bottom here on Taric, just popping that stun down and immediately pulling away, and that's going to give the Dragon, it will pull gold back in their favour. Very nicely played. 10-10 as well to score.
I was almost ready to write them off before that fight, saying that they, lost mid and bottom lane. They were down Dragons, they're down 3k gold, and then they get this fantastic engage on top of SK, take the Dragon, and now, Aurelia has 5 kills already. Orianna is, even after the nerfs, is incredible late game. So if they get to the point where he can actually use his skills in late game team fights, they were right back into this. That was a really impressive fight.
Yeah, and actually picking up a couple of kills there. So he's got 1,700 gold, so just about shy for a needlessly large rod. He had gone triple Doran's rings before that. Cheeky shot from Candy Panda there, stopping Kikis from porting back. Looks like Lee Sin will be taking red. And meanwhile, we do have Kevin actually. Is he thinking of invading? No, he's just going to go clear out the top lane instead. Bottom lane has returned, and Candy Panda, Ocelot praises Candy Panda a lot for basically saying, look, this guy can just win games on his own if it would so arise. But I think he was the one that kind of got caught out of position there.
Yeah, him and Nif were the ones who got kind of peeled and picked off early. And another thing to keep track of in this game is how far behind Sleazy Weezy is from Nocturne. Nocturne's died 4 times, but he has double Lee Sin's CS. So Sleazy just spent, I'd want to say, a little too much time kind of roaming around, trying to make things happen, and Nocturne spent his time either being dead or farming, because he's got almost 100 CS with 4 deaths, which I don't even know how it happens.
Well, he spent a lot of his time trying to get their ganks on Aurelia. We've got Volibear coming around the back side, does ward up. Makata was just coming around the side there. He's actually going to be straight to it. There is a pink ward just there at the moment. Looking towards, they are going to continue push onto this tower. I think this turret will go down. The poke from SK seems to be overwhelming GBT at the moment. You can see Aurelia is finally having to come down and join it, and Candy Panda's just keeping them at bay, keeping them back so when the minions come forward, and obviously he's just backed up to build up that ulti. He has got a Sheen on there and a Phage, obviously building towards that Trinity Force, which is, I guess, has seemed to have become Freak's favourite item for some reason overnight. I'm not too sure. I must have missed all of that in amongst it, but there was definitely a bit of something between him and Daniel on that item. Candy Panda, like I say, this is the poke they had going. He's just actually just returned to go farm. He said, right, okay, GBT are not really doing anything about this. And actually,
at least at the moment, his advantage over Graves is almost lost because Graves picked up a kill in that team fight. Candy Panda didn't, and the CS has become very similar. 128 to 114, I think, is a lot closer than I expected. Graves has done. I mean, it was really that dragon fight. They are looking really strong right now. GBT is.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, the needlessly large rod on Oriana. That's all from that fight. The BF sword now obviously on Graves, like you mentioned. So that tower will go down. That is the advantage that SK have. So that's all 3 outer turrets now gone. Just in time for, I believe Dragon is due very shortly. I'm trying to think, it was about 6 minutes ago. I'm trying to think when that big team fight happened. Oh, it's just going to jump straight across. I'm not too sure if he realised Makler was there. Candy Panda's just gone straight into his face, and Makler's going to try and pour on the damage. Won't quite have enough to do as much as he wants, but Candy Panda kind of getting all excited with his Valkyrie there and just went, ah!
He valked right into his face and was like, wait a minute. Like, I don't think either one of them knew that they were there because you saw them kind of jump into each other, and then both of them just kind of started running away. They're like, what's happening? And they just didn't want to do anything.
Startled each other. So those moments that make you jump in the game.
Yeah, it's like you're walking down a dark hallway at night and someone else is there. You go, oh my goodness, and you don't like. It's just.
Oh, Nocturne's diving straight in towards Nif. Nif is the target. He's going to get absolutely popped there because the Taric still went straight on. Candy Panda having to use that Valkyrie to just get away from that one. But yeah, there does go Oracles, and well, Candy Panda. It kind of already brought their attention down the bottom there when they'd startled each other. Blue buff now also going across to Sharu, so Sharu's going to pick that up. Aurelia continuing to farm up top there. Volibear's had to keep backing away. 129 CS to Volibear at the moment. Aurelia 118, so pretty even between the two. Trinity Force is complete though on Aurelia, and Aurelia is 5-1-4. Trying to steal away that blue buff. Ocelot now coming around the corner. I'm not too sure if they realise. Clairvoyance goes down. He's going to go face to face with him. Kick is surely aware that someone is around there because Clairvoyance on him. He's going to back away, but he's going to continue harassing. He wants to try and steal this one from them. The rest of GBT now coming across in towards the mid turret. Going to keep my eye on this one. Blue buff will go to Ocelot, but that's also pulled the attention towards the mid. You can see GBT, are they going to continue pushing for it? No, they're going to back away.
Well, Nocturne, Graves, and Taric's ult are all still down right now, as well as Aurelia's even, so they don't want to fight at the moment, because SK has all 5 of their ultimates out. SK doesn't necessarily realize this. If SK did, I feel like
they have gone for it. They have dived straight for it. Makler is going to go down. There's a big team fight. Oriana ulti catching all of SK in one big lump sum though. But SK are coming out clearly on top of this one. They have caught them out, like you mentioned. They just didn't have the ultis to force that fight. Really, they should have backed away from it a long time ago. Ocelot picking up a triple kill in amongst all that. Lee Sin getting the final blow on Oriana as well. Libic the last man standing, and they are rotating round. They're going to go for Baron. It is a 3-man standing SK team that are going in for it. I'm not too sure if Kevin's got the hit points. He's going to need a little bit of loving from someone there. He's trying his best to lifesteal up there.
They can get this. They're going to get fairly low, but there's literally nothing GBT can do to harass them down. So all of them can trade tanking on Baron. All of them can just slowly beat it down. Aurelia's TP will be up in 7 seconds, but they don't have a ward on Baron, so it looks like they're going to be able to get this safely.
Yeah, I think we'll pick it up. You can see that GBT are all up, and there is Baron. And nicely done as well, because SK had all spawned, so everybody picks it up on SK, so they have a full Baron. And really, that fight was just all about, like you say, them ultis. They just didn't have it.
Yeah, that was just awareness on SK's part. I don't know if they just saw that they were in a position where they could get initiated on, or if they actually realized that all their ults were down from what happened bottom when Graves used ult, Taric used ult, and Nocturne used ult for the Sona kill, which at the time was great, but then they just overstayed their welcome and SK capitalized on it right away.
So Dragon is up. It looks like GBT will go for this one. Just having a look around. I think Nif is actually working his way down. Yeah, he wisely CV'd the bush before going to face check it and placing those wards down towards
and
Dragon.
Now SK is going to pick up a free Dragon as well, because I don't see any reason why GBT would try to 5v5 them after getting aced and giving up a Baron, so this would extend their advantage even a little bit more.
Yeah, they completely backed away from it as well. Wisely so. Kikis is just continuing to farm. That will be... I'm trying to think how many Dragons have gone back and forth. I really wish Riot would put a counter in, because that's one of the things that you kind of need to keep track of. Same with the Baron.
This
simple.
is 2 dragons for SK and 1 for GBT.
See, that's the difference between a player and a commentator. You can just retain that knowledge. At the moment, Volibear will go up top, and SK kind of want to form up and make use of this. They have just been back and forth, all spending the gold. And it was interesting, actually, the fight. Doublelift was talking about a big fight where they kind of engaged with Curse. They just didn't spend that gold. It's something we kind of we've pointed out a few times
really
before.
Need to keep track of. Yeah, and it's one of the big things. Reginald, maybe even a year ago, was one of the first big players to really mention this and tell people to keep track of it. When you have a lot of gold, a lot of players just stick around for too long, and it's a big misplay when you have a lot of gold and just don't shop. And here we go. Volibear's just tried to turn on his man mode, and just he didn't have enough snares, so really just walked away. And now Volibear's without his ult for about a minute.
Yeah, he will be without his ult. Meanwhile, SK do push up mid. So he's going to continue pushing and pressuring that top lane. I think this inner turret will go down to SK. They're going to back away from that one. Aurelia and Volibear continue to look back and forward. Meanwhile, Makler's actually pushing down that bottom lane. He's continued on as well. He's not going back just yet, which might be to the detriment, because SK are going to take down this base turret. I don't think there's anything that... I keep trying to say Delta, but it is GBT. It's
they're gonna have to lose their inhibitor. If not a smart play by Graves.
And he continued down.
I feel like they could hold that. It's really hard to siege into Orianna when her ult ball can engage you so easily on the tower, but they just had to give it up because Graves wasn't there and they didn't have an even man advantage.
You can see that Candy Panna has just brought it back. Kevin's taken down that top turret as well. That bottom inner turret has gone down, so GBT coming out with 2 turrets, but I'm not too sure I'd go for that trade.
2
losing an inhibitor.
One bottom turret that's not even a base tower is less than ideal.
I don't wonder whether they just thought, you know what, we can't actually win this fight, and if we do go for it, we'd end up losing the game outright.
Right.
Or they're going to catch out Kevin here. They're going to catch him. Yes, they will. The rest of GBT now coming round. There goes Nocturne diving straight into him. Kevin was caught out, stood on top of a ward. He will go down here. And I think that was a double ulti used up there. It was, but you know, picking up a kill on a baroned up bot Volibear is kind of good conditions for GBT. They're going to try and turn this one in their favour. I think they're going to maybe try and drive this straight up mid. I'm not too sure how SK are going to react from this one. Well, what they're going to do is steal the blue buff, which is nicely done. There's no wards over there. In fact, oh no, GBT are going to get caught out here. Ocelot going straight in, managing to catch out. That is going to be a dead Ocelot though, completely popped, stunned up. They're going to try and go down around, pick off Candy Pan. I'm not too sure if they have enough to catch him up. They have to run through that Valkyrie, which is going to slow them down. Kikis will catch onto them, but they're always going to flash through as well. Does go for Candy Pan. The Candy Pan to flash use, and that's going to be a crescendo and a kick. So double ulti used to keep them at bay. And GBT, unfortunately, well, while they've had a great little maneuver catching SK out there, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to capitalize on it, because by the time they manage to drive these minions in.
Yeah. I don't really know what Ocelot was thinking there. He knew that Volibear was dead. He knew that GBT was probably going to be running over to their blue buff, yet he blindly flashed into a bush to try to take out Oracles on Taric and just got completely exploded by their entire team. That was silly.
It's kind of gifting them back into the game.
Gifting them back their blue and just gifting them his killing spree, which he had. I think he had a 3-kill killing spree going. He just gave it right back.
So, yeah, he did. Yeah, there you go. Iced Ocelot's killing spree. So indeed he did. So good note on that one. And just look across the items. You can see it on obviously your screen. Anything particularly that's standing out to you? It looks fairly routine to me.
Yeah, well, Taric has a lot of wards. He actually did manage to get his double GP. He got that just because of the dragon fight, which put them back into the game. Nif, if the game continues even longer, will have the advantage on Taric because he actually, at the time, went triple gold per 10. He's upgraded into a Reverie, obviously, so he has 2 of those going now. Other than that, Lee Sin's items are catching up to Nocturne, if not already past him somehow. The Baron and the 3 kills, I guess, got him there, even though his CS is half. So he's no longer behind. And Ryze is the scariest thing right now, just because mid-late game Ryze, which we're at right now, is probably the strongest AP carry, especially if you've got 5 kills like Ocelot. Build-wise, though, everyone's pretty darn standard, and I think I can't really see any poor item choices on this part.
So it looks like SK are going to stack up, and they're going to go and drive through for this turret. Remember, they have got super minions coming up the mid here, so that's going to have to distract them eventually. I think SK might wait for that wave to build up. They don't have a siege minion in this wave. They are going to go in for it, though, despite the fact they don't. I'm not too sure if it's the wisest choice. Yeah, SK do back away from that one. They just want to wait for this big stack in mid. Here you go. Super Minions are going to be going up mid, so that's going to have to draw someone away in a moment for GBT. I think they're going to take that opportunity to go for it. Siege Minion will be coming with the next wave as well.
I feel like if SK tries to force this too hard on the tower, though, they're going to get hit by Orion ult and lose the fight. I feel like this is going to not go anywhere. I think they're just stalling time until the next Baron's up. I could be wrong, though.
Oh, they're going straight for it now. Kikis has actually dived in. Orion ulti didn't exactly work too well, and that's going to be, GBT going badly wrong for them. Sharu's getting completely destroyed there, and that's going to be Cookie picking up another kill, maybe diving in towards him. It will be Rise actually that gets the kill. Possible ace, doesn't matter. They're going to let Makatu back away. That will be the turret, that will be the inhibitor, and most likely the game for SK. And I'm not too sure it was the wisest choice for GBT to make that opportunity to dive out for the fight. They kind of needed to let SK come in and use that tower advantage they had.
They had no reason to dive out for them. They felt this forced pressure where they were fine just sitting in their tower and waiting for SK to dive into them, yet they decided to just, all in 5v5. I guess they were worried about the super creeps pushing up mid, but the towers and the Nocturne occasionally going over there would have been fine. That was just impatience and I guess a bit of desperation. It cost them the game.
So the first game goes to SK. That means they're going to be 1-0 up. Remember, this is a group stage. Mistral versus Mistral and M5 will have played. Hopefully we'll try and bring you the results for that. Let's have a quick look at the item builds towards the end there. Like you say, there was nothing that actually stood out there.
Yeah, the only thing after I said that, I'm not sure I agree with the Aurelia's Frozen Heart necessarily, only because Corki, even though he is the AD carry, does more magic damage and more true damage than the other AD carries. So, also he does a ton of damage from his skills, like his Q, his Gatling gun, and his missiles. The Frozen Heart doesn't really affect, it affects the group's attack speed, but SK didn't really need that much group attack speed because they use so much damage from their abilities. So I think his money would have been better spent on something, more... not Frozen Heart, whether it be Warmogs or an Aegis or a Wit's End or something like that. And that's about it.
So potential for a completely bad level 1 fight snowballing into a loss.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's definitely not what happened. It did snowball a little bit at first. It lost them bot lane pretty hard, and even the first Dragon. But then they made that great play at Dragon, and we're essentially back into the game until the second turning point of the game, where in mid lane they push too hard without their ultimates.
Here comes the usual friend ad. So we're going to be switching back across to the tournament server.
Fantastic.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get yourself back in there. And obviously over to the next game. The next game will be, I'll tell you what it is, because we're going to jump across there. So let's throw up the splash screen. It will be... well, it could be GBT M5 or Mistral SK, I guess.
Do we know what happened in the M5 game yet, or are they still in?
I know what pro players feel like now. This is why I keep my account secret. it's not so much anything else other than the multitude of invites that suddenly bombard in. I got a feeling that account's forever going to be burned, and I need another one again. So let's get across. I don't know what the score was.
M5 has finished their game, and M5 was victorious.
M5
I don't know exactly other than that, but I know that M5 won.
Okay, so
the only person I'm looking at is Gosu Pepper, and he was 1, 2, and 14. So it seems like it might have been fairly one-sided. Not sure, though.
Well, let's see. Here's the support. That's a pretty good score for the support.
Yeah, 14 assists is generally pretty high.
Yeah, you're going to feel that they've had a pretty one-sided event. Anyway, let's jump across to a quick break. We'll be back in a second, guys, which is going to be... I'm not too sure. I would guess it's probably going to be Mistral versus SK. Would certainly make sense from my point of view, I think. I think Mistral are going to be looking a pretty strong team in the next one. We've just seen SK obviously winning there. SK are a favourite, but I would like to see Moscow 5 as well. I don't know. Of course, last game, I would almost guarantee it's going to be Moscow 5 versus SK. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a short while. Just going to have a quick break and rest our voices. We are going to be going pretty much all night. I would say there's a good 6 hours worth of casting still to come from myself and Jan, and hopefully Skara will be joining us at some point. He's streaming as well at the moment. You can check out his stream. He's got himself a Reddit post up there.
Since they actually added, we have 6 spectator spots now, so it's possible that we could do a easy triple cast if Skara wants to get on as well, because we have room for it now.
We could do a trickle cast. I'm not too sure how well that would work out. It's something that a lot of people have hinted at. It's something we semi-tried at WCG, but it was less than ideal situation with the
Right.
handheld
We were
mics.
sharing a microphone at the time.
Yeah. So hopefully Scourer is listening. Maybe. I don't know whether he's still streaming. He may be. So
It's up to you.
we'll get him across anyway. Anyway, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back shortly. We're just going to have a quick break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That one gets quite excited, that thing does. It really gets quite noisy. It's a very nice little bit of music and spinny thing though. But Jack, you're joining me back.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Mistral versus SK. I'm not too sure whether it's going to be Moscow 5
That's
versus.
what we're next watching.
Um,
I see that Shoutcast Noi is in the M5 lobby, but
and Shoutcast Chips is in the SK lobby. I think it's SK Mistral. I'm pretty sure because we're almost certainly going to be doing Moscow 5 SK. So
right,
that
okay.
would cover every team in the group.
Then at least
which
we
is
get
fair.
to watch Mistral play a game.
Indeed, and Mistral are a very strong team. You just mentioned that you thought Diamonds went very strong in the last game. You were just checking it out.
Well, I was just a little disappointed because he got to play Trundle, and I have not seen Trundle in a very long time, and it seems like he did quite well. He was 1-14.
You are the Trundle man. as well.
I used to swear by little old Trundle, but I hadn't found a way to make him work yet in the new game with the new jungle. I find his jungle to be a little too slow, which is why I kind of wanted to see what Diamond did with him.
So there is.
And they Mistral did not ban Shyvana, and judging by match history, Daring kind of went off. I think he was 8-2 top lane, and it looks like the main reason they won the game.
So as the usual continues then with Moscow 5.
Yeah, it's like we don't need to worry about Shyvana.
Yeah,
crushed by
so many teams have said that, and yet they just
Yeah.
nobody has an actual response to it. No, really, Shyvana, you just don't need to worry about him.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. 260 CS, 4,000 health, just kills your whole team.
Just runs through it. Anyway, the background I was talking about earlier on, look, there it is. That's the one I was on about. It is a fancy little background with all the summoner names actually make up this League of Legends. It was on Reddit a long, long time ago. I guess.
That's cool. I can see it on your stream.
I guess a few people. I can't remember who made it. I got to be honest. There was a gaming one and there was a League of Legends one. Probably could be done now because there's probably quite a few new heroes that aren't on that list. But I know it was on Reddit a while back, and that's where I hived it from. So it is going to be Mistral versus SK. We've just seen SK go 1-0. Mistral have to win this one now. Moscow 5 is saying, WTF, why are you not covering our game? You know what?
Sorry, not my choice.
Yeah, well, I personally think this actually would be the stronger game. I guess, I don't know. We've just seen GBT go pretty close with SK, honestly. When it went 10-10 at the Dragon Kill, they had that big team fight, it really could have swung either way. What do you think really grabbed it for SK in that last game? Obviously, like we said, we thought they were in such control, then they blew that big team fight. But then they managed to just sit back and grind it out.
Well, aside from the one fight at Dragon, which they lost, which let GBT back in the game a little bit, SK did an exceptional job of knowing when to fight and when not to fight. Obviously, they weren't trying to fight when they were checking the Dragon, kind of sweeping after wards, and they clearly didn't expect GBT to be there at the Dragon fight. But then after Nif got picked by the three ultimates bottom, they just had a really good sense of when to fight, especially at level 1 at the Dragon. And then when they were sieging down that tower, I'm still pretty confident that SK was just killing time at that tower and they weren't actually going to dive into them. And yeah, GBT made the misstep of, forcing into there. So GBT went into two kind of big game-changing situations, and that's when they were sieging down SK's mid tower in the mid game, which they lost 4 people and gave up Baron.
You need to join.
And then the second misstep was in bottom lane up near the base turret of GBT, where Aurelia kind of dove through the turret against 5 people. And those are the 2 big plays that I think really decided the game.
Jack, you just need to join here.
Okay.
It would be Mistral SK.
I bet.
There you are.
I'm there. We can go, I hope. That would be awesome.
No, I think they're just going to switch the first pick round. Looks like SK are going to have the first pick.
Okay.
So they're going to do the usual shuffle. If you were up against, I know you obviously don't know a great deal against Mistral, but if you were up against SK, what would you be banning?
I would definitely ban Cassiopeia
Mhm.
against Ocelot. Honestly, I think their bans that game are pretty good. I would generally try to ban Cassiopeia, Kassadin, because Ocelot's also really strong on that. And Ocelot, he is the captain of that team, and I think he makes a lot of the calls. So if you can make him a little bit uncomfortable, which is what you should probably aim to do, that's probably your best bet. So I would ban those 2, and then I really don't know what my third ban would be against them. What was the third ban last game? Do you remember?
Now, if only I'd wrote them down. See, I'd prepared to write them down, and then things kind of went
that's right.
south, and I've just not written them down. So
Right.
So that's going to actually screw me later on, I think. But Karthus was SK's first ban, I know that.
Yeah. They banned Karthus, Gangplank, and something else. I remember 4 of the 6 bans. It's unfortunate.
There was something targeted towards one of the GBT players, and I can't think what it was. I don't know. Okay,
Well,
I guess
I'll write the bans down this game.
someone somewhere's probably wrote them down on Reddit, so you would probably be able to check on there, because they tend to follow it. If you haven't been on, there is a big thread on Reddit, guys. It's Kings of Europe tonight with Demon Chat and Skara. We haven't got Skara on here just yet. I'm waiting for him to respond. He is probably streaming again. He's probably like, because I think he's just like started streaming again today, and he's got like massive comments and everything, so he's probably just like in his element right now.
And he's watching the chat, and everyone's talking to him, and he's such a nice guy that he'll have to respond to all.
Yeah, and he really is a nice
just
guy.
go on for a while.
We're ready. The players are ready. Excellent. So, flip of a coin. That's what they were talking about. The who decides who is left and right. Chips and Noya flipping the coin in the studio. So, the good old coin toss, as it was in the tournament. So,
and we're in. All right, and no one pick Oriana, and we're good.
yes, let's hope Oriana doesn't get picked. I wonder if Mistral were aware of that from the last game. Or the rest going to go, no, as soon as he gets picked. So first ban going to be coming out from SK. Obviously they are going to go pick some bans. Let's actually make this screen a little bit bigger for you guys at home so you can kind of see what's happening.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I was hearing about this earlier. Mistral is really, really good, even though they may not be that well known. I heard from some other sources that they are perhaps M5's biggest rival in Europe. So I expect this game to be really competitive.
So Cassiopeia is banned out. Tryndamere banned out, actually. We saw pretty much a hyper Tryndamere against Dignitas from SK, wasn't it? And in the very first game when they did that dunk strat that kind of worked, but it didn't.
Tryndamere went a little ridiculous that game.
They said it would have worked if it wasn't for that pesky Tryndamere. But Kali banned out. Okay, I'm trying to think back of the games that I've covered when Mistral used to be Lithuanian. What actually they played, and it's probably about 2 months ago, I think it was, since I last saw them. So I'm not 100%. They were definitely in the qualifiers for Kiev. I seem to recall them in.
And I'm waiting for teams here. I'm waiting for Purple Team to start banning Sona, because it's pretty much a guaranteed first pick for Blue Team to pick Sona in almost every game. So I'm really confused why Purple just doesn't just block that strategy.
Okay, Riven banned out. Shaco banned out there. Shaco, actually, I recall from seeing the comments, I plow through all the comments after Kiev, and a lot of people are like, oh my god, Shaco's not being banned out, not being picked. He's kind of would have been one of those solo queue heroes of late, flavor of the month, I guess you could call it.
He really is a solo queue hero, and he definitely has a place in ranked 5v5 teams, but it's not nearly at the level that it is in solo queue. The disorganization that he causes is a little too much for the solo queue game.
So
now here I expect a Sona, unless they did it last game, first pick. I'd expect them to do it again. But they're taking their time, so you never know.
I was just wondering if Karthus was available.
That also makes a lot of sense, because Karthus is pretty much banned all the time, and he made it through this round. So,
and I mean, I wonder if we're going to see Mistral pick Mordekaiser here. Obviously, we.
Just to try to push back the lane. I think Mordekaiser is an acquired taste.
Well,
I think it takes a little bit.
I'm just going by that Reginald obviously had Karthus as the last match
from
in Kiev.
Finals in Kiev.
Yeah, like you say, very much an acquired taste. So at the moment, we're just waiting for Mistral to go for their first picks. I'd expect them to probably go with the support and the carry. So maybe they're going to steal away Sona. I'm not too sure. So
yeah, they're also taking their time. I'm wondering if they have, because there are things that can kind of beat up on Karthus in lane, and Ryze is pretty darn good against him. So we'll see if they do something like a Ryze Sona here. Yeah.
Very well called. So immediately, I mean, would SK like build around? And the fact they picked Karthus early on, they've shown their hand very early on. They didn't want to take it away from them.
But the thing is, MTL counterpicked the lane almost immediately. So they're trying to leave as few things up to be countered as possible, because SK showed their hand earlier with Ryze. They said, with Karthus. So Mistral said, all right, we're countering that with Ryze, and now we're picking the best support. So your move.
So So it is going to be Ramos in the jungle this time around. I thought we might get it last time. Candy Panic almost insta-locking in Tristana. So he's happy.
Yeah, he was really
with that.
excited for that, which is why I don't know why Tristana necessarily. I mean, other than that, it's his favorite AD carry. All of the ADs are up right now, and I'm a little curious as to why he didn't do something like Sivir or Graves.
Which has just been picked up. So Sivir's Sona lane is a very strong lane indeed. Down
Really,
the bottom there.
really, really strong. Yeah.
And,
MTL, like right now, those 4 picks are really, really strong. Like those are. Yeah, I'm a little scared of MTL right now with those picks.
So Lee Sin in the jungle, he can easily be ganking. What will they use up top lane? We're going to see SK's final picks. Let's see. Decide to lock in. Bit of a discussion going on in MTL
Well,
here.
Gangplank is not banned. I don't know if Kevin plays him. I know they banned him last game against GBT, so I'm not sure if they actually like playing Gangplank, but he is available, and he would be a strong kind of, because the thing here is MTL hasn't picked their top lane yet, so you don't want to pick something. You can't pick something that's easily counterable top. So Gangplank is a safe pick because there's very few things he loses to, and also York is another safe pick. But York Karthus is also it's kind of the double zombie Karthus. He will be able to sit with his Eon for about 12 seconds if you have York, but it doesn't look like they're going that way. So another Volibear maybe. That's interesting. Even though he went 1-4 last game, I guess they're still super confident with him.
Yeah, with
Alright.
Irelia open as well. Like you say, Gangplank open. There's quite a lot to choose from the top there. So MTL could. I think that MTL are going to be feeling happy with their team right now.
They are, and I'm curious what they're going to lane against Volibear. The interesting thing, I don't know necessarily about the Euro meta, but Volibear is almost never seen. So this is another one of those sort of innovation things where you might win the lane or the game just based on the fact that other teams don't necessarily know how to play against your characters. And that might be what SK is going for. That's a very strange comp from SK. Whereas MTL is much more kind of just strong and standard.
They've got a strong ganking potential down the bottom. They've obviously got the Taric stun opener. The Candy Panda could easily jump on someone, slow them. You got Sleazy Weezy could come out, stun them, taunt them, etc. And obviously, of course, Ocelot will be able to follow up with his ulti. So there's a lot of ganking potential down the bottom. It could be a case of, okay, Kevin, you're just going to be sustaining on the top lane all on your own. Oh, it could be against an AD cannon up top. Oh, yeah, it will be. It'll be.
Thinking that's just AP cannon, and man, I really like MTL's picks. I don't know that much about the team, but I really like the way they've picked this game. They managed to get Sona. They managed to have their choice of lanes in both solo lanes, and they managed to pick their AD after SK picked their AD. So they actually essentially got their choice of characters against every lane matchup. Even their jungle got to pick after Rammus. Like they got their choice of pretty much whatever they wanted to do. So if they mess up this game, it's not because of their picks, I don't think.
It's just a case of messing up the game.
Yeah. Or I mean, I guess they could mess up their picks, but they counterpicked like beautifully. So let's just hope that their hunches and their lanes actually play out the way they think they will.
Well,
I don't really see what Volibear would ever be able to do to Kennen, because Lightning Rush, I wish I knew the exact numbers on it, but it might be faster than because Volibear is 45%. I'm gonna look this up right now. The speed buff on Kennen's Lightning Rush, because that'll mean if Kennen's Lightning Rush is faster than Volibear's Q, then there's no way Kennen's ever gonna die.
Chips has just said there's no Oriana, we're safe. The French commentators are happy. Yeah, in fact, you preempted my question. I was going to ask you about the Kennen Volibear up the top lane there. So it's I've never honestly
Kennen's
seen
base
it in
movement speed is doubled from Lightning Rush, so yes, that would be faster than 45% increase. So yeah, I don't see, unless Rammus, if he just wards, so their purple side to their top, if all he does is wards the triangle bush and plays semi-conservatively, last hitting with Qs, there's no way Rammus or Volibear can ever gank top. So the fact that you bring Volibear to overgank the lane is completely destroyed by Kennen. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
And even Sleazy Weezy powerballing out of the jungle is not going to really slow Kennen down a great deal. It's not going to be able to hold him, pin him down enough that he's may get a kill on him, but I think he's going to be able to escape from it. So it's really going to be pinned down surely on the bottom lane. They're going to be looking towards either ganking, and maybe even mid as well, of course. Don't forget towards Ocelot. Ocelot won his lane in the last game. From a level 1 perspective, pretty strong SK team compared. I mean, you've got obviously a lot of hit points with Sleazy, and of course what would he start in jungle? I mean, if he was maybe even thinking of going for level 1 fight, would he think of taking something different, or would he just go with go with what you're going to be at level with at the end of the day?
Oh, the Rammus in the jungle?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there by something, but I'm back now. Yeah, if they go for level 1, you probably do want to take Powerball or even Taunt. But if you're going to the jungle, you want to skill W first. So this is a situation where, and everyone should do this, by the way, but most players don't. You don't skill anything until you're absolutely certain what's going on. So if they're roaming at level 1, he shouldn't skill anything until they're absolutely certain that they're going in for an engage, because his defensive ball curl is the best skill to start with in the jungle. Whereas if they want to, force a fight at level 1, it's going to be the Powerball or his Taunt.
And actually,
So, yeah.
I don't think MTL will look for a team won't fight either. They've got a pretty weak level 1 hit point wise compared to SK, so I don't even think they're going to look for it.
So maybe we'll see SK try to take it to them a little bit, because that's what SK did in the last game. They invaded the jungle and got 3 kills. That wasn't a counter invade kill or anything.
Yeah, it was around the
So
back
they might try to
side of
take some
red.
advantages. I do agree. SK's got a substantially stronger level 1 this game.
So let's see what they do. This is the second match, ladies and gentlemen. If you've missed the first one, SK took that one. It was against GBT, so they are 1-0 up currently. And Moscow 5 also in the same group, 1-0 up, beating Mistral Gaming here, who we're going to see against SK Gaming. Meanwhile, also happening is going to be GBT versus Moscow 5. We will be hopefully getting the replays of those games, so you're not completely missing out on them. We will try to put some commentary over those replays as well, and you'll be able to catch them on Chips and Noise YouTube channel, as well as my YouTube channel, which is for D-Man. Of course, this is going to be Jat and D-Man bringing the action. Hopefully, Skara will wake up from his streaming glory that he's in. I think he's just in a happy place right now. I think this is the first day he's been streaming, isn't it?
Yeah, he tried long ago to stream, and his computer would overheat after about 25 minutes. So that ended quickly. And yeah, now this is his first day officially streaming with his new computer. So
he's in a happy place.
Yeah.
And Clairvoyance picked up by both teams this time. We saw obviously SK with it just last team. No teleports either between either, so they're going to be able to spot those dragons pretty early on to see the tops come down. I'm really intrigued by this volley bear cannon. I've just no idea whether it's going to be an AD or an AP cannon at the top there.
I'm feeling it's going to be AP, because that's just the standard. That's just the standard thing you do on cannon. You have tons of AD damage because you have a full AD jungler and you already have Sivir, so you don't want to get too much AD. If they do it this way, they'll have 2 AD and 2 AP, and their damage will be spread out a little better, just from a team perspective. Plus, in lane, I don't think Ken will have any problems whatsoever dealing with Volibear. So I feel like he's going to go AP.
Of course, we could always get what Moscow 5 did and completely switch the lanes around all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Completely catch us out. So I need to just adjust that screen. So if I go to that one and it goes all blank, wonderful. So we just don't worry, guys.
I actually have to work for this one. I have to look at my own stuff.
You're actually here, yeah.
Stream. Yeah.
No, just sitting back and relaxing. So you're actually gonna have to look around the map. So pings went down there actually, and it was Mistral or Mistral. I'm not sure it was Mistral or Mistral. Mistral. I'm sure people have opinions. And actually, I pulled Freak up on some of his enunciations of the heroes, because obviously once he does his Summoner Showcase, that's kind of the name.
Yeah, it's locked in.
Yeah.
It's like that's what you're supposed to call it now.
Which is obviously Szechuani's a prime example of that.
Szechuani.
So we do have a invade from Mistral here. They've come in close. Didn't see where the CVs went down. We have SK stacking up also on the bush.
Yeah. This is odd. A lot of the things that people have been doing in solo queue lately, since everyone is wanting to take the double golems first, is the blue side will actually wait in that triangle bush, and we might have a fight here. This is getting scary. He's gonna throw a Q into this bush and see them.
He does. Layways goes down. They immediately back away from that one wisely. So didn't use the CV. Didn't have to use it. Could easily just go in there and put the Layways down. Gives him immediate vision, and looks like Mistral are going to back straight out of that one. Sleeper is
Getting a little greedy there.
kind of just
He doesn't want to give up the double golems. He's like, don't give them an early lane advantage. No, but he's got to give it up. He has no choice.
And what sort of advantage do you feel it gives you? Obviously, we always said. In fact, it took quite a while before the bottom AD lane actually started taking these
Going in
golems
for
early.
it again. It gives a huge advantage. It was even more so before they nerfed the experience a little bit, but just the fact that they hit level 2 first is huge.
Oh, we got
This
Ocelot coming
is
around the side there
ugly.
as well. Layway's going through the wall there. That's surely going to catch Mistral out there. Not too sure they're going to pull a kill out of this one. But Pepper surely will go down prepared. Down. Sleeper also is not going to be able to flash out of this one. Yes. No. Ocelot follows through. Layway's and says, thank you very much. We'll eventually get him. And that's a double kill for Ocelot in the start. And as Rise in mid, Angus is going to be like, oh my god, what have you just done to me?
What have you just done to the game? They had such good picks, and I mean, they're important for getting double golems, but they knew that was going to be a disaster. I don't know why they invaded like that. That was I'm sad. Look top here, though. We could potentially see a Volibear kill.
Yeah, we are staring at him at the moment. You can see that Lee Sin is in the jungle, in the bush just below. Has got red buff as well. Now he's going to go for it. Kennan's going to come down. Will he manage to land the stun on him? No, it's going to slow him enough. I think he's going to get away from it. Yeah, flash to use though, but it's not ideal. Let's look back towards the middle. Ocelot now has come back. He's got that Ruby Crystal already. Bunch of health pots. He's really going to be able to try and just bully Angus. Angus is going to need the blue buff here to try and compete.
Yeah, so that was a little odd. Sleazy actually started red buff, and it allowed him to kind of scare off. He didn't actually participate in level fight, so he's gonna be picking up blue here and be very low on health, and probably shop right after that.
Oh, well, Lee Sin just completely missing his cue there onto Kevin while Kevin was stood still.
Oh, no.
I think he was kind of predicting that he was going to walk forward. Sat there with the red buff, which has actually delayed him for quite a bit though, so he's only level 3. Sleazy has just pulled him back, so Sleazy's actually got a level on him because he was just hanging around, but don't worry, he soon caught that back up. Meanwhile, at the top there, like you say, I think Kevin's actually burned that flash already, which is why they were kind of sticking around, but you have that classic thing, and you as a jungler is like, you're in a prime position to talk with this, like the decision making between, do I hang around for a little bit longer, or am I just losing too much here?
Yeah, right. It's a really hard decision, especially on Lee Sin, because you're so dependent on the Q. So even if you stick around, there's still a chance you're gonna miss your Q and just completely waste your time. And I feel like once you burn that flash, and
Mid.
especially the mid.
Yeah, Ocelot, they've dived onto him there. He actually put the prison down.
Oh,
Oh,
he
Q
missed
missed
Q.
the game now. I'm not too sure whether Ocelot's going to walk away from this one. No, actually
got him.
turning around to put that wall of pain down. I'm not too sure if that was just that slight delay, but I don't think he was going to get away from it anyway. And that will be actually a prime kill, really. Unfortunately, it was Lee Sin that picked it up and not Rise, which would have been the ideal situation. But that's going to definitely bring MTL back into this one a little bit.
And here, Sleazy Weezy's in that bush, and Kennen does not realize it. They could definitely get a kill here. Yeah, he's going to be in trouble. Oh, why did Sleazy Weezy misplayed that gank? He needed to lead with his power. Does he have Powerball?
He does?
Yes, he has
Yeah.
Powerball. He needs to lead with Powerball and then taunt immediately as Kennen uses Lightning Rush. That's the only way they get a kill, but instead he led with taunt and never propped the slow from Powerball.
So, a fast-paced action start. The blue buff has been given to Rise now, so English is going to port back actually since he's picked that blue buff up. Ocelot is back in mid, has got that mana crystal as well, so just have a quick look down the bottom. No great advantage really given between that bottom lane, despite the fact it was Slepper. I think that's meant to be Sleeper, but Slepper, I'm not too sure. And Prepared. Slepper, I guess. Who knows with these Lithuanian names. And despite the fact it was the bottom lane that both died, no great advantage was given to the bottom lane. So
They're doing fairly well. To only be down 10 CS after giving up the double kill. Luckily, the double kill didn't go to bottom lane for them. I mean, obviously, Karthus is a hyper carry and is probably the worst person you can get 2 kills early. But as far as bottom, jump.
They're diving onto Slepper, and think now Lee Sin's coming in. He's going to shield him up there. Can't shield now. Candy Panda
Pan
taking
has
out
no
very low.
escapes.
Candy Panda will
Offense.
go down. Nif also very low. I'm not too sure he's going to be able to get away from this one. He's had to use that flash. Power cord had just come out, and he will back away. Meanwhile, in the middle, Ramos had also come out for a little poke towards Angus. Didn't want to pull away from it, and Sleazy Weezy's going to continue on his jungle. So now it's 2-2 all square, and actually advantage bottom lane is kind of working. So at the moment, Lee Sin is actually pulling those ganks out, helping out well. Angus trying to draw the attention down the bottom there, and Clairvoyant's immediately spotting them.
Sin is doing really, really well. Even with his kind of wasted time and failed gang top, he's pulled off a lot of successful plays. It also has to do with SK's kind of over-aggression. When Ocelot died at first in mid, he was pushed up far without any wards against, you know, Ryze Lee Sin. It worked out super easy. They just used the W on him and then ganked him in. And bottom lane was the same thing. Candy Panda was sieging the tower and jumping on top of people when he has no flash and no vision on Lee Sin.
Oh,
so
got a
they were
dive
kind
up
of
top.
asking for those deaths.
Yeah, we're looking like a dive up top. We can see Lee Sin's got in position. Kevin's almost certain of it, but he's actually, they're both backed away. His blue buff is due to spawn. And whether Karthus has it, no, he doesn't. So they've moved him for a blue buff here, Mistral. So
It's not coming up though. They, if you remember, Rammus
Yes,
started
he
red
was
and
slow,
cleared
wasn't he?
blue at 3 minutes. So if they want to wait there, they're going to have to waiting a bit, and they're wasting a bunch of time going here. This is what's interesting about running non-conventional jungle routes. While it set Rammus behind a little bit by starting red and having to stop after blue, it threw the other team off substantially. And bottom lane, oh dear.
Oh, and he does pick up the kill. Candy Panda's, the dot ended up finishing the kill off there. Snapper actually almost got Nif down. Oh, he's just jumped straight towards it. That might actually put them in a bad position, jumping in towards that many minions. Obviously, the damage bounced between them, but Candy Panda will manage to help that one on. Nif was taken very low in amongst all that one, but that's another kill down the bottom lane. 3-2 the kills, so that will be Candy Panda picking up that kill. He needed that one down the bottom as well, because he was in danger.
As soon as I was looking top lane, I saw the Karthus ult going down. I was like, why are they doing that?
Yeah.
And saw just the end of the bottom lane kill.
Immediate reaction. Lee Sin at the moment in golems. I'm expecting him to go back towards Kevin, and he is indeed. He has that red buff. Kevin at the
He
moment,
actually has no wards top.
he has
but
one
there's
on him.
obviously no Lee Sin knowing that, so he's going to try to run in through the bush gank.
Rammus
Neither team actually has wards top.
I think
so.
Rammus actually might do
Here
it.
we
Oh,
go.
they dive straight for him. Rammus is just there. Kevin's actually going to get caught out. That will be an easy kill for Mistral at the top lane now. So that will be picking on Volibear. The kill actually went to... it was Lee Sin again, so Lee Sin 201 at the moment in that jungle. He's been doing a good gank. Now we've got Rammus. Now the blue buff is up. And I
Now they
think
have
they've
the
just
time.
spotted Ocelot backing away. Yeah, they're going straight down for it. The ward is in that jungle. And you can see they've warded it up. He's going to come straight around towards Ocelot. Ocelot immediately lay away. So actually going to try and go for the gank, but he's just going to dash straight away.
They're really just trying to stall. At least MTL is trying to stall until Ryze is able to run to blue. Then they're really going to try to take it. And now it's up to SK to stall for Volibear to get there. So I want to see how this plays out.
And they're going to pull it out. You can see Angus is just around that corner. They're actually going to dive for the kill there. Going to go for Ocelot. Ocelot's surely the target. And amongst all that one, he will flash out. Ignite going down. I'm not too sure. I think the health will just about tack away. Volibear does come back in there. Easy peasy will go down. This time it's going to be Svenska. Oh, Lee Sin does get taken down. Doesn't quite manage to get the stun on Kevin, which is what they wanted. Kevin, surely just one spell. Oh, he's tower dived enough. He has just about survived. Volibear goes down. Will they manage to get anything back on Extinct? Extinct is sticking around. He knows that Ocelot's very low. He's going to try and get him shuriken through the bush, and Ocelot was kind of ready for that one. He has got that warding bush, so he kind of warned him about it. Meanwhile, down the bottom there, we're actually trading blows as well in amongst that. I can see the health bars going back and forth, but this is a pretty close game between these two. 4-5.
And after all that happens, blue buff's still alive.
Yeah,
so.
it's still there, yeah.
A fighting arena, not actually a blue buff.
Wow, so very close stuff between these two. And really, how do you think that could have played out any better, really, for either Mistral or SK? Because it was kind of an even trade.
Both really had a plan for what they wanted to do, and there weren't necessarily misplays on either side. They both kind of successfully stalled long enough, so it would become an actual 3v3. And it was just, you know, Lee Sin actually landing all of his skill shots and managing to pick up some quick kills. And 2 for 1, you know, very, very close to get 2 for 1 with both players on MTL getting away with about 10 or 15% health. So that was just a really close fight on both sides. I think both teams knew that going in, and they just went for it. And MTL came out a little bit on head.
And the big thing is the red buff actually from Lee Sin traded, but they immediately got it straight back. So now it's Angus with the red buff and the blue buff on in mid.
Oh, really? Yes. So powerful Ryze, and especially this is one of the things that Ryze can do, which makes him stronger than so many other laners. Since he's really based off of mana and not AP, he gets to build those things like an early Negatron cloak, which just gives him this large advantage in lane. So he's going to be able to bully Karthus pretty hard in lane here. And he does have the ward on the one side. If they get a ward on the other side, then he can bully without any fear.
Kevin having to back away from that one. He does have a ward down river now, so he is well aware of Lee Sin coming up. Meanwhile, down the bottom, let's have a look towards the CS with these two ADs. Well, it is 70 Severe and Candy Panda with 88, so slight advantage. Did have that kill on him earlier on. But, they've got 1 kill apiece. And at the moment, Candy Panda is kind of bullying that lane, so we're going to have to keep our eye on that one because I feel that currently the mid's pretty even. The top lane's definitely been winning.
Tower dive here.
Total tower dive. Prepared has backed away from that. The ultis, Karthus will finish off the job though, and that will almost take down Stepper as well. Meanwhile, that is going to be an invade from SK. They're going to try and finish off Stepper. Surely will be a just jump from Candy Panda.
I'm expecting him to jump. I don't. There it is.
He will. I'm not sure if he's got enough. No, he doesn't. Oh, meanwhile, down the bottom there, it's going to be Svenska actually that's coming back around. Not too sure. He's gone 1v3. He needs Rise to join him. I'm not too sure if he quite have enough. Oh, he tried to ult on Candy Panda. The heal though from Candy Panda will keep him in it, and that was kind of a suicidal dive there. I'm not sure.
That was a very good kill bait by Candy Panda. It's an art to keep yourself low enough and know exactly when you're gonna die, or at least be in danger of dying, and keep yourself low enough to make people overcommit on you just so you can blow your heal. And I imagine, especially with all the tower diving and all the crazy things that happened just before that, when you're coming into gank as a person like Lee Sin, you're not expecting the other guy to still have his defensive summoners up. So he got really baited by Candy Panda still having heal there.
And it's one of those things that I guess players have had to get used to, because heal hasn't commonly been used. Obviously it has done since the summoner change, but before that it was just like, you've got heal? Really? What the hell? But it's something that kind of baits, still baits even the professional players into it.
And I have to say, MTL must be really kicking themselves, or Mistral must be really kicking themselves over that level 1 play, because if it wasn't for that, I feel like they'd have a really commanding lead. If Karthus wouldn't have gotten those 2 early kills, Rise would be demolishing him in lane, because he's beaten him in lane even though Karthus started 2-0. And, you know, global gold and everything, MTL would have a big advantage if they didn't give up those 2 early kills.
So it's looking like a dragon possibly coming here. He just saw Nif, and immediately that's a case of pink ward going down from MTL there and clearing it out. Kennen is still up top, has pushed the lane completely. He's going to pull back. I reckon he's going to come straight back to down the bottom towards Dragon.
Giving Candy Panda red buff here.
Oh, Lee Sin actually soloing the Dragon as well. And now we're seeing the ADs coming up, the support with him. So that's going to be Lee Sin taking this away. Will SK be able to react and do anything about it? I don't think they will. That's going to go down, and that will be first Dragon to MTL. And there goes the Clairvoyance and says, yep, he missed it. There's the timer. And clear things out. Anguish thought about going up top there, but has backed away. Between these, I mean, what do you think would be really the better late game? Assuming I think we're actually going to get to quite a late game in this one. This seems like it's going to go a long way.
It seems like it's close enough that it will definitely be able to stretch. Karthus is probably the biggest late game monster of all the AP carries, so you have to give advantage SK in that lane particularly. But also I've seen late game Sivir just do absolutely absurd things. Sivir Trist is probably pretty close trade-off, just because Trist gets 711 range or something at level 18 with her range increasing every level, whereas Sivir gets really, really high damage output, because a lot of people don't realize that W on Sivir, her Ricochet, is an auto attack reset. So late game when you have 400 AD, you get to essentially attack twice right after each other, and no other AD ranged carries have auto attack resets. So that's a big advantage for her. And Volibear is curious. I haven't seen enough of him to know how well he scales in the late game, and that's kind of a wild card. I'd give a slight edge to SK just because Karthus is a giant hyper carry.
So let's see how that one carries out. Ocelot, of course, did pick up those 2 very early kills, 3-1-2 at the moment. Obviously picking up one with his ulti, which is always one of those most annoying global ultis in the game. Just as you think you got away with it, no.
And bottom lane is going crazy again, and that hurts.
Candy Panda going down there. The ulti will come out from Karthus. It's not going to be enough. Nif's going to have to use his flasher, but I don't think it's quite been enough. Slepper will surely finish him off. One more basic attack. There it is.
Oh my
very
goodness,
well
and we
played.
missed the top kill as well.
And they did dive up top there. We can see Lee Sin also coming back onto a Sleazy Weezy ulti running, but I don't think King's going to be enough to keep him alive. Red buff ticking, and Lee Sin will pick up the kill. So I don't know if that was a double kill. Didn't see Volibear definitely went down.
4 kills in 2v2 lanes when Karthus assisted the team that died 4 times. So if that means anything for the end of the game and who's stronger, that means MTL is way stronger right now, because they won 2 2v2s with 400 damage or whatever Karthus ult is doing at this point, hitting everyone, and they still won 4-0.
So very nicely played. Will they be able to follow it up? We saw so often over in Kiev. Once that advantage was garnered, it was just driven home by the teams, and it's something that really they've started to execute so very well. And at the top there, that top tower looking like it's going to go down here. Lee Sin will finish it off, so that will be first tower down, and advantage continues to stretch in MTL's favour. Blue buff is up, and now MTL closing in on it. It's only a 2v3 at the moment up the top there. Lee Sin has managed to put that ward down. He's going to have to dash away. He waits his time for Extinct now. I don't think he's good enough to get out of this one. Lee Sin
could turn this.
Rise is going to come into the round side. There's Sleazy Weezy taking him down very low. Oh, and that's going to be perfectly placed. He will get the kill, and he gets away with it. I cannot believe the balls on that man. He just easily uses his armor shred and just walks
in and helps
away.
Blue. Problem.
No problem at all. Actually, he stole the blue as well, because obviously Rise already had it on him. So he used the blue and taking the wolves away. So full invade. Sleazy Weezy's just had to relegate himself. Meanwhile, back down the bottom there, Nif having to use that
like
defensive
SK is going to be taking down the tower bottom shortly, but at the same time, I feel like the Sipper has absolutely won this lane.
They thought about diving onto Rise there on tower, and Lee Sin actually had to back away from that one. Rise just put the prison down, but it was just about enough to hang on in there. I think he was expecting Lee Sin to come on in. Rise, actually, Lee Sin on a full-on counter assault now, wanting to clear out the entire jungle. And down the bottom, it's actually slowly swinging in MTL's favour as well, I feel.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Sivir got the 2 kills on the very last dive when the 4 people on SK died. Just over-aggressive by SK. They dove onto the tower with the Karth assault and got it turned around for a double kill somehow. They're just, you know, Candy, I guess he's known for getting big advantage and then is kind of recklessly jumping into teams. At least that's what I've seen in the past. He will recklessly jump into people a lot of times when he doesn't need to, and his over-aggression really hurt him there. And I mean, this has been, what, 5 kills in a row back-to-back for MTL, and they got the dragon. They are in a pretty commanding position right now.
Very strong position. That mid turret also almost down as well, so that would be the second turret down for MTL. Let's have a quick look down the bottom. Oh, the ping goes down. They know that Sleazy Weezy's there, so they're not going to die for it. But I think Angus might be able to finish this turret off. Yes, he will. And now he's going to turn straight towards Rise. There applies a hammer on down here. And Lee Sin actually comes in just about perfect timing. He will take a lot of damage from those layways. Be wise to back away from that one. Meanwhile, we've also got Kevin having to back away from Extinct. Ulti going out. Not too sure it's going to be enough to do anything. No, it will not be. Oh, wow. Sivir was very low there. 120 health. Actually, they're going to follow on this with an invade, try and take those raids down, and just drive home the advantage. This is what we've talked about. You know, teams are starting to really press home that advantage they get. Sleazy Weezy is spinning on towards Lee Sin. I think he's going to get caught out here. He's dead. Yeah, very aggressive. Actually used his ulti. He's going to continue to steal the red. Will he get away from it? I'm not too sure. The stun will come out. That's going to be the end of him. Tarek's stun. Yeah, there goes the lane waste. Ocelot picks it.
To Karthus, so that's not good by any means. Now, he did have a 4-level advantage on Rammus before that invade, and he gave a little bit of that back right there.
So, down the top lane, you can see that Extinct has actually just shredded half the hit points off that inner turret already. So while all that fight was going on, they were just pushing that advantage. And of course, end of the game is all about taking turrets, taking that Nexus down. So, bottom lane is the first turret for SK though. And this is a very even game between them. I actually suspected it would be as well.
Yeah, this is great. This is a very competitive game, and I love the fact that we have a Volibear in the game, because you don't see how that plays out. And this looks like a quick Dragon Sneak if they get enough damage in, because they caught everyone at SK in the shot.
Yep, and they will take that one way before Ocelot even returns. There goes Clairvoyance, and they say, yep, that's the second one we've completely missed. Very nice.
That was a really good Dragon Rush by MTL, and just bad timing on SK for when they were shopping. They must have not had an accurate timer on it, because when Lee Sin killed it, they had no wards, and they didn't see V until after it was dead. So they didn't know exactly when it was coming down, and MTL did. So they did a really good job of just rushing it with 3 people and not really worrying about anything.
Now the one big thing going for SK here is that the fact that Ocelot is 4-1-2. He's already got that Rod of Ages complete. Yeah. That will be, I didn't actually catch the time of when he got it complete, but he's definitely going to be well on the way to stacking up. Let's have a look.
That is the one thing SK has going for them is Karthus. Pretty much everything else is going against them except for Karthus, which conveniently enough could be enough. Like, Karthus is insane, especially late game.
They thought about diving onto Slipper down the bottom there. Prepared actually was there, just a long way back. Clairvoyance goes down. They keep an eye on Sleazy Weezy, so they're just going to drive home an advantage. They've not really got a great deal to push at the moment, so it's a case of back to passive farming at the moment between the two teams.
And if you see bottom lane here, Candy just tanked the creep wave for a little while. This is, I'm sure a lot of people know this, but this is called freezing the lane, which unfortunately Tristan is bad at because the only way he clears creeps is with an AoE.
Yeah.
If it was any other AD carry, he would have been able to hold the lane at that exact point with how many creeps he had for, you know, a couple minutes, 3-4 minutes, which would have meant that MTL would have had to farm unsafely.
So, yeah,
Now
Candy
we're going to have a 5v5 coming bottom, I think.
And they have dived across. Crescendo goes across Nif. Nif is going to surely back away from this one. No, because Rise is there just about in time. Lee Sin comes in to protect them. Crescendo was wasted, though, just one person. But it doesn't matter because Kenon is there to completely get the stun straight across. Ocelot will go down Clev, and his ulti will manage to pick up the one kill. Only just, though. And Lee Sin also protecting there. And now I think Candy Panda is actually in a diveable position. He kind of should back away from this one. Yes, he will do. He immediately uses that jump to get away from there. They don't want to tank that turret. Just back away, clear out that wave, and wait for the minions to come. So MTL really driving home that advantage. A 4-1 advantage in the kills there. That makes it 14-9. Puts the gold 5k up already. And, well, MTL looking very big in this game.
They just arrived to that fight a fraction sooner than SK did. And you saw after that Karth assault went down, MTL, all of them were pretty much below 30%, so it's not as if SK didn't do any damage. They just, MTL got the jump on them, and they were able to finish everyone off, whereas SK was just a little slow getting to the fight and couldn't get those last hits on the champions.
And stealing the blue away once again is
Gotta
Angus.
hurry. He's a little scared. Alright, he got it.
Should be good. Yeah, he's going to walk away. And Sleazy knows that that one is a lost cause, so he won't bother chasing that. So he said, look, even the ping going, lol, 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 we've just stole that. Just backing away. So, 22 minutes in, what do you think SK are going to try and do to react to this one? They realise the game is probably slowly slipping away. They have got double Shurelya's Reverie though, which is can speed things up considerably, especially for Tristana. Volibear could go steaming in there with that on, but which is actually pretty good for your support and your jungler to have. In fact, what do you think of even the double Shurelya's Reverie? We've seen like double, triple, quadruple Shurelya's Reverie on some teams. It obviously adds a great amount of mobility, etc.
It does, especially with a team like Rammus Volibear, who's all about engaging and getting picks, which SK has not been able to do yet this game. And you actually saw a couple seconds ago there, MTL was actually pinging Baron, and I'm pretty sure that wasn't a ping, hey, we should do Baron. That was a, hey, SK is going to try for this soon. Because that's what SK is going to try to do. They're going to try to get that double Reverie in, maybe get a pick or two, and then go straight to Baron. Because nobody kills Baron faster than Karthus. And that's the big fear MTL has right now. And that's what SK really has to do to get back their gold advantage and what they're down right now.
They're going to try and cut off Volibear. I'm not too sure if they're going to do it. Yeah, they realise he's backing away.
But now they caught Candy Panda going bot lane, and they're just going to put pressure on Baron and hopefully force SK to run into them and fight here.
They are going to catch out. They've managed to get the stun onto Nif. Crescendo goes across. Nif goes down instantly. Ocelot will follow. And he's going to try and put as much layways down on them as they pass through. I think it's going to be many, many deaths. Yes, it will be. That ulti is going to do nothing, I'm afraid. And that will be MTL picking up a 3-0. Like you say, they caught Candy Panda down the bottom there, baited them into it. Had it warded up because they'd just been round there for blue. And that is going to be an easy Baron. And an MTL are looking very strong. This is going to put SK in a dangerous
That was really
position.
well done. It's unfortunate for SK because they're running all these characters that are meant to initiate and catch people out of position, but they're the ones getting caught out of position. So, like Rammus and Volibear are very good initiators, but they're not very good counter initiators. So when they get jumped on, there's really not that much they can do, and that's what MTL just keeps doing. They just keep jumping on top of SK and crushing them in team fights.
Meanwhile, Candy Panda does farm. This mid turret is going to get pushed on. No AD carries though, and they actually put a bit of damage down to a Kevin there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ryze is the slowest tower pusher in the game, since all tower damage is calculated off AD and AP, and Ryze builds mana.
Yeah,
so he doesn't exactly do anything.
If Lee Sin would have stuck with them now, I think they actually probably could have got the kill there, which is kind of probably what Angus was pinging. So like, we could
I think
have
you're
had
right, yes. Yeah, they could have gotten another kill, and then probably even taken the tower. But, you know, a little bit of miscommunication. Oh well, they're playing it safe. If you look, they're shopping now, because, you know, 1,600 gold on Sivir. Everyone else just bought their items. They have huge gold advantages across the board. Ryze already over 10,000 gold, so he's even 1,500 ahead of Karthus, which is impressive. And yeah, Sivir's got, what, 1,600 gold on Candy Panda? And once you get IEPD, he is really dangerous because he's got his 2 big tier 3, you know, AD items, and he's going to be chunking people right now.
As Infinity Edge fans have done, so for anyone not in with the lingo.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you got to realise that the viewer base of 25,000 is something that a lot of people talk about. You know, the top players also, they don't go in depth enough with the commentary, but you got to realise there's a lot of people watching this, from say a 12-year-old kid to a 50-year-old guy watching on his plasma to some 20, 25-year-old engineering sort of master's degree that wants to know every stat going. It's a wide-ranging audience, which is why we try to, I wouldn't say dumb it down, but we tried to cover it. Candy Panda's going to get caught well out of position here. They're going to flash straight through from me. Candy Panda will go down there,
Oh dear.
and that could spell the end for SK.
This is going to cost them most likely an inhibitor.
And meanwhile, down the bottom as well, Sleazy Weezy also being driven away by Lee Sin. Lee Sin 4 levels ahead of Sleazy Weezy at the moment. Both these two junglers, of course, with that Baron back in towards the mid. They're going to just keep driving on. Actually, Prepared is backing away. I'm not sure why.
What Sona's doing.
Yeah. Decided.
She's speeding up the creeps.
Ah.
She ran to the creeps to give them E.
Meanwhile, down the bottom, Lee Sin is
Just so you get to the tower
push.
faster. That is clever. I have not seen that before.
So they will dive in. Oh, Ocelot's actually been caught out there, and he will get insta-pop by Angush. Doesn't really worry about the lay waste that's going to come down. That will be Ocelot down. Candy Pandas hasn't spawned yet, just about come back up. That's going to be, like you say, the tower and possibly the inhibitor. Meanwhile, Lee Sin continuing to pester down the bottom here as well. He's looking like he's going to take that outer turret, inner turret as well. There goes, and the... and the Prepared getting that bug that you get on Sona, which is the power cord coming out like multiple times sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. So remember when we mentioned how MTL got to...
Nif.
Oh no. Remember how we were saying how MTL got to essentially pick all of their lane matchups exactly how they wanted? It looks like they picked right, because you saw how quickly Rise just destroyed, and here they just go again, right into the base.
And
There's the
GG,
shot.
surrender
How
vote.
quickly Rise destroyed Karthus there when they were pushing into the base. Every matchup played out properly for them. They had the early game disadvantage, but it didn't matter because all of their picks were countering what they were going up against. So SK just kind of slowly lost the game.
So,
Really well done by MTL.
I mean, really, they drove it home. They had it was very even, and actually SK kind of had a slight disadvantage for a while. We talked about, obviously, Ocelot being pretty well fed, but really he just could do nothing about it. They just caught them out of position, and it all came from those... Effectively, there's two blue fights they had. The fights over at blue, which kind of went...
Yeah, the blue fights definitely all went in MTL's favor, and also I think the over-aggressiveness of SK bottom. Because while they did get a couple kills based on their... like, Sivir and Sona both died at level 1, so you almost felt like SK would just be able to win that lane by default. But instead, Candy Panda was constantly just pushed up right to the tower, and then, you know, Goomba hopping on top of them, and it just wasn't working. And they let Sivir right back into the game. She ended up 7-1-5 with, you know, equal CS and substantially better items, and that shouldn't be able to happen when they give up a double kill at level 1.
And the big difference as well, Sleazy Weezy was way behind Lee Sin on Rammus.
Absolutely, and I'm actually not even sure necessarily how that happened, because I don't remember Sleazy Weezy's ganks necessarily failing. So either he spent too much time... He actually did the same thing in the last game, if you remember. He was half CS of Lee Sin in the previous game. He was Lee Sin, and the other guy was Nocturne, and it was like 95 CS to 40. And it seems like that just happened again. He just fell behind the other jungler.
Just fell
Obviously, all of Lee Sin's ganks were working, which gives you tons of experience. But yeah, Rammus, he just underperformed. He didn't get off successful ganks, and he got way behind.
So, SK now 1-1. That makes Mistral 1-1 as well. Mistral going to be playing GBT next. I'm not too sure on the Moscow 5 result. Hopefully we'll be able to catch...
Looks like that game might already be over.
It is?
Yeah, it is. M5 won again. So
we'll jump straight across to that one. And I guess it will be SK Moscow 5 coming up next. Yep, they're already in there, ready and waiting.
M5's ready to go.
Yeah.
2-0 already. Ready to beat up on some more SK, apparently.
I'm guessing they beat GBT since it was a very quick game, unless they got completely rolled by GBT, which...
Well, it's looking like they kind of rolled GBT. I'm seeing a 6-0-3 Lee Sin from Diamond Devs. I'm just looking at the match histories here. Gangplank 0-0-1, so apparently he didn't really have to do anything. He just sat top lane, and then the rest of the game won. Alex each 4-1 Mordekaiser, so... And then what was their bot lane? Genja Tarek, and their carry...
Genja's the AD,
AD
yeah.
Cannon. Yeah, sorry.
AD
I meant
Cannon,
Gosu
yeah.
Pepper Tarek. They did Tarek Cannon bottom, Mordekaiser mid, Gangplank top, and Lee Sin jungler. And it looks like they stomped all over them. I only saw 2 deaths for the whole team, so it looks like that was a very one-sided game. So I guess I'm glad we casted the other one, because that last game was very
A
competitive.
stomp, yeah. Let's have a look at Diamond, actually. He was the man of the match, or MVP, I guess, of the tournament. I kind of think Darian maybe should have had it, but it's always good to see a jungler get it. But, I mean, anything can we see his runes, actually? Actually, funny I should mention that. You've obviously been to tournaments. Do you keep your runes on there? Because I noticed we were looking through the runes after, say, the group days, and I noticed Ocelot wipes his out, and Alex each wipes his out as well. They delete
That's
them
smart,
all.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of players. I mean, Candy Patterns, etc., was all in there, but I noticed a lot of the AP guys all deleted all their runes.
I don't necessarily think you need to delete your rune pages as long as you have a lot of them. Like, it's obviously, it takes a lot of time to set up rune pages. Whenever you're on the tourney realm, you have to set up your own new set of rune pages. But there's a couple of things that you have to keep in mind. And I was actually talking with Loco Doco about this at WCG, and some of the Korean teams got hurt for this because their rune pages, like, never name your rune pages after a champion, because that just automatically, you scout yourself for the other team, because all they have to do is look at your runes and go, oh, all he has is Kennen and Rise on his rune page. I know who we're going to ban and try to keep away from him, right?
Yeah.
So
for example, Darkness on Diamonds, I would guess it's probably going to be his Nocturne.
Yeah, that's probably a Nocturne page, and it's but the thing about him is he has enough rune pages that you're not really going to gain anything by looking at them. We're at a point where you can't really do anything too, innovative with rune pages. It's all pretty standard at this point. So I don't think clearing your rune pages is necessary as long as you have enough rune pages, and it's not just like, oh, I have Udyr rune page and then every other jungler, which I did, and that was a mistake at a tournament once. I actually had 2 rune pages, and they were called Udyr and not Udyr. Those are the only 2 I used.
Udyr and not Udyr. So, I mean, you seen anything from Diamond's runes here? Because this is obviously his, the exact same runes he would have used in Kiev. This is the same client, etc. Anything that particularly that's standing out on you? I don't know how good your Russian is on these, some of these ones. I'm guessing Draken is possibly going to be maybe Shyvana.
Draken? Yeah, that is his Shyvana page.
Yeah.
I actually stole this from him, and I've been playing it a little bit in solo queue. It's interesting how all his rune pages, except his Shyvana page, have magic resistance, pretty much. Almost all of them. But his Shyvana page is actually full-on offense, aside from the armor yellows. The 5.7% attack speed from blues is a trade-off for his 13 magic resist, and I guess he just... he does that because he just wants that little bit of extra speed that lets him counter jungle, and that's a big debate I've always had kind of with myself when I'm looking at jungle rune pages, is whether you want to get the gold value for getting the magic resist or whether you just want to get the speed from going full on offense in your blue runes. And on Shyvana, he's definitely going for full speed with that attack speed.
So what's Medved going to be going towards, and Dorivo?
Medved, that looks like that is identical to what an Udyr rune page for me would look like. I don't know what junglers he would use it on necessarily because I don't know all the junglers he plays. Oh, that's a Skarner page if I've ever seen one.
Is that the Medved or the Dorivo?
Medved.
Medved
Would absolutely be a Skarner page. Move speed just because he's fast already, and the move speed will multiply with all your other move speed enhancers. So when you have W early with Skarner, and especially just because Skarner can't do anything unless he's right beside someone, and he has no blinks or anything. So move speed's extremely, extremely important on him, just like it is on Udyr.
And what's your view on Skarner? Because I think it was pointed out on State of the League that actually he only won 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, the only game he won was with Diamondez in the 3rd game of the finals. Every other game he lost.
So
I guess that game would still be up here. Yeah, there it is. 2-1-10, Reverie, Aegis on Skarner. Yeah, it's very interesting. He was so dominant in solo queue just because of his ability to kind of just run into teams and start fights in off places. But he's never found his niche in competitive play because people are better at warding, and you can't really be that sneaky with Skarner when you're ganking. But you can do sneakier ganks with things like Rammus and Lee Sin. It doesn't matter if you can permaslow someone if you can never get to them, which is what ends up happening in a lot of these tourney plays. And he generally just kind of falls behind in tournament play, and people have good enough tank lines and good enough team communication that he can't actually get in there and Skarner someone back in the team. Like, he gets to do almost every game in solo queue, which is probably why he's not that successful in tournaments.
Okay, so it looks like actually we've talked ourselves out of having a break there.
We're just gonna cruise right into it. Well, we'll have a 3-minute spectator delay
We will.
if you quick break.
So we're just looking like they're ready to go. Scar will be joining us probably after this game. He needs food. He's been streaming for 7.5 hours apparently, so he's
Oh dear, that's a lot of streaming.
he's had that
Okay.
bug. He's like, I'm streaming, woo, and probably garnered a lot of spectators. So he's been enjoying himself. So they're talking about the pages.
Check Gosu Pepper's pages. All right, there we go. What has he got? Yeah, there it is. See, this is what I've actually. Oh no, he named. No, I thought he was clever. He's got like armor hit points. Armor resist,
yeah.
AP, right? And then I was like, oh good, he's just naming the room pages exactly what's in them, so he's not giving away any hints. And then I keep going, Janna/Soraka, Tarek, and I guess he has no Sona page, but even though that's what he plays the most. But yeah, he has attack speed, and okay, that Janna/Soraka page is very. I kind of like it actually. Are you on his
I am,
Janna/Soraka
yeah.
page? Yeah. As far as gold efficiency goes, the armor blues. Oh, now we're into the game. The armor blues aren't that good, but the fact that bot lane is always against an AD and you don't have to worry about magic damage, he's gotten that little slight edge on the other guy if the other guy went MR, at least in the lane.
So we're going straight into the picks and bans, and it's going to be Cassiopeia targeted straight away. Shyvana banned straight away by SK.
About time, man. About time.
About time indeed, and it will be interesting to see how this one plays out. Like we said, they played each other yesterday, so they're well aware of one another. But this is, for me, this is the big game of the group. SK have to win. Moscow 5 are in the position. They're already 2-0 up. SK 1-1. Mistral, after seeing them in the last game, I think they may go and beat
Yeah,
GBT.
so actually, yeah, because Mistral can beat GBT,
and I think
and
SK
that means if M5 beats SK here, then SK is going to be out of the tournament.
And I think even if SK goes and beats M5, I'm not too sure what position we stand in, because it's going to be a 2-1-1.
Then we get all those tiebreakers. We'd get 3-2-1s.
And then we realise, have Chips and Noi been writing down the times, or
Yeah.
who beats who, or
Have written down times, and do they have well-defined rules like all these other things have?
which is a big thing to check on. So Ramos being banned out, that's obviously was played last game by Sleazy Weezy, although, outplayed by Lee Sin. Gangplank being banned out, so immediately going towards Darien there. Has been playing a fantastic. Well, I guess you could say Shyvana's also towards Darien, because he played University towards them. Lee Sin being banned out. Wow, we're going to see some interesting junglers coming out here, I feel.
That's really interesting because Diamondez, one of his favorite junglers is Lee. And, I mean, I guess the same goes for Sleazy Weezy, so that's essentially just M5 saying our jungler plays more junglers than your jungler does, and we're just going to ban junglers. And that seems like what they've done. Like, if you look at this, there's been 3 jungler bans already, and they're target banning. They target ban Cass, and then after that, they're just target banning. It looks like Sleazy,
Okay,
and
so,
they're calling them out. They're saying you can't play anything other than those 2.
so SK have gone with the same bans they did yesterday, which is the Galio Gangplank Shyvana. Now, is it going to be maybe a Skarner in there? We just looked at his pages. I mean, what else do you think could be thrown
Skarner's still
out?
up, and they went with Skarner at in Kiev. So
The Mumu's out there as well.
I can see Skarner here.
Mumu
I don't
Maokai,
know
of
what
course.
else it is.
Um,
But obviously, Sona.
Sona
First
first picked again, so it's always interesting to see how these tournaments go and who gets first pick, because generally that's the way Riot are going to go with that banhammer.
And teams still don't want to change. And this is Ryze, and I guess they can't do Ryze Sona here because Sona's gone. They might go for Karthus. If last game didn't deject them too much from running Karthus with how they lost the game, I could see them going for it again. Or sorry, never mind. They just picked Ryze. They're not picking Karthus. Brain for
Well, they could go Rise Karthus, go double AP,
Yeah.
but not
they
ideal.
could. Ryze and Karthus are both pretty weak top laners.
Yeah.
So yeah, once they pick Ryze, they're not going for Karthus. And I don't know what they're going to go for here. If I was them, I'd go for Sivir here, honestly. But that's just, I feel like she's the strong AD and she's yeah. But I don't know what they're going to do.
So we're just waiting for Candy Panda, and it's going to be
Soraka.
Soraka. So they're going to aim to basically counter Moscow 5's picks here, I'm guessing. So that's why they've gone with that support. So could we
But
see?
Soraka, the thing about Soraka Sona, M5 had some really creative ways of dealing with Soraka lanes because Soraka lanes are really passive, and they just kind of their only goal is to say, okay, you can no longer, kill us out of the lane, and we're going to sustain enough that we're just going to CS and be passive. But what M5's done against that in all the games is they'll do a 1v2 bottom lane, they'll rush people up top, they'll do all this crazy stuff, they'll invade the jungle with their support. And it'll be exciting if they do that this game because that's really exciting to watch. And that's generally their counter to Soraka, is just to be extremely, extremely aggressive in every lane but the one Soraka's in because she has no presence elsewhere.
So we're just waiting for M5. Trundle, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, they played him in the first game, didn't they?
They played him in the first game. I'd love to see this.
So this
And
is
Trundle's actually pretty good against Raz because in building all of his mana items, Raz builds a lot of resists and becomes kind of that tanky bruiser who has to be right in the team just standing still casting. And when you ult him with Trundle, you make him a squishy who's now in the middle of your team spamming skills, and he becomes very easy to kill. And yet we see another Sona Sivir, the lane that did so well last game against SK. They're now against it again. We'll see if they learned anything from last game about how to play against it.
so at the moment it's like you say, it's again a counter. Oh, see, so Sleazy Weezy is going to go Maokai. I don't think I've ever seen Sleazy Weezy Maokai. I guess it's
I haven't either. He's fairly straightforward in how you play him, and he's a gank-heavy jungler, which seems to be the way he plays. And if they're going to go with a team like Maokai Soraka, they need to fit in a lot of damage with their AD in their top lane. So Graves is a good pick for fitting into this because he's a very, very high damage AD carry. They couldn't get away with something like Caitlyn here because then they just have no damage. And their top lane, I don't necessarily think they can get away with running something like Volley or another heavy bruiser. They need to bring a lot of damage since they don't have damage coming in from Maokai or Soraka.
so. Okay, yeah, it's not going to be Volibear this time around, I'm assuming. Will we see an Aurelia? What Moscow 5 going to go with this time?
I'm guessing Aurelia. I would have to say Aurelia because she's sort of the neutral top laner who we all know Darien plays, and it's very hard to counter Aurelia in lane. And then they get to counterpick Ryze here with mid. I'm really curious to see what they play against Ryze since Ryze is super, super strong. And I actually haven't seen anything that, routinely can counter him in lane. I'd like to see if Alex Leash can do that.
Well, Riven is still available, but did actually receive a slight nerf. Is it the Szechuan patch did? Yeah.
Yeah, he did receive a fair amount of nerfs. I think it was something like 40 damage off of his W. Ooh, Vladimir. This should be interesting. And it's also really dangerous to pick Vladimir unless he's going mid. If they do Vlad top, there's a lot of things you can do to punish Vlad top. And it looks like they're going to, yeah. Yeah.
That's even better. Awesome.
Okay, so this is Malphite top and Vladimir mid is my guess.
Now the Empire.
I've been wrong before. They could definitely throw Malphite in mid just to mess around.
The Empire game we did, it was Malphite top. And he started off. He had a double Dorans, if I remember rightly. This is from the famous game of the Empire Nunu Karthus ult combo. It was definitely Darien top on Malphite. So it's going to be a Vlad in mid, I think.
Yeah, Vladimir mid. Well, okay, they still haven't picked the last trade. So what are they going to do to lane against Malphite? They did lose to the Kennen last game. I think Kennen would be really good against Malphite, and he would also be a decent amount of stun to try to stop Vlad from just kind of troll a little pooling if they can lock him in any kind of stuns. But no, not that. You don't have enough damage. I think they're going with that. Like they wouldn't switch this. I don't think this is a good matchup for Cho'Gath. I mean, he'll be able to win the lane and he'll be able to get a lot of CS, but so what? Because they don't have a presence in teamfights, and Sivir and Vlad are just going to kind of roll around on them and kill everything. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
So some pretty interesting picks this time around. Malphite top. I recall Doublelift talking about some awesome Malphite top action that MIG did in Korea, so I'm going to be looking forward to catching that when that finally comes out and airs in Korea, and we managed to actually get a look of it. But I don't know whether we've been any ninja leaks of the matches over there. I don't think we've seen anything yet, have we?
Of the what games? The ones in Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been tons of leaks. We know who won the whole tournament.
Oh, I know who won the tournament, but I mean, the actual matches have not been leaked. Yeah.
Oh no.
No,
I haven't been able to see anything. The only thing I know of is I think someone was tweeting about one of the 60-minute games that happened as it was happening, and that's all we know, really.
Yeah.
There was a 60-minute game in that tournament, at least, which will be exciting.
Which actually we thought we might be on to last game, but quickly snowballed.
Yeah, then it just kind of done because, like, I mean, their picks were just a lot better than we realized. And once they got the Switch lead, every single one of their characters was just, better than their counterpart in fights.
So I'm going to run a quick break since we've had a discuss straight through. We're going to have a quick two where you can see the timer ticking away in the top corner there. I will only run one ad for you guys, and we'll give us a chance to run and grab a drink.
Yeah, I'll be quick in and out too. Be right back.
Be right back indeed. So don't go in there, guys. We'll be starting in a second. You can see Moscow 5 versus SK Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will go back on, Jat. Don't worry. I was waiting for you to appear.
Yeah, no problem. Making to reappear.
Yeah. So here we go. It is going to be Moscow 5 versus SK Gaming. Moscow 5 obviously beating SK in the semi-finals over in Kiev just last Sunday. Was it Sunday or Saturday? It was Saturday that one game played out.
Yeah,
just last Saturday, and of course yesterday in the C Discount Cup, SK beat Moscow 5 2-0. So 2-0 back and forth. This time we've got some pretty interesting picks here. Now you talked about that you weren't happy with the damage from SK coming out in this one. How do you think it's going to really play out between the two? Obviously, from a lane point of view, early lane phase.
Let me look at these matchups. Early lane phase, I'm interested to see how Ryze does against Vlad.
Alex has gone with Malphite. Are we going to get a switch?
Ooh. Maybe they'll... I was just going to say I'm interested to see how Ryze does against Vlad, but how is Ryze going to do against Malphite? Yeah, so there's that. I think Sona Sivir definitely has an advantage over Soraka Graves. And early game, I'm really curious to see whether they 2v2 brawl in bottom lane or whether we see a lot of more sneaky stuff like M5 did in Kiev. Because the Soraka lane has very, very small amounts of presence.
And of course, Cho'Gath up top. And really, I don't know. I don't know whether it's going to be Vlad up top or whether it's going to be Malphite up top. It was Malphite up top the last game that I remember seeing Malphite in, which M5 ran. And I'm pretty sure he went double or triple Doran's rings and Sorcerer's boots.
Yeah, the way both these comps play out is actually a fair bit different. SK has Cho'Gath and Maokai, who will both just essentially peel for Ryze and Graves in team fights. So like Cho'Gath and Maokai on their own don't really do that much damage, but they do have a huge amount of CC and things that stop them from getting the Ryze. Plus Soraka, if you do close to Ryze, she's going to get a huge armor buff, right? So it seems like this comp is all about, it's like protect the Ryze / Graves. They have really 2 damage dealers and then just a whole bunch of protection. So whether M5 can kind of break through that and get fed enough, is yet to be seen. But if Rise gets a couple early kills, like if Rise gets going this game, that's how SK needs to win. Because Ocelot needs to get pretty big on Rise.
Yeah, so Darien has reconnected, so I'm guessing M5 are not going to have anything at all. FK will push the advantage. I wouldn't have thought so. Most top teams kind of look like, oh, okay, you kind of got one down, so let's not overuse that advantage. And Candy Panda
Yeah,
does show
it seems
himself
like
there.
you're just kind of everyone's just watching entrances and waiting for invades, and doesn't look like anything cute or clever is going to go down.
So Alex actually delayed on what he was buying to not show that CV, but instead he's walked straight forward. Darien, I wasn't sure whether he was going to go face check straight towards Ocelot there. You can see him in the mid. It'd be interesting to see if they are going to roll reverse, whether they're going to have Malphite in mid. I'm not sure. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, and it could just be the fact that, you know, Alex plays Malphite and Darien plays Vlad, and they're just going to both lane swap, or whether they're just like, you know what, Malphite's a good matchup against Rise because, you know, his Q outranges, like my Q outranges his Q if you're Malphite, and ooh, a little quick invade here, and they're letting him do it, so this is going to deny Trundle some jungle pretty easily. And this is something that I see people do all the time. Always leave one. Like every time you're counter jungling one of these new camps, they respawn so fast, and so much of the gold of experience is concentrated on the big monster for that camp. Never kill the whole camp, because then your counter jungling is useless. Always leave one. And that's what SK did there.
Sleazy Weezy getting a little bit of help from Nif, and it will be Malphite in mid. So Alex is actually going to be in mid versus Rise. Up the top it will be Vlad versus Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath using that bony skin. It's got to be all about Gentleman Cho'Gath, I'm afraid. We are having Trundle invading here. He's just walked straight past a ward though, so SK know exactly where he is. Maokai, you can see, is heading straight north towards him, and he realizes he's going to be on blue, and I think Diamonds might get caught out here. He's going to have the vision though. Sleazy Weezy's running directly into him. He's got no help at all from the top either, so he's just going to probably back away from this one. He will get pushed out of it, and well, Ocelot hasn't walked away from it yet. He's working towards it. I think he's just had a call out to Darien there saying, do you think we could come and help me? No, he's going to have to back away from this one.
I don't really... They could have played that so much better in a lot of ways. If Diamondez would have gotten a better pull on blue, he could have invaded red and still had a smite up, which means he wouldn't have had to run away from Sleazy when he came in, because he just had to run away because, you know, he can't kill fast enough. And he's still going through that ward. And it's the big blue one is all that matters here. Who's going to get that? And it's fine.
And meanwhile, the lanes are actually keeping them so intense between the focus between the two, trying to get that early advantage, so that actually neither of them could really give up the advantage to go help. It's like, you know, you're just going to have to take it yourself. Candy Panda actually taking pretty low down the bottom there. Genja putting a bit of pressure on towards Nif, and again the invade from Diamonds. Diamonds going back for that blue, and it's a red, sorry. And Sleazy Weezy's like, God damn, I'm going to have to react to this again.
He's running right to the ward too, and it's like, he has his flash to escape, and I guess they don't have confidence in pinching him enough. So really, he's just trying to draw in the solo lanes into the jungle just to give them an advantage. And yeah, as far as the mid lanes go, it looks like Rise has the early advantage on Malphite, at least in harass, even though CS is a little off. And this is really bad news for SK. Vladimir is beating Cho'Gath early, and Vladimir only gets better for the rest of the game. So if you don't win against Vladimir early, you are never going to win against Vladimir. So that's a scary thing top lane.
The problem with, I feel with Alex down the bottom there, if he's been using those shards too early on, it really can burn through that mana very, very quickly, which I think he was doing, which he ended up was like, yeah, I can't keep the sustain against Rice, but Rice has gone back. Vlad at the moment, like you say, he's keeping up with Kevin up the top there in a strong way.
And I mean, even though the harass was an advantage of Rise there, Alex has a pretty substantial CS lead right now. It's 24 to 14, so that's pretty well on them. And Moscow 5 somehow already has a 500 gold advantage, so that's just going to say that they are winning lanes. Oh my goodness, and bottom is close to death.
Yeah, very close. Pepper there, and he backs away from that one. Candy Panda, they were pushing it on there, but Nif was also incredibly low, having to use that pot, so I didn't exactly see how close he got. Maokai is taking a walk towards Alex at the moment in mid. Remember, Ocelot has just been back. He immediately flashes through. Prison's Ignite goes down, but he's going to use a flash and get out of that one quite happily. So both summoner spells blown in the middle there. And Sleazy Weezy will back away.
that trade was positive for Alex because he only used Flash, whereas Rise used Flash and Ignite. So, and he needed the shop anyway. So that was that was good. Like that was good for M5.
Darian actually doing a fantastic job of harassing Kevin and just trying to keep him away. Obviously that lifesteal harass that Kevin will get from there, he's just trying to keep him away, pulls it up, and he will just about get out of the way of that, and I think that's going to force Kevin to go back, and he's got a wave of minions. He might be able to lifesteal it up off these, I'm not too sure. Yeah, Darian really wants him. He's like, yeah, come for it, go on, take your chance. He's got that pot running. I'm not too sure Kevin quite wants this one enough. And you can see now Diamonds is going to come around the backside of him. The gank possible building up here.
also coming up. This is going to be scary if they go for it.
And they will dive straight in there. Ulti pops, and that's going to be Kevin going straight away. That's King off just in time. He's not. He's going to get away. Darian's actually going to go down to the turret. Unfortunately, there was no damage on him, though. And that will be a turret kill and not a kill for Kevin. That is just unfortunate. And that's some very ballsy diving there. And Diamond's now at a disadvantage as well because he's down on the health. Sleazy Weezy maybe counter. Meanwhile, down the bottom there, Candy Panda just taking a boomerang blade straight across the face. So that's going to put him a little bit low. And we've got a dive in the middle, and that will be first blood. Alex using his ulti, diving in. He's taken very low, though. I think Sleazy Weezy may finish him off. Alex is going to try and tower dive in. Oh, no, don't. Wrong way. He's going to get caught out. Sleazy Weezy will get a sapling on him down the bottom. Graves will go down as well. I think Alex will back away from this one. Gosu Pepper also may get taken down. I don't think Candy Panda's quite good enough to jump on tower. No, he doesn't. And this is very close between the lot of them. And Diamonds, meanwhile, has invaded and taken the red buff.
Why does everything always happen at the same time? Like, I want to be able to watch all these things, but like...
You realize the issue that we have as camera controllers as well.
Yeah. Everything happened at the same time there. Geez, like, great jukes by Alex after the tower dive. I could not believe he got away from that alive. And then I completely missed the kill bottom lane. And we didn't even get to talk about the dive top. Like, oh dear. The dive top, like... basically, Darian thought Trundle was going to stay in for more hits because Darian had tower aggro, but Trundle thought he had tower aggro, so he cleared tower aggro. And then Darian thought that he cleared tower aggro and then flashed back into the tower without clearing aggro, and that's essentially why
Candy
he died.
Panda down the bottom, actually getting pushed heavily by Genja as well. He's just going to back away from it. Like you say, it all happens once Boomerang Blade House going to cross. I don't think he's going to have quite enough. Actually trying to use Spell Shield there to try and draw the aggro across the ball. Boomerang Blade across the ground. Oh, instead he could turn round back against him. He's got a lot of minions. There is a ward in that bush, so he's trying to clear aggro, and then the ward was actually working against him. Candy Panda, will he dive across to him? He will do. Flashes as well. Oh, I'm not too sure. The Boomerang Blade comes back. Would you believe it? Genja pulls off the kill back in the mid. Also, Alex is also diving on towards Ocelot. You can see that Diamonds is also invading as well. This match is incredible. Back up the top, ulti used. Darian on Kevin. I think he's just going to back away from that one more, using it as a defense mechanism. Darian taken down very low by Kevin, but Diamonds is ready to pounce. I can see Maokai also coming in mid.
Yeah, Maokai's ready to come
back
in,
at top though. And now Diamonds coming up towards Kevin. It will be the pillar of filth. Surely Kevin will go down. Yes, he will do. And it was actually Diamonds that picked up the kill. Alex is going to have to back away. He's going to be careful. I'm running out of air. Yeah.
The spell shield, okay, really small level. The spell shield on Sivir bottom is what saved him there. Candy Panda flashed in to buckshot Sivir in the face, and at the instant that happened, he spell shielded the entire buckshot, and that's the only reason he won that.
Mid lane is going to be Sleazy Weezy diving on to Alex. I don't think Alex is going to get away from this one. He's going to have to try and use his ulti. He will do. Actually dived in with his ulti. Diamonds actually nearly went in there, and that just had to back away. Realised he didn't quite have the health. Back down the bottom, they're diving on towards Gosu Pepper again. And Candy Panda, wow, this match is back and forth action all across the map. Try and decipher that lot.
Actually died mid-flight with his unstoppable force, which was remarkably stoppable in this case because he died. But that was unfortunate because he died, didn't get the damage from his ult, and he threw it on cooldown. So, unfortunate timing there.
Some pretty crazy action, as we expected from Moscow 5 versus SK. 3-2 to Moscow 5 at the moment. Kills going to Sivir. Alex, would you believe, in mid on Malphite against the Rise? Of course.
Doing great. Like, that is... He tower dove him and got a kill early, and then he's been ganked many times because, you know, Maokai is a much stronger ganker than Trundle. So you expect to get ganked more when you're against a Maokai. But, yeah, he's doing a really good job.
Look at that. Shard straight into Ocelot's face. He's got vision of him with that ward there. So Ocelot came around to try and pop that ward down. I think he did actually get the ward down. Back down the bottom, they're being pushed constantly, actually. Candy Panda being very aggressive in their theory. He's got a lot of health coming back from... Oh, just looking towards the top. There was a bit of a dive again on towards the tower. Kevin is being harassed heavily here.
Yeah,
61
Darius has been a
to
huge bully up
43.
there for Vladimir. And he's about to hit level 9 when he reaches, his maximum bully potential. So that's very scary for Cho'Gath.
And he's already got that Hextech revolver. Another book. They're probably building towards Will of the Ancients. Maokai is coming up there to try and get a gank on him. I'm going to try and keep my eye down the bottom because I can see Candy Panda is very low on health, and he's just going to pull away from that one and actually turn around and get a little bit of lifesteal on Kevin as well.
Genja is
Blue Invade.
I'm really curious what he's going to do with this big wave because Candy Panda has his ult up and Genja doesn't even have enough mana.
Diamonds is coming around behind him though.
No?
Diamonds is in the bush. I'm not too sure if Genja's really in a strong position to do anything about it. Here comes Diamonds. Diamonds coming in. He's going to go straight towards Candy Panda. Candy Panda's going to dash away from it. They actually switched it on towards Nif there. And I just don't think they've got enough to deal with it. They will try and dive for him.
Nope.
Genja, yeah, Genja had to back away from there. The bookshot was almost aimed at him. And
Oh my
also
goodness,
at the
we
top,
almost missed something
Darian.
up because that was ridiculous. Oh man.
And Kevin very low up top. They actually needed Sleazy Weezy's help. So he's going to have to go back and buy. But let's have a quick look. Let's have a take stock of what's happened around the map. So at the moment, Alex Itch on Malphite in mid is pretty much keeping up with Rise in mid there. Rise, of course, now with that...
Rise, he got the blue buff when they both had blue buff in mid, and then Rise got the kill on Malphite, so he refreshed his blue. And Malphite's done a really good job of staying even though Rise has had the blue for maybe 6 minutes at this point.
Down the bottom lane.
Top lane is really, really bad news for Cho'Gath. Will of the Ancients on Vladimir already, and he's just getting started. And then bottom lane is really even. Actually, dead even in almost every way.
From every time I've looked down here, actually, it's been Candy Panda the one that's been doing the harassing onto Genja, but not...
Right, Candy Panda has by far been the aggressor, but what he's actually gained from that has been nothing, because he's even.
So we have Diamonds actually making his way down. He has got red on, so I think he's going to come around. This time we're going to see a lot more damage going on towards Candy Panda. Already starting the aggression. They're going to come around. Oh, Pillar of Filth landed onto Nif there. Nif after you blow his splash. Sleazy Weezy coming around the side. Crescendo managing to land across. A lot of them, though. Gosu Pepper is in all sorts of trouble. Surely will get taken down from this one, and that's actually gone badly wrong for Moscow 5 there. And that was all about Sleazy Weezy. Can Ocelot manage to get in? No. I thought he thought about flashing through. Meanwhile, up the top there, again, another dive on towards Kevin on the tower. Kevin having a nightmare of a game against Darian. Darian really on Vlad, has just bullied him and harassed him every level back in towards the dragon, and that is SK are going to take that dragon, but they are really...
see a fight here. They're low enough, and Alex is full, so they're too scared to take this. They're going to back off.
Oh, and he's actually ran straight in towards Ocelot. Ocelot, in fact, he just about managed to pop his ulti. Ulti straight back onto him. I don't think he's quite got enough damage on the Pillar of Filth actually walking against them. Alex will manage to get round there, gets the kill on towards Rise. He's going to have to back away from this one. Meanwhile, Diamond's actually using that dot, burning away on Candy Panda. Alex is staying in there. Maokai surely going to try and get around. Nif actually having to use his ulti to try and keep him in. Shard goes down. I don't think he's got enough, though. And if only Diamonds would have just got a last hit on him, that red buff had just run out. Meanwhile, the top Darian's also taken the land, completely bullied him. Wow. What a game.
That was really... So much happened there, man. Okay. That was quite a remarkable fight.
And this is why we just lose memory cells covering these games.
Maokai, he just ran out of mana. Like he's so good at peeling, and you saw that in the initial counter gank, which started this whole thing like 3 minutes ago. He was able to peel the gankers off of Soraka and Graves and let them kind of escape.
Kevin stole the red buff from Darian there, but I don't think he's going to live to see the day. Ocelot is coming round though, might just be able to blow him down enough. Just got the pull down. I don't think he's going to quite finish it off, and he will go down. I was about to say they're stealing away both buffs, but Kevin wisely
was going for the red steal there, and then did Kevin did he nom it? Or
he
no,
just came around and nommed it, yeah.
No, his ult still looks.
Oh
like
no,
it's
I think it was just a basic rupture.
Yeah. Huh. Wow.
That's very nicely played, and a very even game. That gold advantage. So obviously the dragon just down the bottom there, but in terms of CS between the two, very even. The bottom tower of Candy Panda has been pushed, so he's nearly taken that down. You can see that SK also putting damage on towards the mid turret. Pretty even between the two, and top turrets, well, you can see it's all been Darian at the moment. His tower's untouched. He's absolutely destroyed the top lane. So the big difference between the top and the bottom, as I missed the kill down the bottom there. Nif does go down. Ulti from Genja. did
Yep.
come out, and Gosu Pepper obviously catching him out as well. Blue buff.
Sona ult right onto Soraka and then just bursted her down because like the boomerang blade on Sivir does close to 500 damage, maybe more if you can actually get it to be the only 2 procs on the target. And then that's the spike from Sivir. She has equal spike to Graves, if not higher, which is what a lot of people don't realize. She's got the boomerang blade, the auto attack, and then the quick auto attack reset with ricochet, and I think that's what did her in, even though I didn't see it.
So I'm glad you miss it, because I've lost count of the amount of times that I see a pro player needs to be doing the camera. Alex is coming around the backside of Ocelot there and shards.
Oh my
across.
goodness! He's gonna try max range boomerang blade here.
Let's have a look. Oh, and he does, and he catches him very nicely done. Graves does go down, and that has now certainly advantage.
Graves right into the tower, so he couldn't juke. Because if he would have used it earlier, he could have juked left, but he couldn't juke left once he ran into the tower because the tower was there. That was really good.
Very nicely done indeed. So Moscow 5 now, I feel, are starting to turn the screw. They're getting the advantage. They're going to take that bomb turret down, I would have thought, with this wave, maybe the next wave. Yeah, there is a big wave coming in, so they're going to have plenty of time to hit that. Meanwhile, SK thought about an invade or possibly a push on mid. Alex has that blue buff, and he's actually going quite aggressive on Ocelot. He does have a ward there, so he knows exactly that the rest of SK are just around the corner. Darian continuing to farm. Meanwhile, up top, and there is the, you can see that actual wave. Look at that, they're not even bothering pushing that tower. Let the minions do it, and they're taking the wave with it. Boomerang blade flicking out.
As many creeps as possible.
Oh, Candy Panda's actually diving in. I'm not too sure whether he should have gone for that one. And again, I pulled my action away. He's going to go for Sneezy Weezy. I think Diamonds has the turret aggro. Will get ulted and has to flash away just about. Oh, and it's a double kill back and forward. But now Diamonds is just run straight into Kevin and given them a kill. Back down the bottom, you can also see Candy Panda was taken very low. Genja continued to push on him. He needs to be careful. Nif is returning as well. Will they manage to put across? They will put a crescendo straight across Candy Panda. Will it finish off? No, he's going to back away from that one. They're going to turn around towards Nif there. Candy Panda, balls of steel hanging on that turret by a thread. Back up the top, they're also pushing on towards Kevin there. And wow, this is happening all across the map. Try and analyse really what is going on and how as a team you just keep up with the action for this.
They're just all pulling off plays individually, and this is something that comes with a lot of practice, and especially in team, like, their voice comm has to be really solid for things like this, because it's something that comes with playing together for so long, but both, like, they have 2 or 3 skirmishes going on at the same time. They all need to communicate with each other, so it's a balancing act of who needs to say what and when, because if everyone's talking all the time, then people aren't going to know what's going on.
Oh, they've managed to catch up Darian up the top there. They managed to put the ulti down. That's a double ulti. Darian is going to try and pull away from this. Flash in towards Baron Pit. Kevin flashes through, follows him through. He's going to have Rupture any second now. Does go for the silence. Will he finish it up? No, he tries to ulti. Will it be enough? No, he just jukes out of the way of it. Now Kevin's in all sorts of trouble because Diamonds is going to get back on him. Sleazy Weezy's there, but Rossalot's going to come up behind.
Rise is closing in.
And now Diamonds is going to have to get away from this one. Alex is going to move towards him. I don't think Alex is going to just be a protective duty more than anything. Meanwhile, down the bottom, would you believe Genja picks up another kill? I can't keep up with the action in this one. And Alex actually uses his ulti straight on towards Cho'Gath. I don't know why Cho'Gath came back to the action there. Oh my god, I need oxygen. The mid now, Darian is diving on towards Candy Panda.
Beautiful job by Diamond as kiting into mid lane just so he can run up with the rest of the team here. And look out, Maokai, you're getting beasted.
And now they're actually trying to cut off Ocelot round that side. Now he's going to have to back away. And they have the minions actually to push this mid tower to carry it all through. And it's all just come from that one single gank. Can they have enough to blow down Gosu? No, they won't, because the heal was used in amongst that. And that was very nicely played. And now it's going to be Ocelot's going to have to back away from this one. Darian doesn't quite have enough burst to drop him on the spot. But wow, SK are slowly getting caught out. It's more like actually more a case of M5 reacting.
There's all these really close, intense skirmishes, but M5 is coming out on top in nearly all of them.
So let's go back to what's actually happened. Of course, from that chasing gank, I think actually Dragon may be due soon, but M5 are gathering for it. But it all came from that chasing gank up top. So in that situation, you think, right, okay, we've got a 3v2. The bottom lane suddenly loses their support. What sort of chaotic situation would go. Actually, no, let's skip to this game because Sleazy Weezy now dives straight in there. Crescendo managed to go across around 3 members of SK. Gosu Pepper will survive. Back away with little to no health. Ocelot being popped there. And they also managed to land a power cord in amongst all of it. Nif does go down. They're going to flash across. Gosu Pepper just kiting away. Candy Panda jukes very nicely through there. And Diamonds is going to be able to come around, get the pillar of filth down. Meanwhile, Kevin also goes down. Candy Panda in trouble. And wow, Gosu Pepper kited them like a boss in amongst all that.
Well then, so speaking of small skirmishes that like SK is barely losing, that was another one. And when you barely lose that many fights, you eventually will start losing fights by a lot. And because they're now going to be down by something like 8k gold, they're in big trouble right now. The Candy Panda kind of tunnel visioned onto Gosu Pepper there and just chased him around the bushes for 10 seconds while the rest of the fight was going on. And by the time he was done with that, everyone on SK was dead. Because, like I said earlier, it's Rise and Graves are the only 2 people doing damage on SK, and they lost one of their damage dealers to chase down a support when 4 people on M5 were still alive. And that is one of the big reasons they lost that fight.
And it has actually turned things very hugely now. It was pretty close. It was 10-6 early on. Now it's 15-7. It's definitely swinging very nastily in M5's favour. Remember, M5 2-0 up in this competition, and SK are on a 1-1. They're going to assume that Mistral will win their match, so they really have to pick up a win here. They could take it to late game. So in SK's position now, looking okay, we need to defend a little more. And then in fact, Rise is actually trying to get caught out here by Alex. Alex isn't that worried about it. He doesn't give a rat's about Nif stood there and just continues to pressure on him. So M5 starting to get that buoyant mode. They're starting to be really aggressive. Candy Panda's even going to get caught out here.
Snowball play into their heads, and they just constantly want to force fights. The only thing that I could see could be a small problem for M5 is the sort of AP Malphite, Abyssal Scepter, sort of Sunfire Cape build on Malphite doesn't necessarily scale at all. Like it's a CC, but you don't necessarily gain that much when you're doing that kind of AP-ish build. He's almost peaked already as far as effectiveness, so that'll fall off a little bit. But the thing is, Vladimir, Trundle, and Sivir are the complete opposite of that. Like those 3 characters scale into late game so well. And this is something that a lot of people forget to do when they're making team comps. And I actually got to credit Guardsman Bob for the first one I heard saying this, is you're allowed to bring characters that are good early game and not late game, as long as you also bring characters who are really good late game. So you have to kind of cancel it out, which is what M5 did here. Malphite's really good early game, but not so great late, whereas Vladimir is the complete opposite of that. So if they gain the early game advantage from Malphite, Vladimir can come in late and clean that up. You know what I mean? So it's really good picking strategy on M5's part.
Indeed, and let's not forget that Darian's actually been very strong early game as well, so he's kind of just feeding straight to
and
it.
he's crushed Cho'Gath at the start of the game, so it's just been a complete rollover. Look at that CS, he's up 86 on Cho'Gath.
Which is enormous. That equates to around about around 1,000 gold. Oh, if that's going to be an ulti from Alex, straight in there. Crescendo following up straight. Ocelot's going to go drop. Ocelot trying his lifesteal as much as he can. Darien actually in all sorts of trouble. That backfired quite badly for M5 for a short while there, but the ulti from Darien managed to get in.
4 for 1.
And look at that. Oh, so low, and the bookshot came across the wall there. Nearly caught them both. That could have been a double for Candy, but
Yikes.
wow. And if anything, I think the ulti kind of caught out M5 there. They were like, Christ, you going now? We're going to have to move, because Genji was actually a little slow to react with his own ulti on
he
Severe.
went right in there. He flashed and then ulted, actually. He didn't just ult it.
That will be the inner turret down and the inner turret bottom.
Alex Ichi's Malphite ult there. And that's actually, okay, I think we have a second to say something here. This is what I've seen a lot of European Malphites do, and you saw a great example of it there. His ult range is really huge, right? Like his unstoppable force can go a very long ways, but his projectile speed is actually kind of slow. So what Alex did there is, even though he could have potentially gotten to the same place with a full range ultimate, it might have missed. So he flashed close and then essentially did a point blank ultimate just to guarantee that they wouldn't be able to dodge it. And you see no other Malphites do that necessarily, except like the pro Malphites who just know that the flight time on Unstoppable Force is so long and actually fairly dodgeable. So if you never want to whiff those big Malphites ult, you actually flash point blank and then essentially use it like Pulverize.
So just straight in there, Alistair, big cow face. And he's 7-2-6, would you believe it? And of course 7-2-3 on Sivir. So these are like, you just don't want Sivir fed. And well,
no, and it's happened unfortunately against SK 2 games in a row now, and they're going to have big problems dealing with that Sivir.
And the thing is that the lane actually down the bottom was pretty close. Looking like they're actually going to start pulling Baron out. Well, they're not going to pull him out of the pit. That would be impressive. You used to be able to do that in the old days with Poppy, but not anymore.
I remember.
And it's looking like SK are ready. Vlad is just around the back there. The wall
Vlad is
goes
just kind
down.
of in there peeling. Maokai and Graves were caught out of position. I think they're just going to get this. I don't see them peeling off of this. Like, I think they're going to try to finish this Baron.
So there's the Pillar of Filth. That means
But
they are going to go for it. They're going to go straight away, and that's going to be the ulti immediately onto Nif. The Nif actually taken very low. The ulti heal from Nif. I'm not too sure it's going to be enough to sustain them throughout. The damage that's coming out there. Kevin will pop down. Darian is very low. Nif, Kevin will go down as well, and there you go. Suddenly double, triple, quadra kill maybe coming out, but who knows? Candy Panda. Oh, flash through Diamonds. Yeah, that's going to be the end of it, and I think that may well be GG.
This is kind of what we were talking about in the pick stages. They're just not doing enough damage. They blew everything on Vladimir. They got one kill, but what did that cost you? Meanwhile, everyone of M5 is just doing tons of AoE damage on the rest of your team, and you don't really have anything to counter that. It's almost, if you want to think about this, there's certain characters that want to build the GP10 items just because, you know, generally the characters that build GP10 items are characters that don't do that much damage, right? So you're building the GP10 just so you get a lot of gold, you can get a lot of utility out of it, you can build a lot of tank items. They have 3 characters who have went double GP10 builds, and that's just kind of a red flag that's saying, hey, we don't have characters that actually do damage. They should be worried about that.
And that's surely something that would have come into their mind when they were doing the picks. And again, Diamonds.
They had last pick Cho'Gath, and they did that. They needed more damage in that slot.
If you spot that, even Diamonds at this stage of the game, nearly 27 minutes into it, still just leaves that one wolf.
Yeah, exactly. It's really smart, you know. They get 4 gold out of that camp now instead of 70.
And there you go. There is Ocelot going straight towards it and going, great. Yeah, 6G.
Sip has almost 11,000 gold, and will shop here with almost 2,000. Compared that to Graves, who has 6.8k. That's bad news.
And that's just purely snowballed from a very even lane between the two. In fact, if anything, Candy Panda was pushing it. So, Genja indeed very, very strong, and Moscow 5 really, they seem to be the epitome of once they sniff out that advantage, they really do push it home.
They're so good at closing games.
Oh, and now Darian goes straight towards Ocelot there, and has popped his ulti on him as well. He's got the rest of his team now coming in support, and Moscow 5 are going to drive home the advantage once again. Oh, a whiffed ulti there actually from Alex Ich, I think. Yeah, he went in, just dodged out of the way of it. Missing it out, doesn't matter. Kevin will get dived on the tower. He will go down. Darian actually drawing the aggro of the tower. Will manage to pull out of that one. No problem. Candy Panda also getting caught out. Alex Ich, one more shard will do it. That's going to be the Pillar of the Filth across the face. And he will finally go down. And Nif is sort of saying...
They're just showing how far ahead they really are. And yep, there's a surrender.
And there it is. So GG, well played. And SK... Well, I think they're out of this tournament, and that will be Moscow 5 3-0 in this group, continuing their dominance that showed why they won Intel Extreme Masters in Kiev. And honestly, who do you think in Group B will be looking at this and thinking, we can beat them?
Well, let's take a look at who exactly is in Group B. I know that CLG.EU has the hype machine behind them of all the streamers saying, they're the best, Euro team, and hopefully that they do well in the group stage, so we'll get to see a best of 3 between M5 and, and even Fnatic, who's been, this kind of long-standing, hey, we're a really good Euro team, don't forget about us. I want to see them do well in this tournament. I just hope that their, online jinx that they have when they never play well unless they're on LAN doesn't come through in this tournament, because I'd love to see
an on-form Fnatic, yeah. So Alex is actually going 10-11 on Malphite. I pity CLG right now.
Amazingly well. Those ultimates were so on point, and they just comboed so well because he would see the clumped up group, and he'd flash an ult in, and that would give Vladimir enough time to close in on that clumped up group and get an ult on everyone. And those were just the team fights were just explosive. Everyone was dying at the same time. Sivir was throwing boomerang blades and ricochets around, and they just had so much AoE, and just and they could dive on top of him like that because SK didn't have damage. It came down to that.
So if you are listening, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to start a solo game, whatever you do, don't pick a Malphite. Because everyone will be like, oh, great. You just watched the game.
Oh, AP Malphite, Abyssal Scepter, the double Doran's Abyssal Scepter. I saw it on stream. It's great.
And very shoot as well, yeah.
Pick. That is such a clever thing to do against Ryze because,
one of the big things about Raz is if he closes in for like the caster trades, a lot of times he can come out on top, but not against Malphite. You know, Malphite's Q has higher range, and he's also got that passive shield, so he's
He
going to
can
win
eat the
those
first burst,
trades.
yeah.
Yeah, and especially with that, he'll Q in, and when you trade, if he ever wants to run away, you know he can because he just stole his move speed with that Q, so he can just walk away. It was really impressive by Alex and Darian, and really unfortunate with that Cho'Gath pick. Is I think the majority of how that game played out.
Okay, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a quick break. It will be Group B playing out next. I will just try and find out if I can get the Mistral result. I don't know if I've got anyone actually in there.
I can check. No, I can't check that.
I'm just trying to think if we can search anyone that's in there. It doesn't really have anyone.
I got one.
So, okay.
Recently played. Will show us. And MTL, no, they're still not done. They're still playing.
They're still playing. So MTL continuing on. It was actually a pretty quick game, so no shock there. So let's have a quick recap across Group A. That is it. We can tell you what the scores are. SK beat GBT. SK lost to Moscow 5, and they lost to Mistral. So that most likely means that SK are out, of course.
Have you figured out how to update that amazing graphic by any means?
I have no
Probably
idea.
not.
No, I mean, other than maybe putting lots and lots of horrible text across it, which
it looks really pretty,
it does.
Especially if it's filled in with something.
I think there was probably some sort of database thing that maybe it was meant to be plugged in the back that just said no when it came across to me. But we could still have the possibility that if GBT go and beat Mistral now, there will be a three-way split for second. I'm not too sure how that will work out. Obviously, we don't know what the scores are yet, so keep your eye on... Well, just listen to here, to be honest, because we'll tell you soon enough. Moscow 5, though, have gone 3-0 and absolutely dominated that group. Mistral did beat SK.
Can almost say no surprise there. I mean, they're just carrying over from Kiev.
They've continued on, yeah.
Crushing. Yep.
So let's have a look towards Pool B, because Pool B is now where it's at. This is what we're going to be moving into. It is going to be Fnatic, Cypher, CLG.EU, and Against All Authorities. So we will get to see, will CLG.EU be all the hype that is surrounding them? They didn't manage to go to Kiev due to, well, circumstances, I don't know whether I could say out of their control. It was a little bit of a messy situation between MTW and Absolute Legends, which obviously I guess you all know about that one, so we won't cover that dead ground. Against All Authorities, authority I should say, not authorities, they have been always very strong online. I've always felt they were a very good team. They just didn't really... I don't know why they didn't bring it at Kiev. They were in a very hard group.
Well, yeah, we were talking about that a little earlier. They gave M5 more trouble than any team did in that group, and then they just, they lost to Dignitas, and that's...
And M5 actually credited AAA before the match, and they said these are actually the ones that we think will go through, and they're the ones we worry about. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Fnatic, again, like we say, we hope they turn up. They've not played great online of late. Of course, they went and won DreamHack Season 1 finals. They went and won New York in absolute unstoppable fashion in New York. There was just no one that could touch them. It was like Moscow 5 in Kiev.
They didn't even drop a game. They won every single one in every single game in New York.
And they didn't even look like they were close to dropping a game, just like... M5 dropped a game to TSM. Fnatic just didn't look close. SK went through untouchable into the finals, and they just got destroyed by Fnatic in that final. So it just didn't work that way. Cypher, of course, managed to pull third from New York. And
I actually remember going into that New York, the group stage, because I was playing in that as Dignitas in that group. And the consensus of pretty much everyone in our group that were Americans were like, they may have won the Season 1 championship. We're speaking about Fnatic, but, they haven't done much lately. We're not worried about them at all. And everyone was like, yeah, it's going to be us, CLG, and TSM. We're going to have to fight against each other. They're probably going to go 0-3, Fnatic's got nothing. And then they just roll over all of us in humiliating fashion. So,
I mean...
Never underestimate your opponent, is what I'm saying.
And at the end of the day, when you get to these events, that sort of thing, and I kind of thought it yesterday, when you did stay to the league, and they said, oh, we're not really worried about them. It's like, well, at the end of the day, these 12 teams have all got here on merit. They are all very good in their own way, and they know they're going for a $100,000 tournament. They're all going to be practicing a hell of a lot for this event. Don't underestimate anyone, because it'll definitely bite you in the ass. And
yeah, absolutely.
As far as I'm aware, it's going to be 2 groups of 6 in Hanover.
Yep.
which is going to make it harsh because
It's
those
two groups
one
of
match
6,
games
but
can.
3 teams are going to move on from each group.
Yeah, so it's going to be like the first one gets a bye, and then second and third do a playoff, and then it
Yeah.
goes through to knockout stage. But you know, them best of ones, they can be brutal.
Oh, absolutely. They're so punishing, and like especially with the way this we've seen these games can snowball off of this kind of a couple little mistakes. I mean, that last one I feel was just uh, you know the team comps not having enough damage. But even the previous game between SK and Mistral that we had, that snowballed off of a couple really little mistakes, and it's just in group stage one little mistake can just knock you out of $100,000 tournament. So it's really intense.
So, not to get people too excited, but I actually think the next group's even better. This is this Group B. Um, so it's looking like the first game may well be CLG versus AAA,
Oh, that'll be good. Yeah,
which is a pretty big game.
that'll
So,
be great. Yeah.
from my
When
perspective,
is
looking at the games, as much as I want to cast Cypher, and I really do want to cast them in there somewhere, maybe even do against AAA, I don't know, but there's just so many games that the CLG AAA, a possible CLG Fnatic, and a possible AAA Fnatic, or a Cypher CLG, I don't know. Last game could be anyone's, but
Right.
there's just
Well,
continual good games.
I'm gonna say I feel like if I had to rank like my predictions and odds going in, I might put Cypher as last place in this group,
Mhm.
just based off kind of the way I'm feeling right now. So if we could start off with with the COG game, if we have that option, and then just kind of see how Cypher does. Like if they win a couple games, then or a game, then we'll they'll have the meaningful games. But I'd like to keep it with the COG and AAA games. Those would be great.
Absolutely. And COG Fnatic's just a mouthwater, isn't it? So yeah,
Yeah, that's a classic one already.
yeah, it's already building up to it. So anyway, guys, we're gonna have a quick break before this match gets underway. There's only 2 people in the room at the moment, so it'll only be us just two waffling away. If you want to check out our Twitters, you don't have you got a new
No,
Twitter yet?
no, I mean that Twitter account I have on the
Yeah.
Reddit thread is my kind of old Dingentoss Twitter,
Yes.
and I need to make my own for sort of
Okay, so you're
individual
slacking.
bad things. I'm absolutely slacking.
So
I'm sorry.
okay, so my Twitter is QVDemon. I may give away a couple of right NASA skins on that one, so get yourself onto there. I shall give them away. Also, I'll probably hit up my YouTube channel, which is 4Dman. That's a number 4 in front of my name. And if you don't know how to spell Dman by now, well, welcome to every other forum, because nobody knows how to spell Dman, even though it's only 5 letters.
Yeah.
So
Well, there's so many different ways you can spell
well,
demon.
there is, and when Joe says it, it's demon. He's got a Northern English twang about him, so it often throws quite a lot of people out there. He won't be upset with me for mentioning that. Hopefully, we'll also get Skara on here, so we can get a 3-way thing going on. I don't know. Hopefully, Skara's back. He went for food earlier after a marathon 7.5-hour casting.
I'm getting
so,
a little parched and hungry myself. I hope I can find something I can stuff down real quick in this quick break.
yes, so let's have a quick break. We are still waiting for the teams to join in, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back shortly. We'll be CLG versus AAA, and as I say that, all the teams are piling in, so we'll be back in a few.
All right.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us is going to be Skara. Finally, I've advertised it. He's been streaming like a hero for 7.5 hours. You managed to just catch the end of the last game. Moscow 5 kind of continuing on where they were in Kiev, I guess, from your point of view.
I mean, they obviously look like the team to beat right now, and I think every
Ooh,
team knows that.
You
Like, the
seem
first team to
quiet.
beat M5 will be the team that shows that they're scary. So everyone's gunning for them.
I'm just going to
Am I
have to...
quiet?
Yeah, you seem quiet on something. I don't know what it is. I
Let
had
me
the
go
same
look
thing with
to see the
Jat, so
microphone.
it could be me. Let me see.
Oh no, it's more than likely this. So let me. Why is
No,
my
no.
microphone setting got?
Don't.
There we go.
There you
My,
go. You'll be
my
like...
microphone setting got decreased.
No, you're
to,
good.
like,
You're good.
you know, I just changed it, but it was at like 44 out of 100 for some reason. But yeah, I think M5 is the team to beat right now, and I think everyone knows it.
So we've obviously got CLG.EU coming up next. In fact, I can show you the screen. We're just waiting for 2 players at the moment. What do you think against all authorities? They obviously didn't make it out of the group. Yourselves beat them in really, which was effectively the knockout game. I mean, what do you think of them? What do you think of the chances? I don't know how much you've seen CLG.EU.
The thing about CLG is like I've watched their scrims occasionally. They're pretty good. Like they're really good. I want to say CLG should take this because none of the teams at Kiev impressed me too much outside of M5 and TSM, and outside of that, like I don't know. I think CLG should take this. But I'm not quite sure because I didn't get to see much of AAA, and since group stages are very volatile, and you only get to play best of ones. Maybe they just had a bad day, or maybe they played better online. And if that's true, then they have like serious potential to take this game because the AA versus M5 game was, I've heard, pretty like a little bit close. So who knows? I want to say it should be if I were a betting man, I would bet like on CLG, but it should hopefully be close.
It's a strained answer. It felt. You seem like a tired man. I mean, you've been hitting the streaming hard today. Is this is the first sort of big day of your streaming?
Yeah, it's just no. It's my sleeping schedule. It's still really weird. I'm waking up at like 4 a.m. and I'm sleeping at like 8 p.m. like super early. So I'm still a little bit jet lagged from Kiev because my schedule got flipped over and all kinds of bad stuff.
So I don't know whether you've seen much of the other group. Obviously, Moscow 5 have gone through theirs. I'm not too sure. I think the other game was still playing out. We're just waiting to see whether Mistral win that. Mistral actually beat SK. I don't know if you managed to catch that one earlier. A very, very impressive layout.
Oh, Mistral. Yeah, I watched the SK games. Like I watched large portions of the both SK losses, which is unfortunate for SK. But I mean, I saw most of the games.
Yeah, we got to see all 3 SK games, luckily for us.
Did they lose all 3?
No,
They won the first one.
That's the one I didn't see.
They won the first one pretty well.
That's unfortunate.
Against, let's see if I can get in on, see if their game's done yet or if they're still going.
Chad, are you coming in here?
he's
I'm already in.
ESL TV3. He's
What?
he's undercover.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should probably name change to something like.
No, I tried to name change to Jat. I just was kind of bugged and wouldn't let me. I didn't remember if I still had a Euro turning around account or the info. So
I know you have like a ton of
didn't give
US
that one.
ones because I have a ton
Yeah.
of US ones, but the Euro ones I have like I think one.
Yeah, I know. I know. I do have one. I just didn't want to snoop around and find the info for it. This works.
So, how out of this group? Let's bring the group graphic up. It is also in the group is obviously Fnatic and Cypher. Now you saw Cypher as well in your group. They were pretty strong. I mean, we've talked about it like saying the low one of the group, but it was a really hard group you guys had in Kiev.
I mean that is true. So what's the group look like for their specific group here? I know they have to play CLG.EU. What
This
are the
group
two other?
is it's CLG, AAA, Fnatic, and
Cypher.
and Cypher.
Okay, so right now it looks like the two underdogs are Fnatic and Cypher.
Which
And Cypher really, I don't know, didn't do much to impress people uh um at Kiev because mainly people playing against Cypher were trying to see how fast they could win against Cypher to beat the tiebreak, which makes it like it makes me sound like a dick for saying that, but like that's what ended up happening. I want to say AA were definitely a tier above Cypher, so AA should be advancing. I want to say AA should advance out of this group pretty.
As well as CLG. Do you think CLG is the favorite?
I think CLG is the favorite, just because of scrimming wise. I think they've scrimmed more than any team here.
Yeah, but they've been a team for like a couple weeks, haven't they?
Um,
They're so new still.
True, but Fnatic is like it's not taking any of these online events seriously. Like they literally
guess.
go to like go for
I don't
law
really
and
understand Fnatic. Like it's been so long since I've ever seen them play.
I think it's mainly because like how they get paid is just entirely through like the way they sign. I don't know. Fnatic got
You feel like
kind
their
of
contract is like
yeah.
somehow
The,
making
the
them only try
contract
for
is
events?
negatively influencing them. Like they're demotivated from their contract because it's like the worst
That's
contract I've ever seen.
I'll
But
just cut across. Probably bad territory to call across. Dignitas versus Fnatic is a pretty big thing. But yeah, not ideal to talk about that one. But I mean,
Scar.
Fnatic point of view, I mean, we've just like you say, the online stuff has not been ideal. We're still waiting for Wicked to switch over. By the way, Wicked seems to have gone AFK, which is what the delay is. But I mean, I don't know. Do you think it's like the TSM thing? They just don't take it seriously when they're online, and then when they turn up at an event, they're just like, I don't know. They're just how many events they've been to? They've been so the two events they've turned up to, they've won basically.
Pretty much, yeah. It seems like
mm,
it.
they're pretty good on live.
And then they just don't qualify for any of the other events
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah.
Right. So like they have that kind of vibe that they're kind of like the EU, EG right now, and that's not a good vibe to go into because especially last year, not many teams took it too seriously. But going into this year, like every team really wants money from Hanover and from the season 2 finale. So people have like practiced for overall teams have stepped up quite a bit. So I don't think any team can just like lazily walk into a tournament and win it without large amounts of practice.
Yeah.
What is up with Wicked?
He's AFK. We talked about that basically. You know, the fact that on Stage of the League there was a few people saying, oh, you know, that some of them are just weak teams or whatever. Going to that, I've not been impressed by them. But surely, when from your point of view as a team that's obviously attending Hanover, you've just got to look at every team as the strongest thing there because there's 12 teams. They've all qualified for that event via going and doing well at other events. So they've all effectively earned their spot there. He's typing. He's typing mad skills. I can hear him.
Sorry about that. My mechanical keyboard a little bit too loud.
Yeah, I thought somebody was wrong on the internet. That's generally the sign
that's
of it.
what
It's like,
happens
oh
now
my
with
god,
everyone.
somebody's wrong. I must type a response. But what I was saying, Skara, is you have to take all surely competitors that go to these events very seriously.
hmm
Mhm.
But like,
The ultimate answer that I love to get back.
yep. Okay, like I feel like I could ramble on about this for a long time.
Well,
So
feel free to. We're waiting for the teams.
I mean, Wicked's here. He's just
Oh, he's already here. Okay.
yeah. That's why I didn't want to say too much because Wicked is literally like
Well, they're gonna
typing
start
stuff.
whether you're ready for it or not. So I mean, you
You're-
can just get your start cut off.
Oh, I feel like although like you have to take every team seriously going into the events, um, there are some teams you take more seriously than others. Like I know planning for Kiev, we had very very clear strategies for the top teams. Like in 5, we had a very very clear, at least in compared to other stuff, like very clear things to do. I know some other teams also prepared for very specific teams, and like teams that were the weaker teams, like let's say White Lotus in the first group, not many people prepared for it because they just expected to roll
Mhm.
them. And well, I do agree that like every team, you shouldn't ever take a team like Like he should always take every team seriously. There's some teams that everyone prepares more seriously for like harder teams.
So we are going straight into the ban phase, and I'm going to let you two guys take this ban phase away because obviously you know them better than anyone.
Well, AAA, obviously, Aurelia. That's self-explanatory for Wicked. That's all he plays. Rammus, I guess they just don't like playing against Rammus. These are pretty standard so far.
Okay, so
I'm still waiting for a purple team to ban Sona if everyone's going to be first picking her.
I don't think Sona is like super.
She's not super strong, but she's still first pick so often. You'd want to block that somehow, wouldn't you?
I think you can if you bait the first pick, like there are lanes that can do really well against Sona. Like the reason why we failed the Sona lane was largely because Expressio played it really well, but it was just like we played it really bad. Like the first game where against what was it, TSM, where we gave them Sona and picked like a Nunu lane with Expressio survived by 10 health. And then, like, the next game, like, he dove a turret and survived with 20 health. And it was just, like, that little advantage is just like, oh, my God.
This is funny. I get a message in all caps from Wicked. That's all I play for real, because I said all he plays is Aurelia. So, apparently he likes to listen during his team's champ select.
So we see a Cassiopeia ban, which is, I guess, starting to become really standard nowadays. So they've realized.
Yeah, it really is. She does so much damage, and people finally realize what kind of, doing that much damage is, very valuable. And Sivir, so they pretty much, all COG's done. I feel like Sivir is the highest damage AD, like as far as burst in team fights, just because of the ricochet bouncing around and the boomerang blade. And Cassiopeia's the highest damage AP. So they're just like banning really high damage characters.
I feel like Sivir's fine. Her kit's fine. It's just that her ultimate movement speed buff is a little bit too high. I thought when they reworked it that they were gonna lower it, but they kept it at 25%, and really it should be at 15. 25 is huge. It's like that's ridiculous.
Will we see Sona here, or do you think they're gonna go for something like Karthus because he's usually banned?
Wow. Okay.
There we go.
Althor looks like he wants to pick up Karthus.
Absolutely. Oh, they have Althar on this team?
Yes.
He plays so much Karthus.
Of course, they're played a lot of Karthus. And you're really wondering, like, does CLG have something that they would like to play against Karthus that makes this worthwhile to give up?
Well, if
because
you saw
there are stuff.
the M5 game, they played
Rise did really well,
and it kind of just dumped. Or no, it wasn't the M5. It was the Mistral game, I think.
Yeah, and Rise did really,
Mistral
really
played
well.
Rise. He just kind of dumped on Ocelot, even though
yeah,
Ocelot
Anguish did super well that game.
So what would you do here? Would you do Sona Rise like right now?
Rise, yeah, that'd be a really safe choice. Alternatively, you can go for, maybe if you want to secure Graves or a specific support, yeah.
Apparently, they don't care about Sona. Just want to, pick.
I guess
bull.
not. There are a lot of junglers up still. Trindamir's up. They may look for like a top lane Trind pick, but it looks like they're just going for really, really safe picks.
Yeah, they're
like
just. I don't know. This is a
anywhere.
lot different than the picks were in the last group. Because last group they're all pretty standard. Like everyone was going for the Rise, everyone was going for the Sona, and here it's just like, nope, Alistair Gangplank, whatever. I don't think we saw a single out in the last group.
Yeah, Snoopy really loves his jungle Alistar. Like he rates it like
You
super.
think that's a jungle Alistair, not
No,
a.
yeah, that's all he's been using in scrims is literally jungle Alistar every game, and it's interesting. I don't know. Some people definitely aren't used to it, and I wouldn't be used to it either because the level 2 ganks from Alistar are retarded. He just hops onto your lane and can flash W from across your screen.
I feel like AAA couldn't be happier with CLG's picks there because they just left Sona Graves, and it came right back to them. Like if they were, that is really strong for AAA right now, or against all.
They have the safest lineup right now. I think it's up to CLG to make big plays where AA could just sit back and play very safe and still win because their team comp looks really strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Sivir in the game. Do you feel like Sivir and Graves are kind of the two top ADs right now?
I think Sivir right now is ridiculous. Probably the top of the top. I think a good Corki is very comparable to the Graves. Like neck and
what
neck.
I'm just thinking is, I'm thinking, what's CLG going to do against this Sona Graves bottom lane when they? I feel like they wasted that Alistair pick.
Yeah, I don't think they would have picked Alistair. They should have gone for maybe either. No,
I mean, even Graves right away. Like, why they could? No one's going to be taking Alistair. They could have easily taken Graves.
I mean here you could if they're doing Jana Corky, that'd be pretty good. I'm all up for that. Oh, they're doing Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw is also really good. Just
Yeah.
he's kind of underplayed in the U.S. scene though. Like not many people know how to play him well. But
And an Alistair jungler plus a Janna blowback is pretty good. Protect the Cog. Like they'll have the headbutt, the pulverize, and the Janna ult, and the tornadoes. So if people try running into Cog, they'll be just consistently knocked up in the air and pushed backwards. So that
Right.
could actually work.
but I think AAA could honestly just sit back and
Just sit back and farm with Karthus, and then
yeah,
wait
no,
until
no,
he ult.
and kill the tank line as they come in because like they need a. I don't know. It depends on CLG's last pick. They're only like. I'm kind of
So
curious.
now
What
it
they're
does
gonna
look
choose.
clear that is going to be a jungle Alistair for sure. Unless they really want to get sneaky and do mid Janna, but I doubt it.
No, they'll probably do something real safe for mid. Something like Rise. Rise would be probably really really safe. I'm not sure what their mid lane likes to play. I'm pretty sure every player has picked up Rise, but honestly, Kennen would probably do well if they knew how to do mid Kennen.
Wukong. Hey, this is the Wukong Karthus that we were going to run in New York, right?
Didn't we lose horribly with that? Oh no, we didn't even
Got to
get to
play it.
that.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's so bad. I don't know. I'm not a huge Wukong fan. Like really not a huge Wukong fan. I just found out that he was lackluster and I would have much preferred a Malphite pick by AAA there. That would have maybe wrapped up the team.
I actually like the Wukong pick as long as he can lane against GP, which is kind of a big as long as. But if he can lane against GP, that's Wukong Karthus is still a good combo. The ults and the character kits synergize really well with each other. And then we'll see our first Ahri in competitive play in a while. Like she wasn't picked at all in Kiev. And that surprised a lot of people.
I think possibly Scar's dropped off this conversation. What the fuck? Oh no!
Maybe.
Yeah. It's something's up with Skype. It's basically said it's going to call him back. I'm not too sure what it's doing, but they are your picks, and
Bye, Scar.
I'm gonna have to. Is he completely disconnected? No, he hasn't. I hope not. I hope it's just the connection. Oh, there he is. He's back. I can hear the typing. The mechanical keyboard. Ah!
Oh, was that under my end? Because if it was,
I think.
ouch.
I think it was just
Did you
Skype.
do something? Or did it
No,
just happen?
I need to switch off wireless then. Because using my wireless is very
yeah.
reliable.
Were you
But,
streaming on wireless?
I was, and it had no issues. The only time I dropped on wireless was with the Jarvan flag bug right now apparently
lag.
disconnects my Twitch TV. So
Yeah, you're getting a little lag interference.
You're going to have to
there.
wire this up right now.
Yeah.
You're getting crushed.
You're getting you got a bit robot on us during the Skype conversation. So I mean, overall, these picks. What do you think? Who do you think is better between these two? I mean, Against All Authorities has got a pretty good pick to start with. CLG going with Ari as well. Ari we've not seen in a competitive game. Certainly ones that I've covered yet. Obviously, we didn't see it in Kiev, but there was a lot of talk about it beforehand. From your point of view,
I think I don't know. I would have liked a different pick for top lane from AAA. I would have liked like maybe something more like a Malphite. Or really, I was looking for like more like a tanky initiator, whereas what I got was Wukong, and kind of disappointing. And I did not expect an Ahri pick from CLG, like an Ahri pick.
What do you think Ari's going to do
right?
against Karthus? Because I'm seeing that as a pretty good matchup for Ari. Like Karthus is a very immobile target, and Ari's skill shots are very range. I feel like he could potentially just dump on him.
The thing is, you can't stop Karthus from farming. Even with that, like you would need to have a significant AP.
But you can probably kill him a lot. Right?
No. Not if the Karthus is smart and runs MR flats or runs defense MR. Like if he runs MR flats, you won't get a kill. I guarantee. Like Ari just doesn't have the damage unless Althor walks into every single skill shot. You don't have the damage without overextending into really, really bad territory. And like all Althor needs is MR flat to be able to survive the laning phase and into straight into level 12. And by
I feel
then,
like, I really feel like that Ari's going to be able to kill Karthus fairly early in a lot of these fights. It's just like a hunch.
in the fights I agree, but in laning phase I don't think Ari can kill Althor without big help from Snoopy. But I mean, Ari picking up Heal Ignite is definitely not what
Yeah,
I'm
that's weird. Why is he running no flash mid?
because against Elise in jungle, like I wouldn't risk that. That's
Yeah, it's very.
if
very...
Elise literally just sat mid for 2 minutes.
Do we know if CLG McLaren is Froggen?
He, I think it's actually. Is it? It definitely is McLaren. I'm pretty sure it's a sub. I think.
Oh,
it's,
is it?
Yeah, I think.
Sorry.
I knew there was one of the members of CLG that wasn't going to be here. I actually thought it was Crepo that wasn't here, but I guess he is.
Okay. Classic CLG trick. Use a ringer, then if they lose, they can blame the ringer, and if they win,
Wow.
yeah.
I mean, it's
they're
really
teaching their
interesting.
Euro counterparts well.
I'm surprised Wicked decided to not take teleport because I thought he really liked having the map presence with teleport. But I mean, I really like gameplay Wicked Knight more than teleport, way more. But I used to think of Wicked like that he would only run teleport for a long period of time. It looks like he's changed
he
a
did.
lot.
He changed
Yeah,
up a little.
Mhm.
He used to
And
run
you see the new wave of AD carry, whereas everyone runs heal instead of cleanse now because it helps them lane, or like it helps them be able to trade in lanes. Whereas it's because everyone stopped running like offensive summoners and just went cleanse, and it was just like the people realized that in a cleanse war, like it's better to just have heal.
Yep. I've seen pretty much every AD just gravitate towards running heal flash. It's ubiquitous now. Everyone does it.
I don't know if I agree with it. I think it's just. I think it's like definitely like a Euro style play because in the U.S., I like in the Euro style. Look at this, like CV straight down, CV flash every support. Like I haven't seen these summoners together on the U.S. server in like a month and a half.
Yeah, I think Euro solo queue is still no CV, but the team comps are still running with CV as far as I've seen.
Yeah, I've seen almost all their scrims have CV, which is interesting. I don't necessarily think it's useful in every
It weakens them a
circumstance.
little bit in the lane for sure, but they're
Yep.
still finding plenty of uses for it in mid and late game. And we're in.
We are, except mine isn't. But there we go. Boom. As if by magic, add it back in. I don't know why it doesn't like me switching between character select and when was the picks and bans, I don't know what it is, but nevertheless, we are into the game. So let's give you a quick roster rundown in case you missed it. The in-depth discussion that you do get between these teams and a little insight into what Dignitas was like a couple of months back there. So it's going to be Osaf on Sona for AAA. And against all authorities, Althor on Karthus in the mid, Soaz is going to be at the top there on Wukong, Linak in the jungle on Lee Sin, Yellow Star down the bottom as the AD carry on Graves for CLG.EU. It is going to be Crepo on Janna, Yellow Pete on Cogmore down the bottom, and it's going to be Snoopy in the jungle on Alistair. Jungle Alistair. It's takes me back a while, that one does. McLaren is going to be in the middle on Ari. Ari running a heal as well there in the mid on the AP, and Wicked up the top. Because just proving, if anything, to Jat that Aurelia is not the only hero that he plays.
Well, he couldn't. He had no choice.
Yeah, he was
I think he's
banned
pretty
out.
good at
Yeah,
cheating.
yeah, he will be trollololling with that one. So, what are we expecting? Who's your favourites between this one? Skara, Jat, you're both in here. Who are you going with?
Well, I think based on the hype machine that CLG is the favorite in this game. But if I had to pick like direct just from the picks, I like AAA's team comp more. I think Scar's not the
I
same.
agree. I like everything on AAA but the Wukong, but the 4 other picks are good enough for me to still consider AAA's team comp to be better.
Okay, so Linak will be starting and going down to the red. We're going to get the help with the Althor. Meanwhile, looking like the Wolves will be taken by Snoopy. Snoopy's going to need a bit more help though, isn't he, on this blue?
Yes, he will. And the interesting thing about this is both junglers actually started with boots. So generally junglers will start with a cloth 5 or sort of a regrowth pendant or something to just help them jungle and, you know, scale in a little bit. But basically, when you start boots as a jungler, you're saying, okay, I'm going to gank before I shop. And that's what both these junglers are saying, so expect a lot of early action out of them.
I don't know if it was on purpose, but Altor took the blue race. And I was like, it's usually not what I see happening. I think
Whoops.
it was accidental. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a lot of experience to steal from the jungler.
So Snoopy's just been CV'd. Whether he's going to go for those wraiths, looks like he thought about coming straight round. It's a little early to be diving on towards Althor from that range. We do have Lee Sin looking like he is going to go for a gank up towards the top. That's like you said, with them boots on. But Wicked isn't really pushed up lane enough, so Linux is going to hang around. In fact, if anything, he thought about going for an invade. He could also go for Snoopy in the jungle, of course.
Wicked is just so far away from... Oh, now he's moving into the bush. If he went now, he might have a chance of maybe blowing a flash or something. It's so hard to gank GP. And let's see, did he level... Okay, he actually hasn't leveled his
the cow coming up behind him. Snoopy is coming in behind. He's going to go straight towards the bush. They're going to see each other now. They're going to go straight for Snoopy, but unfortunately Soaz actually already been pulled back there. They're going to dive in towards Snoopy. Snoopy will go down surely. First blood, that will be the ignite. Will they manage to finish it off? No, they won't, because Wicked will reply on Linak there. And that was...
Wicked got double buffs. He got both junglers buffs.
That's not good.
Kid's got double buffs now. Good luck, Wukong.
Yeah, that is definitely going to put top lane into a massive disadvantage. There was a bit of poke going on down the bottom there. I didn't really want to pull away from that one, but in terms of Soaz now, I mean, how is he going to be able to react to this?
He is in big trouble. Like, his lane is actually pushed up to snowballing, so once those 3 creeps die, he's got to go back. He has to go back to shop, like, immediately. Just because you're not going to be able to win the lane when GP has double buffs at level 3. And that was just extremely, extremely unlucky in the way the kills fell. And he must be kicking himself right now.
So, he's going to shoot him just before he tries the port back. Yes, he does. And,
like, GP with buffs early is just so abusive because he is such a straightforward character in the way he lanes. Just the fact that really the way you play GP is you run up to the other guy and you press Q on him. But when you have double buffs, that is just exponentially easier to do. You can do it more often and it's more effective. So Wukong's in trouble, I'm trying to say.
Double buff gameplay is probably the fastest way to lose a game, top lane. Like, other champions may not, like, blue or red may not be good on them or may not be as effective, but with gameplay, like, having both, like, he scales really well on both buffs.
And Jack, from a jungle perspective, how do you feel about Lee Sin taking the blue buff away from Alpha there? He just took it.
Karthus doesn't necessarily benefit that much from blue buff until he's around, like, in his level 7, 8 sort of thing. Giving him a blue buff at level 3 really wouldn't do that much. So I think the jungler was just trying to pick up experience, because blue buff does give him a lot of experience, and, you know, he died top and he needs to get back in the game. And there's just not many camps you can get experience out of in the jungle. So he just took it because he's trying to level up, and I'd do that play as well. It's fine.
Okay, so let's have a quick look between the lanes as they all back off, and well, there's a couple of pings going down, so they're looking for a CV on Lee Sin. There he is, just go straight through it, so they know his path at the moment. So obviously the top is going to probably fall in the way of Wicked, and you can already see that Wukong is around about half health, having to chug through those potions as expected with that double buff on. Meanwhile, in the mid, 30 CS to McLaren. 42, so slight advantage for McLaren. I did see he sent Althor back earlier as well during that exchange that was happening. Down the bottom here, Yellow Pete versus Yellow Star. It is the yellow lane down the bottom here. And it is 37 for Yellow Pete and Yellow Star. I'm going to get so confused when the fights happen for those 41. So very even between those two. We've got Lee Sin going back up towards the top here. Now double buff has run out on Wicked here, and he's in a perfect opportunity to go for the Q. Does manage to land on him. He's going to dive straight in, so as will get straight in there. Gangplank man, ulti will slow them down. I don't feel sure. I think it will be enough to back out. They cannot catch him. And the Q dodges, so very nicely played, and that's exactly like Wicked talked about in State of the League. He says, you know what, you don't need to ward it, you just got to be really confident you can just walk out of the situation.
Yeah, he didn't even have flash, but it didn't matter because with his E passive, he was just faster than the two
mid
people
lane,
ganking.
mid lane, Linek is going to go in towards McLaren. He does manage to land it straight to Wall of Pain. Althor actually turns straight around. I think he may be able to get the kill on him. He's just about back to enough. I'm not sure if the ignite just about runs off in time. And well, the cow was coming, but it was all too late. So a kill on McLaren in mid. That was important because it was Althor that picked it up. Like I said, Althor did get sent back early, so it's going to be a much needed kill. So from a point of view of we have an AP mid and a jungler here, what sort of discussions will go on between you guys? Obviously knowing that the top needs help when there's a double buff gangplank, you know, like I really do need help in mid though.
I would.
Scar.
Or do you? I would just say, forget top. Like I don't think there was a way to unless you overcommit. I don't think the jungler Lee Sin would be able to deal with Gangplank with double buffs, even with Wukong help. So I just say to just suicide top lane. It's not worth it, and concentrate on other lanes.
Like top
Maybe
lane is
try to.
ganking top lane with the double buffs. That's exactly what I was gonna say. It's just good luck. Like a jungler going up to fight a level 6 Gangplank against a level 4 Wukong. That Lee Sin gank was essentially just wasted time. Even though they landed Q and everything, there was no way that was going to work. Gangplank is too beefy at that point with the advantage he'd even gained. Even when he didn't have double buffs, it was just nothing was going to happen with that gank.
And this is a curious way to play Ahri. So this Ahri build decides to max W first. I'm not quite sure if I agree with that with such a long-range champion like Karthus, but it certainly is interesting.
Yeah, I've actually, I don't know if I've seen that before.
I really like to get melee champions or
On
champions
top.
that have to like commit on you, but
Going in top lane again
Yeah,
on
gets
towards
number
Wicked.
2.
They will manage to ignite.
Everything is getting used on
They
him.
will manage to surely get the kill. Will they finish it off? They will do, and Soaz actually picked up the kill, but the cow coming up behind, I'm not too sure if he's going to have the damage. Ari is following in, so Snoopy's going to try to disrupt them as much as possible and delay until Ari can get in there. It will be Soaz he goes for, managed to get the pulverize down. Will it be enough for McLaren to finish off? Does dive in there, will not go get quite the kill. Yes, no, he does on the tower. Would you believe it? And now Linak surely in all sorts of trouble, just about getting away from that one. But like you say, they'd literally thrown the cart horse at trying to get Gangplank down. They did get the kill, but it's cost them dearly as well. And I'm not too sure if that was worth it.
That was just really experienced play on Ari's part, knowing exactly how his R's and W's are going to fly out of his character, because that's not immediately that easy to do, and he did it perfectly in that kill. Scar's like, it's easy.
No, I'm just trying to see how. I think the Ahri actually misplayed, because what happened was she activated her W before her R, or at the same time as her R, and ended up using all 3 Ws on top of Lee Sin when her kill target was supposed to be Wukong. So had she saved it for the second R and repositioned her W, she would have not had to use, or she would have not fallen to low health.
Okay.
But I mean, she still ended up playing that pretty well.
Yeah, and they nearly got a double too, even though she dumped all that damage on me.
I'm really surprised Karthus is behind this much in CS. Like, being behind 20
I told you,
CS
man.
Karthus-
Ari's gonna be really hard for Karthus to
No,
lane against.
no. I spent the entire early game watching Karthus play, and he's playing this lane awful. Like, I'm not gonna say anything about Althor. If he's played Karthus a lot, then it's whatever. But
Hey,
I really dislike how he plays this lane.
as someone that's got 300 CS in 20 minutes, you're quite welcome to talk about it. Everybody knows about that on the internet. So they're looking like to try and get a gank on towards Wicked at the top here. You can see Linak is lining up for this one. And really, it looks like they're going to throw the kitchen sink at him again. Remember,
This
the
isn't
old...
gonna go anywhere though. He's a Gangplank in his tower with his ultimate up. If they dive him, they're gonna take a death.
And
Lee Sin's already backing away. Yeah.
And Linux had got absolutely no jungle to steal either, because Snoopy's cleared it all out as well. And Althor now is taking those down. But it was interesting to hear you guys talk about the AP, how you have different opinions of it, because the internet, of course, knows that all commentators are wrong, so therefore you two were both wrong as well. So Linak does actually steal... Oh, here we go. Is he coming around the back? No, I still think he'd be crazy to go for this. Wicked's he's level 8, he's got the red buff on.
I'm almost wondering if he's just waiting there in hopes that Alistair comes up so he can fight them in the open.
Oh.
But no, he's just dancing around. He
I'm not-
doesn't really know what he's doing.
I wasn't sure
I
whether
don't-
Linak was trying to bait something out there of Wicked, trying to make him use an ulti or something.
Yeah, I'm confused. Like, as a Lee Sin jungler, like, I'd imagine the best lane to gank right now would be to try a lane gank bottom, because there
at
hasn't been
Snoopy.
any wards.
Look at Snoopy mid, he's coming around the backside of Althor, flashing through, gets the pulverized headbutt, and Althor will go down there. And Snoopy actually with the Oracle on as well, so very ballsy play, came straight around the back. There was absolutely no escape for him there. And Althor was destroyed, and immediately that's going to switch up for a dragon pull. I think Crepo has pulled him out, and CLG going straight for that dragon. I don't think there's anything.
There would have been one possible way that Althor could have lived there, and it's if he could have flashed while Alistair was mid-pulverizing, and he would have dodged it. But no, he died.
Will be dragon. Clairvoyance is on it. Actually, Clairvoyance just wore out before he died, so I'm not too sure whether they get the time or how long that lingers for. I didn't quite catch the circle. I didn't see, didn't have the view on. So, in terms of lane at the moment, I'd say CLG probably looking like they're stronger. They definitely have the gold advantage. There is only 1k very early on. Linux continually trying to get this gank off the top here, and again the ward goes down. Clairvoyance there, and look at that, Wicked immediately knew, and he's just not being able to do it. So maybe at this point of view, Jat certainly as a jungler, would you just switch your attention towards bot or mid?
Yeah, ganking Gangplank is
he's trying again, look.
really, really hard. And
they're going for it, and he's actually kicked Wicked in there. He's going to try and make him use it. Double ulti's pop. That's a triple ulti now. It will get the kill. I think so as may just about survive from the tower. Linak with that shield in. But that was a triple ulti required to get Gangplank.
But they got him, so it's worth it, right? It's
Yeah. It's just,
that was
wow.
that is definitely not something I would have done. I would basically have just ignored Gangplank and be like, he's doing it
down
again.
In the mid. Alpha just about surviving. I think he might be able to turn around and get the kill. Plus the late wasteland will go down. Has used his ulti already, so he cannot follow that on. Clairvoyance goes down, but I'm not too sure what for, because he was going to bring nothing to it. I think he was waiting to see if Linak could manage to get an exit kill, but pretty close encounter so far.
This guy's disappointed with this.
It's not just that. Like, I look at the skill builds of players while you guys are talking. Wicked max raise morale first, and I'm just like,
oh,
why would you ever max raise morale first? It's just not something that I don't think I've seen anyone do. Like, this was back when I've seen it done before it got nerfed 2 times in a row. Now it just feels like it's useless to max first. But that's
when
what
you play game, like you max parlay and scurvy first.
Especially if I'm going Ignite, like, I can understand why he didn't win his lane harder with double buff, because had he max parlay, because he's running Ignite, like, if you're going for kills, you need max parlay to do damage. It's confusing for me.
And one thing I would point out is, even though the CS is very close bottom lane between Kog'Maw and Graves, I have to give the who played better in the lane to CLG, just because you don't necessarily pick a Janna lane to win the lane. You pick it for her utility in team fights and just her amazing zoning potential in team fights. And the fact that they haven't lost to the Sona Graves and that they're keeping even in CS is a win for them.
And Linak coming back around the side of Wicked. They are really trying it, and they're keeping Wicked down. Will manage to flash through again. Ulti kicks him, tries to get him away from the tower. I'm not too sure if it's enough this time, because they don't have the Karthus ulti to lay that damage down. And again, they had to throw everything at him. Meanwhile, Ari catching out Althor down in the river as well. Althor's trying his best, puts the exhaust down. I'm not too sure if it's enough, and Althor in all sorts of trouble. Meanwhile, down the bottom, it has also been a kill for Yellow Pete down there, managing to take down Sona as Graves was away. Back towards the middle lane, you can see Leonard continue on towards Snoopy. Doesn't have anything to offer though, because McLaren, oh my god, he's actually got in for it crazily at half his hit points instantly there. And that's playing themselves into trouble, if you ask me. You're both absolutely dumbstruck by what's happening.
Sorry, I got a little distracted there real quick.
I'm trying to figure out how the flow of the game is going. It's definitely in CLG's favor, but like, I'm still kind of confused how bottom died. Like, that's just
yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but it was like I was saying, they are winning that lane essentially just by the fact that they were even in CS, and now they're definitely winning it. So just outplayed, I guess.
And they're doing the Imp 5 build too, which is the double Doran's Wriggles Phantom Dancer, which is just like the safest possible build you could ever. It's so weird though. Like, I'm not a huge fan of it. I talked to Cop about it. He thinks it sucks as well, and it's just like, it's so strange seeing everyone build it now.
So do you think it's more about safety and just lasting the game down the bottom? Oh, we got Snoopy actually going down towards the bottom. It's possible whether he's going to go for a gank. Yes, he is. Ari is absolutely dominating, by the way, in the mid. He's completely got control over Althor. Now we've got Snoopy coming around the backside. Here comes Crepo. Crepo surely going to put that Howling Gale through. It will be, and that was just a destroyed OSAF. popped completely before he feet even touched
That
the
early
ground.
oracles on Snoopy is really paying off. You can
And
see
Ari's coming by.
against all authorities almost
Oh,
stopped.
Yellow
recording.
Star's in all sorts of trouble on the turret, and he's going to try to draw as much aggro as he can, but he's just got no answer to that. It was a 4-man complete surrounded gank, and now CLG pushing the advantage, which we credit teams for doing.
Okay, Scar, what do you think of the Abyssal Scepter on Ari?
I think it's very strange. Very, very strange.
Strange.
I think, yeah, she could have just gone for Sork shoes, and then like
Oh, Alpha.
Negatron, and like large rod, or not large rod, but like blasting one, and had better movement speed. But
McLaren's
it's
cutting
strange.
Althor
I
off
don't know.
here. He knows exactly where he is. He's just biding his time. He does manage to launch straight in towards him. Althor was not ready for it. I'm not too sure if he's going to quite have enough to dive on the tower this time around. Yes, he will. He's going to launch in. Remember the maneuverability. He tries to catch dodge around the slow bar. Didn't quite have enough to finish the job, though.
Damage on the Q didn't proc for him. Well, here, Scar, here's what I think about the Abyssal Scepter. I'm thinking he wants to dodge in and around the Karthus, so he bought the Abyssal because A, he's going to be close enough to proc the magic reduction, but also because he needs the magic resist to sit in Karthus' E, because since he maxed W, and since he's dancing around him with his R, he's going to have to be in defile range just to kill him.
Here we go.
I-
Yeah, go
Okay,
for it,
the
Scar.
dragon's
I
coming
mean,
up.
so the dragon is about to go down. I don't think Against All
Snoopy has
Authorities can do
support on
anything
top of
about
the
this, though. And Snoopy does manage to catch Linek out there, actually just headbutted him away and secured it. A flash used from Osaf and a ward.
no.
That has to be lag. I can't think of any other reason to flash Crescendo so horribly like that. That was awful. And even as a non-pro, I could spot that one a mile away. Oh, beautiful from Crepo there, again catching Althor completely out there and then going down again. Althor is being destroyed here. Now they're going straight round. Can Snoopy manage to cut off Yellow Star? Oh, he's going straight through a ward as well. They know exactly where they are. When to dash through there, I think they're just going to be able to back away from this one. They have a stack of minions. They're going to go straight towards the turret. Meanwhile, Wukong continuing to push up the top, but CLG starting to snowball pretty heavily here.
And Scar, do you think the Karthus is kind of admitting defeat when you see him go Merc Treads, Catalyst, Triple Thorns? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah,
build in Karthus.
that's such a weak build. It's like he didn't even need the Merc Trans. He could have just stopped at no magic mantle. It's just he has no good items right now, and that's really bad for AAA because he's one of the main key factors to being able to control this game. Is how well Karthus does.
So McLaren
Yeah,
just-
I agree. When you pick it first, especially, you need it to actually do well in lane and not get countered by the by what they pick against it. That's the danger of picking their APs first, is if the other team has a good way of playing against it lined up.
And Wicked here going to max Scurvy second, so he's just leaving.
He just
Parlay.
doesn't care about parlay, apparently.
Right, he just
He's
like,
actually
never
built
get
an
mad.
Aegis of the Legion as his second item, so it's almost like he's saying, hey, I'm going to be a tank support rather than the guy who crits you for 700.
It's definitely an interesting way of playing it. I don't think I've ever seen it like this in a long time.
I also think it looks like AAA is going for some kind of record in Doran's items they're building. Wukong went triple Dorans, Graves went double, and Karthus has 3. So I haven't seen that many on a team in a while.
And when you start stacking
least
that many, it generally screens a little bit of desperation.
Yeah, it's like we're slowly falling behind. We need to build these efficient items to try to regain control of what they're trying to do.
And in terms of control, I mean, can you see a way back into it at the moment? Because from my point of view, CLG have snowballed pretty hard over the last few minutes. AAA, like you say, they've desperately having to throw money at efficient items, yet they're certainly not going to develop anything. While CLG are obviously building up. You can see Ari now with that needlessly large rod on there. Cogmore slowly building towards that Phantom Dance. So there's...
I mean, I see CLG snowballing away with it, but at the same time, all of their kills in the past 5 or 10 minutes have not necessarily been kind of brawl, we're stronger than you fights. They're just catching you, right?
Oh, wow. Osaf
Whoa.
just got destroyed on the spot by McLaren there. McLaren. They thought they caught him out of position. Instead, it turns around. CLG. Althor now trying his best to get in amongst them. Snoopy will pick up. Actually, Jana managed to pick up the kill in amongst all that. Wicked is going to back away. McLaren still continuing to be caught out there. Has the support come in? The damage is very low. Trying his best to maneuver around. They're actually everybody very low on hit points. And this time, CLG having to back away from that one because Yellow Pete was not involved in that fight.
So, like I was saying, right when they got picked again, all of the fights CLG is winning are because they're getting picks, right? They're engaging really well and just killing someone immediately. So we still haven't even seen a full-on 5v5, and based on the way that went, even after getting picked, how the Karthus ult with the Wukong ult actually did pretty well. If somehow Against All Authority can stop falling behind and stop getting picked off by you know, the Alistair and the Flash Janna ultis that have been working against them, then they might have a chance in team fights, because Karthus, Wukong are really good in team fights, and Ahri not so much.
And of course, I think if Yellow Pete would have been there, it would have gone
Yeah,
very badly for
absolutely.
Against All Authorities.
Your 202, 180 CS, 80 carry might have made a bit of difference.
Yeah, just a little. So down the bottom, it's looking like the bottom turret will go down to minions. I think Wicked is going to try his best to prevent it, but it is down to 47 hit points. He did actually draw all of the attention, so he's held it for a few seconds longer. So Yellow Pete double stacked at the moment, has got Phantom Dancer completed, and is looking at possibly trying to catch someone out here. They haven't got a ward though, unlike they had them before on Althor. And Althor at the moment, I mean, he's 252, and he is a very good Karthus player. It's just, I mean, Skara, how do you think I mean, how would you turn it around from this position as a AP mid?
Well, he just needs to farm, and the problem is that, like, it's very dangerous to farm against CLG right now because they have a lot of ways and a lot of map control. A lot of ways to pick you and a lot of map control to be able to take advantage of poor positioning. So, he has to sit back and just farm.
Just going to go up to top there because Ari has managed to go in towards Lennart. Lennart trying his best to use the golems to get away from it. Of course, he has a lot of distance to cover, which is going to be very hard. Kicks McLaren away, but McLaren, of course, can close a lot of distance, and surely, there we go, the Gangplank ulti comes in. Lennart is in all sorts of trouble. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. He's trying his best to juke around, dodge around.
He's going to be running for a little while, potentially.
And McLaren on Ari is probably the worst thing. Oh, just about managed to dodge out there straight. Oh, tried to dodge out. Very nice, he tried actually.
Almost juked him.
Almost. So Skara, yeah, I mean, back to what you were saying about, he's just simply got to farm. There's no other simple way around it in this game.
He's behind by about 60 CS, so catching up is going to be very hard, especially because there's a limited amount of farm on the map, and everyone from his team is taking a lot of what could be his farm. Like right here in the middle, Yellow Star decided to take all the CS from outdoors, so it's in a really weird position for Karthus right now.
Well, he's behind by 3.5k as well, because Ari is 8-2-1 at the moment, which is a huge difference. Not only you're behind as the AD.
There's Death Cap as well, which is a big power boost right there. What a lot of people don't realize is when you finish those items, like the Death Cap or the IE, are your really big power caps, like at different stages of the game. So Ari just finishing that Death Cap, look for them to try to force something almost immediately while she still has that huge power gap over Karthus.
Yeah, so 470 AP to 142. Rod of Ages just completed by Althor, which is not the best time to start that one off at 25 minutes in.
Rod of Ages takes 10 minutes now to complete.
Yeah. 10 minutes to stack out. Meanwhile, Althor, Wicked down the bottom, continues to farm. This is kind of the role that Gangplank can take. The Against All Authorities are going to try and stack it into mid there. They have enough. They've got 4 men around there. And they actually might catch CLG a little out of position here, although Yellow Pete now coming in will possibly... No, they're not going to have enough to take the turret down because Yellow Pete simply can't rip them apart. So as actually going for the mirror image, I'm not too sure. Oh, just caught a glimpse of McLaren actually trying to backdoor around Yellow Star. Yeah, and Clairvoyance goes down, so he's wisely backs away from that. But meanwhile, Wicked just continues pushing down the bottom.
You know, being a split pusher, little jerk. That's what a lot of GPs do, is just, you know, they have the global, so they have a median presence on the rest of the map, and they can just split push the whole game and get
they're going to come around the back of Soaz. Snoopy, he thought about it. He thought about it, just continuing again, coming around the backside of that turret. Didn't really feel he had it, though. Ari wasn't with them either, so the quick immediate burst, they do manage to pulverize onto Lee Sin. He's just going to back away from that one, and it will be a free turret. And well, they're just grinding them down, and the goal difference from this point of view as a team, I mean, just have to simply suck it up and turtle up.
Well, this is just, it's getting pretty bad. Like, it's 40-32 is what it's almost a 20% goal advantage, I think. 20, yeah, 20% goal advantage, which is just absolutely massive. They're in big trouble. What you want to do is you want to turtle up, and you want to force the other team into doing something stupid. Like, you want them to dive into you, or you want to somehow have wards around Baron and catch them doing it without them being able to peel off on you. But CLG's, they're good, right? So I don't think they're going to do any stupid dives mid, and I think if they do Baron, then they're going to peel off properly. So you really, at this point, if you're against all authority, you're just trying to wait for CLG to make a mistake.
So we see that blue buff stolen away. That will go to...
And yeah, as you can see, Wicked just used his ultimate bottom lane. So they're really... CLG is taking this slow. They're just saying, okay, we're gaining more gold than you right now because we can farm everywhere and you're scared of us. So they're just taking all the creeps on the map while Against All Authority has to group up as 5 and just kind of stand around. No, and now they're forcing. They're either going for Baron or they're going for picks.
And I think it's... Yeah, they've immediately had to back away from that one. CV went down. They got the ward down, but they were kind of in a bad spot to go for it because all of CLG were around there, although Gangplank has just backed. It will take this mid turret, I think. There's going to be no doubt about that. But you can see Ari now working his way down. Ari with that blue buff on as well.
Snoopy's going to engage here.
Oh, he was trying, and then got the slow bar and the smoke across him, which will slow him down. Let's have a look down the bottom. You can see there's a stack coming in. There's a small stack up top, and it's looking like CLG may even force the Baron. Remember, they will just clear that ward out. As soon as they come around the corner, Snoopy's going to see that one down.
So look at this guard. Wicked's absolutely going support Gangplank. He has 2 team ore items right now.
That's crazy.
Oh, and they're going to straight engage. Osaf completely caught out. Actually got the clairvoyance across the team, but the rest of his team were not there with him, so it was just insane. Althor will be doing the suicide dive in there. Wukong did actually manage to pick up a kill on Creepo there, but it's not going to be enough. Karthus ulti will go off, but there is just not enough damage to come out from it. Ari is being chased, so I think Linak, no, he's not going to get him because the rest of his team come around in support, and now actually I think Yellow Star may well be in a little bit of trouble. You can see Snoopy is going to try and catch him off, flashed away from the head, but pulverized there. The combo was landed. Just managed to get out of it. They are going to dive Linak. Linak having to use his ulti actually to kick him back. Yellow Star will finish him off. Yellow Pete, sorry.
I definitely don't agree with that dive. They could have easily just peeled off and taken a free Baron, whereas now they're given enough time for them to potentially respawn. They might still be able to get Baron, so maybe it doesn't matter. I feel like they should have just went right for Baron after they won the initial fight instead of diving into towers.
Well, I feel like they just thought they were so far ahead that
they can just kind of do whatever they want.
Yeah, I kind of almost agree with them that they're really far ahead.
Yeah, they can apparently just do whatever they want, so they're taking Baron no problem.
Absolutely nothing against what Authorities is going to do against that one. So they are 12k head in gold, 16-6 in kills, 5-2 in gold, and I believe they've taken every dragon as well so far. So it's looking like they are going to take victory in this one. Of course, in the group it is going to be Cypher and Fnatic. They will be playing each other at the moment. Coming up after this one, I guess it's going to be Fnatic versus CLG. I don't think we can ignore that game.
No, definitely not. We got to see how, you know, the team that never shows up for tournaments and Artline events, see if they show up to this one. And hopefully they do, then we'll get a good game.
And of course, let's not forget, Shushei's got a lot of fans out there, but I mean, PK, and they really have a fantastic team that never really gets a great deal of mention. I mean, Lamy and Melisande down the bottom are a incredible combo. So many times we talk about the Chaotic Special, the Candy Panda, Nif, and at the moment it is certainly going to be looking like Yellow Pete and Crepo certainly have formed an incredible partnership. Like you said, they really had no right to be keeping even level in the lane and winning it.
And then they actually got a kill after they'd stayed even CS up to about 120. They just, you know, randomly kill the Sona Graves, who's the one who should be getting the random kills, right? Because all that AAA would have essentially had to do is just land a well-timed Sona ult on Janna or Cog, and they can pretty much just combo them down with their skills after that point. But it never happened. Like, something CLG was doing down there just prevented them from being able to pull off that combo.
So let's just see whether they're waiting for that. Yeah, here comes the siege minion following on up there. They don't have the other lanes pushed there, but I think they're pretty confident they could dive it. They have got Baron buff, so I expect CLG to follow straight in. Here we go, the wave's coming in, and it's actually going to be AAA that actually dives straight in for them, trying to target on towards Yellow Pete. Actually, that kick's doing them all sorts of favours because he's managed to get it right out of the back of the damage. Thank you very much. We'll take an ace from that one very easily, and McLaren is now 11-5. Very well played, and that is a surrender. So really well played there.
The Jan ult, I mean, obviously the game was essentially over at that point, but the Jan ult was really quite perfect. The instant Wukong went in, he just kind of blew him away, and he didn't get his AoE damage off.
So an incredibly strong performance from CLG, proving they are not just the hype. They have actually performed, and McLaren says he loves Wet Dream, so giving a shout out to his, I guess, manager, I guess Wet Dream is technically, of CLG.
A very, very commanding victory there. They pretty much won it from start to finish.
So what do you take from these builds? Skara, you were obviously commenting on some of the strange builds that were going on in there.
At the end, like, stuff looks pretty standard for AA outside, like the Karthus being so far behind that he had to build Rod of Ages at like 25 minutes. I think the real big issue was that Lee Sin decides to go for very, very early Warmogs, and up until you finish Atmas, you really don't do much damage with Lee Sin. It's all, and he never ended up finishing Atmas, so, I mean, his damage is pretty lackluster.
They just kind of fell behind and never got to pull it off. Karthus really, like, Karthus was the linchpin of their strategy, and he fell super far behind. I mean, it was in part because Ahri played well, but it was also because of Snoopes. That gank where he came in from behind the tower really just kind of set him back for the rest of the game, and that set the tone. So just, they used their characters really well, and I feel like the Lee Sin, even though they did get like the 1 or 2 kills on Wicked, it didn't matter because, you know, he's Gangplank, right? He's still gonna do his stuff in team fights, and they spent so much time up there trying to kill Wicked. It just it set back the other lanes. Mid needed the help, and so did bottom.
Okay, so I guess we're going to take a quick break there. The next game will be coming up. I would hesitate to guess that it will be CLG versus Fnatic. That will be starting soon. So quick ad break. We're going to take a quick breather break. This is our 4th match. So don't go in there, guys. Don't forget CLG Fnatic coming up after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and we had a quick breather. I had to eat, frankly. I've not eaten for probably about 20 hours, so so sorry for the quick break. Yeah, so we've just seen CLG pretty much ruffle stomp over AAA, and apparently, yes, Froggen was McLaren. He's back as Froggen now, so these players do like to change their names around. But yeah, so you guys were just having a discussion actually about the Ari Karthus thing in the mid.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I was asking Scar about what he thought now after watching the game on the Karthus Ari thing, because I said straight away that Ari was just going to beat Karthus in that lane. At least that's what I thought was going to happen. And I think, Scar, you think that Karthus basically just misplayed it and that those picks really weren't that bad.
Right, I think Karthus messed up the lane really badly. Well, not that badly, but it just ended up, from my perspective, because I play Karthus like a lot. And from when I was
I mean, I
noticing,
believe Althar plays Karthus, equally as much. He's probably
right,
he's one of the
and
most well-known Euro Karthus
which is
players.
why it confuses me because he played the matchup, which I thought very poorly. His level 1 through 4 strategy against a no flash Ari was to shove the lane to the other tower and go back to buy a Ruby Crystal and 2 wards. So he does that, but he shoves the lane, so he makes it automatically. Lee Sin can't gank that lane because he's shoving it so hard. Ari isn't even harassing him at all, and he misses 10 CS shoving three waves. Like, that's a huge number to miss. Like, you should never miss that if you're trying to compete competitively. If you're not getting harassed and you miss 10 CS, that's horrible. And he does that, and he goes back to buys 2 wards, doesn't even place the 2 wards for almost 4 minutes when he had ample chances to place them, and may have even caught like the cow going around to flank him. He started, and he was down 20 CS like 2 minutes after his back. And being down CS as Karthus in middle is like a foreign concept for me, especially against someone who can't AoE as hard as Ari can. She really only has 1 AoE, and if you're being down 20 CS as Karthus against Ari, like, that just means you played badly. Like, the matchup itself might be in Ari's favor.
So even with all that said, and Karthus being down the 20 CS or so, do you think that would have made any difference once Snoopy came behind him with the Alistair and just headbutted him out through his own tower anyway? Like, would him having, one more Doran's Ring or a Mana Crystal at that point really have changed anything? Because once I felt like once Ari got that 1 kill, that it was pretty much just a snowball from there, right? He was so far behind. Do you think the 10 or 15 CS could have stopped that somehow?
Maybe. I'm not quite sure, because the 10 or 15 CS like disrupted how the lane normally went. Like, because Alistair was only able to do that loop around because I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I don't know exactly when Karthus placed the 2 wards he bought, because his first back was health pot, 2 wards, and Ruby Crystal, so he wouldn't die to Ari, and that makes sense to me because Ari's making like these really strange summoners that do very effective things in a 1v1 situation. But he didn't place the wards when he came back to lane. Like, he didn't place it for almost 2+ minutes. And had he placed them,
then they
I
think
think
he
he would have been able to see Alistair come. Yes.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of what happened that game, like, the start of the snowball is very, once the snowball starts, it's very hard to stop. Especially with the summoners that Ari has.
Those are snowball summoners through and through. Yeah. Heal Ignite on someone is just...
It's impossible to beat a 1v1 trade if they have Heal Ignite, especially if you don't have Ignite or Heal. So it's like, as soon as that snowball starts, you're screwed. I guess what I'm trying to say is I think Althor played that matchup poorly.
I also think that it was just a disadvantage. Like, he was at a disadvantage to begin with. So if he made a couple mistakes, then he's just completely screwed. I feel like Ari could have made a couple mistakes and then still came back from it. I just felt like especially going Abyssal Scepter and just maxing W first, it's just a weird style on Ari that I hadn't seen before, but it looked like it was super effective.
It is the best scaling ability because the cooldown decreases per level. So it's most effective to be able to max W, but it means, like, there's a trade-off in that, like, your poke is kind of lackluster. So if you're maxing W, you have to commit on kills with your ultimate, pretty much. Especially against a long-range character like Karthus. And so that's why I thought it was a little bit strange. But I guess she just knew she would just commit.
Yeah.
I don't know. It worked out.
They played with really strong ward control. I mean, you saw Alistair bought the Oracles right after his first GP10 item and then just kind of walked around clearing wards. So I don't know, they took control of that game really early and just held it. It was pretty. I want to see them play, this next game and hopefully eventually M5.
And if anyone's just wondering, we're just waiting for the game to come up with the players to get.
Yeah, what happened with that
themselves in
last game? Everyone kind of just
kinda
dipped out of it.
yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Um,
We're still waiting for Fnatic to finish their first game, maybe?
I believe so. No, I did just read that they lost it, maybe, but I'm just waiting to see actual results and people and players and ask their actual opinions before we jump the gun. But it does say on the README website that Cypher have beat Fnatic. So, which,
then.
well, it will open things up, that's for certain. We're going to be covering the CLG versus Fnatic. The French stream will also be covering AAA versus Cypher. So if you really want to have them both running and you have the bandwidth, then feel free to run them alongside each other. Obviously, it is Chips and Noise tournament. This is the Kings of Europe, sponsored by Asus, and of course, feel free to check their channels out. There's Chips and Noya, the YouTube channel, ogaming.tv. It is all about them. This is their event. We are merely here to bring you the English version of it, the stream, so the international viewers can quite happily follow it along. And there's a fair few of you that are interested in this, and why not? Because really, it's been some fantastic matches tonight. Jat's been with me all night, and Scarra's also joined me recently, so we're going to be covering all the B games. It will be after this one, I guess we're going to see who really is in a position to possibly qualify. If Cypher have beaten Fnatic, which it actually looks like they may well have done, that's definitely going to open this group right up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just based off even how AAA did against CLG, if CLG is really that strong, because we saw AAA play against Cypher in Kiev, and AAA actually did a pretty good job of handling them, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be wide open. If Cypher beats Fnatic, and if Fnatic does anything close to dealing with CLG, it'll be a wide open group. I'm surprised with that result.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, we talked about it, didn't we? The Fnatic Online. I don't know what it is. Whether they just they have a TSM scrim mentality where they don't take it seriously, or I just don't know. Maybe. You can't be the internet. So you can't blame the internet for anything. I mean, obviously, I'm thinking of Shushei in Poland, etc. But you've got Russian players in there that are steamrolling over everyone in form of Moscow 5. You've got GBT in there who are Polish as well. I have no idea, really. It's an anomaly that I guess the only answer we could get is to get a Fnatic player on and discuss it.
Yeah, I guess.
But, Scarra, you mentioned in the break about Gangplank's build. You were not.
He was not too pleased with that. Even the skill build and the item build.
He's not listening. He's typing.
I'm actually typing to Wicked right now.
You see, that's because I messaged Wicked and said, Scar, I thought you were trolling him.
Yeah, why did you think he was trolling him? I mean, they're not necessarily the best builds, but the Aegis and the Starks, I feel like they worked for the team. I feel like the Starks was just sort of a thing that he built because they were ahead and is kind of, I'm just going to help Kog'Maw snowball a little bit. But building an Aegis after your Lantern is really not that bad of a thing. I've done that on multiple characters before. Not necessarily GP top lane, but it's still a really good item.
I didn't have a really
tanks.
big issue with his item build. I thought it was strange. But I've seen top lanes do that. I've seen Lee Sin top lanes do that. I thought the maxing E first was questionable, especially after the multiple nerfs. The amount of benefit it gives per level, I don't really think it warrants maxing. But I talked to Wicked and he tells me that he only got kills because he got E, or the first kill he only got because he got E, and that he only got away from ganks because of how many points he put into E. And
because
I
of how fast he was?
Right, and I can see that, but I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. It was just...
Well, you saw especially early, especially if he had... Because when he was level 6, and when they had the two-man gank with the level 4 Wukong and level 4 or 5 Lee Sin that went up and ganked him, he would have had 3 points in E at that point, and you saw he just kind of walked away from them. He didn't have to burn any summers, he just, waddled off, and he was faster than everyone else. And I guess
Right.
that might not have happened if he would have been leveling parlay like everyone else.
I don't know. I thought when he like the area that he used his ult on was uh, like more forward. If he had ulted to cover his escape, he would have been fine without it. But I mean that's just my opinion. I think Wicked disagrees with me. So I mean, and that's fine. He plays top lane much more than me. I do play like a lot of game playing, but that doesn't mean necessarily that my top lane experience is very high, especially in competitive play. So he may have the inside scoop on this. I feel it's very strange to max E, especially at the point where you get double buffs at level 3, and he went
Yeah, it
one
seems
point
like once you
into
get the double buffs, you would want to max Q and then just kind of
right.
completely lane. But he did
That's-
that even with maxing E. He didn't need to max Q to bully him out of lane because he was 6 when Wukong was still 4. You know, it wasn't a big deal.
Right. I'm just thinking like with an ignite, like if you're looking to max E and pick up ignite, like ignite serves no purpose. You should really just be changing ignite to like either exhaust,
Exhaust.
heal, or teleport. Because if you're not going for kills in lane by maxing Q, then there's no reason to run ignite because it's like I honestly think he used ignite twice that game, and I was just like, okay, well ignite's pretty much irrelevant because he even split push bottom with ignite, and I was like, well, if he had like teleport there, it might have been more effective for the team, or if he had exhaust there, it might be more effective when people try to dive him. He would have been able to get away with exhaust or with heal. It's just not something that I would necessarily do, and if he thinks it works out well, then and if it does keep showing that it works out well, then I mean, I mean they
Sorry.
won the game, so.
Sorry, I've joined onto the public and I'm getting spammed. Apparently, I think it might be on EU West this game. So.
Oh, really?
Mm.
So we get to commentate off your stream again? Or wait, no, we
Well,
could get 2 slots.
We
couldn't
could have 2 slots. You just have to fight it out between you. I'm just trying to find the game first. There it is. Yes, it is.
What's the reasoning for doing it on EU West?
I have no idea, honestly. But they are both on here. So let me message the password to you both. Oh, Shushi didn't fix the tournament client. There we go.
Oh boy.
There we go. There's your password. Okay. Okay. So yes, it's going to be 1 slot by the looks of it, because
All right, I'm gonna beat Scar. I'm pretty sure.
sweet Jesus, I think my hidden account is no longer hidden. It's good. I feel your pain of when you guys stream now.
Oh, hold on, it's Crippo that posted. No, what? I can't find. Oh, show private games. Here we go.
Yeah, there's already 2 specs. Chips has got his other account in here, so I'm guessing he's going to be viewing it.
But aren't they streaming the other game?
Yeah, but I guess they're keeping a guy that's always in it. I don't know.
Well, I see the game. If he happens to leave, I can pounce in.
So, does that mean there's 1 slot for this game, and is the other game also being hosted on EU West?
I guess that's on the tournament realm still. Cypher versus AAA, although I didn't see it either, so I guess it must be on here as well. I don't know.
Wow.
GG on players updating tournament realm.
Yeah, really.
That's okay. So that seems to be the.
So is it for sure that they're gonna keep tabs on both games and they're gonna take up the second slot, or will I be able to sneak in?
Oh, sorry, someone's just asking me whether I have LOL recorder on. Of course I have a LOL recorder on. No, it looks like they will be keeping tabs, so it's going to be one of those jobs where it's only like 5 seconds behind anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah. Have fun with that one.
You do the play-by-play, so it's just
Yeah,
it's
it's
fine.
fine.
We pulled it off. We already pulled it off in 1 game, so I think we can do it again.
Yeah, we can get away with it, so it's all good. So, looking like they are. Well, they're all in here, so I guess they're all ready.
Well,
to
they can go whenever. We're ready to.
Yeah, we've gotten ready. Do I have LOL recorder on? Of course I do. No. Melisan is trolling apparently. So it is going to be Fnatic versus CLG. I will drop the veil away, and you'll see a really random white bar. That's nice. Let's go to that screen instead. So here it is. It's going to be Fnatic versus CLG. We've just seen CLG go really, really strong in their first game, and apparently Fnatic have lost to Cypher, so big game up against it for Fnatic here. And I'm going to let you guys take away the picks and bans, because you'll be able to see them fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw CLG's pick and ban strategy actually being a little not conventional last game, and I'm thinking it'll be the same for this one. And we haven't seen Fnatic play in months, so I'm also not exactly sure what they're going to be doing. Rise and Vladimir. Vladimir is a little surprising that SK probably CLG probably knows something that we don't. The Rise ban's really standard though. Everyone's been banning that early.
Is this on live?
Mm-hmm.
This is on
I
E
think-
West.
Oh, then definitely. I think Vladimir is the next strongest pick. I think.
Well, actually, Scar, the tourney roam was patched last night, so it's actually on the current patch as well. So everything's
well,
been on.
yeah, Vladimir is probably going to be the next strongest pick that's going to be picked in every game because his recent buffs, I think, took him overboard. He was already really, really strong in laning, countered a large variety of champions, but now he's very flexible, and he's one of the few high sustained damage champions that do very consistent damage. Sustain plus consistency is very, very annoying. And I cannot get your stream to work. What is wrong with this?
And yeah, we have an Anivia ban next by Fnatic, and then Rammus by CLG. The Anivia ban, it looks like, is a target ban at Froggen because I believe he plays Anivia 24/7 in mid lane and is very, very good at it. And then I think the Rammus ban is just because, people don't like playing against Rammus because his ganks are too strong. And then Karthus, because everyone bans Karthus apparently. So yeah, it seems like Fnatic's two of their bans were very kind of standard and situational, and then there's a target ban on Anivia for Froggen.
And that typing you can hear is someone on the internet being wrong again.
I'm just frustrated because I can't open up the stream. It's just black screen for me, which is. I may just have to sit this one out. There's nothing I can see, and I am refreshing my
first
page
pick Sona.
constantly.
Again, that's a Fnatic, so that's the very standard thing. Everyone bans off. First pick Sona.
So you actually typed, I can't see the stream. Okay. Well, I guess you're trying the link. You are trying the correct link. That's
The English stream link, the OGN or O Gaming TV.
Mm-hmm.
You could try watching it directly on the Own3D website as well. And here comes Sivir from CLG, who, like we agreed in the game before, she was banned in the last one, wasn't she?
Yeah,
actually.
banned in a lot of
So-
these.
CLG banned her, and this game they got by with picking her on the second third, which is really strong for them. And I'm curious what support they're going to want to combo with her. I've seen a lot of Taric Sivir because the burst spike from the stun shatter and alt, but here's another Alistar. We don't know if that's jungle Alistar yet or support Alistar, so it's a really smart thing to pick that early. And now XPK plays a lot of Kassadin, I remember. It's one of his strongest. I wouldn't be that surprised if he picked it here. But it's also one of those things you generally want to save for later because it's fairly easily counterpicked.
Let's see if that one there works for you. So we did just see, obviously we saw the cow in the last game. Snoopy was pretty strong in it.
Did really, really well with it. I was
Yeah.
quite surprised. His ganks and his ward control were superb. And the biggest problem with the jungle Alistar is you'll fall behind early and then not be able to come back. Especially when you do something like build that early oracles, because if you die, then you're just super, super far behind. But he didn't die, right? He took his early advantage and maintained it throughout the rest of the game. So it was a great job on him. And the Ezreal, that's a pick we have not seen for a while. Everyone in North America has said, Ezreal sucks, she's useless, she does no damage. And we'll see if she doesn't. I don't necessarily agree that she does no damage. She does have lower damage than things like Sivir and Graves, so we'll see how that lane plays out.
Is it a she or a he? I've never been sure on Ezreal.
Ezreal, it's a effeminate male, I'm pretty sure.
A gender uncertainty. Now, of course, in the jungle, Odia is something that was close to your heart. I didn't think that's going to compare. I mean, last game we've not seen a jungle AD. Probably, I don't think we saw him in
haven't
Kiev at
seen him
all.
really anywhere, even in the tournaments. But I still feel like he's really strong. His clear is still absurdly fast. I actually feel like he's better on these patches. I mean, people stop playing him because of the dodge change, and they're like, "Oh, Udyr can't dodge anymore. He's no longer good." But they also forgot that the jungle rework was a huge buff to him because he can clear just as fast as anyone else and get super, super large amounts of gold really early. And if he's in the jungle, expect him to do really well.
Okay, so
Especially against something like a jungle Alistair, because jungle Alistair can't keep up at all with clear.
okay, so we've got the obvious Aurelia out this time. It's going to be Wicked on the top lane, and
And they picked Jan again, so that guarantees you that we have the Alistair in the jungle.
which means
And
that
yeah, right now, Fnatic didn't want to, but they're going to have to pick. Well, they obviously get to pick into Aurelia, so they know exactly what they're laning against here. And now they have to pick something that they don't feel like is that counterable in mid. So they have to go with sort of safe mid picks since CLG has the last one.
well, you've got to realise that this is, of course, Fnatic, who are the double AP champs.
This is true. Yeah.
They could easily go double AP here. Bearing in mind, it will be against Aurelia up the top there, so that could be a Shushay
Aurelia
Gragas
does
right there.
A pretty good job at punishing double AP, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Very on double AP against.
So it's going to be Shyvana, though. So it could be Udyr up top, I'm guessing.
Right. It definitely could be, yeah. Top Udyr is... Generally, aside from the occasional team like Dignitas or even CLG that played Udyr in the jungle, the majority of Udyr we've seen in competitive play has been top lane. So, wouldn't be surprised if we saw him top lane Udyr this game.
Now, I recall, even when we were at Kiev, we heard that Fnatic were practicing Shyvana already. They practiced AD Kennen as well, I believe. But so immediately, what were we going to see counter? I mean, now this is a big assumption that Gragas is going to be the middle. Bearing in mind, Fnatic, obviously, Shushay is famous for
He better
playing.
be in the middle, because I mean, they'd have to mix things up a little bit too much if they didn't want Gragas in the middle. And Scar, what do you think would be best against Gragas here if you're still there?
I'm sorry, I can't see the stream. It's very.
You don't need to see the stream, but what would be best against Gragas? Because it looks like COD's locking in Ari again to go up against Gragas. How do you think that matchup will play?
Strangely, it depends.
They just changed it off. The Galio.
Yeah, they've gone back.
Okay, so
And
they're just...
Ari. Okay.
What?
They're faking us out.
Yeah, they trolled us.
Locked in.
By the way, regarding the stream, I would try a different internet browser. It's most likely your internet browser.
Okay.
And if you've got some sort of ad blocking on, I would probably check it's that maybe as well. Just saying.
Install some stuff and try to catch later portions of this.
I might have to mute you down because all I'm getting is tap keyboard mashing.
Yeah, I will drop the call if I can. Actually, I'm gonna drop the call now, and I'll try a lot of different experimental stuff and keep you guys updated on whether or not I can watch.
Okay, no problem.
All right. See you. Good luck.
So these picks have come out. Obviously, we've seen Fnatic have lost the Cypher. CLG were looking incredibly strong, and they've actually got a pretty close to last build. The only difference is Gangplank for Aurelia, really.
Yeah, they really do. It's almost, and I think they like Sivir more than they would have liked Kog'Maw even. So they have a stronger build this time than they did last time.
So
It almost seems like it's their bread and butter. Like this is exactly what they wanted to play last game, except Sivir and Aurelia were banned out, and then they have the same other three characters.
And of course, Frog on Ari was pretty incredible last game. So Lamia is going to be taking Ezreal down the bottom there. You can see Cyanide has switched up. He's going to be in the jungle. Melisande will be down the bottom. PK will be possibly in the mid. I don't know. I mean, PK is the natural mid, but Shushay is the normal
normally
top.
the mid and Shushi's normally the
But
top.
they can easily switch it.
Yeah, I don't feel like they're... Laning Gragas against Aurelia would be foolish, and laning Udyr mid would be even more foolish, if you know what I mean. So they're probably switching it up a little bit. And yeah, right now, just looking at the picks, I feel like COG got exactly what they wanted, which is never a good sign for the team that they're against. Right? Whenever a team just gets, their bread and butter, kind of exactly what what they wanted to pick. I don't feel like they were necessarily going for Ryze, Nivea, or Karthus. So those bans by Fnatic were kind of just thrown out there, just randomly, and they didn't actually deny COG any of the champions they really wanted.
So if anyone else knows how to help Scara out, please feel free to post it on the Reddit thread, because that's where we'll catch him. Or catch him on his Twitter, of course, because he's having issues with his not seeing the stream. I'm sure there's some sort of reason. I always thought it was a browser, I'm not too sure, but apparently not. So, Jan, I mean, what are your opinions? We've just seen CLG rolling with pretty much the same team over AAA. Fnatic losing.
Yeah.
If
Fnatic lost the game to Cypher, I really worry about their chances here against CLG. Hopefully we get a competitive game, but I feel like that Ari is going to do really, really well against Gragas. Like, once Gragas throws out that barrel, he's going to essentially be defenseless, and Ari's, once she's 6, is just going to bounce around and kind of crush her. I feel like Aurelia is a good straight-up matchup to Udyr. Like, Udyr can bully him a little bit early, but Aurelia scales just so much better into team fights than Udyr does. And then bottom lane, even though generally Janna isn't the strongest bottom laner, they did really well with it last game, so I feel like they'll be fine with Janna Sivir this game as well. And then the only other matchup that you'd be a little bit worried about for CLG's part is the jungle Alistar versus the jungle Shyvana, just because the clear speed is so different between those two.
So hopefully we're getting in the way here. So just to recap, CLG 1-0 up in this one. Cypher also 1-0 up. They're going to be playing AAA. You can check that out. It is on the French stream, Chips and Noise stream, which is also at ogaming.tv. So you can essentially run them side by side if you have the bandwidth that can cope with it. If it starts lagging, then don't blame me. It's your internet, not me. Unless, of course, my internet goes wrong, in which case I'll have 32,000 people screaming at me wildly because they want to see Fnatic versus CLG, which is about to get underway once that load screen starts. So, personally, I'm going to go with CLG on this one. I think they are clear favourites. They have certainly proved themselves in that last game. They were pretty much incredible. I just don't know really what any team is going to do to stop them, and it's maybe proving why that Moscow 5 have had pretty even scrims with them, because if you missed it earlier, Moscow 5 went 3-0 in the group, continuing on the hype that was Kiev's domination effectively. Really walked over quite a lot of the opposition. Also in that bit of a shock group. Wow, I've got a failed to connect. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I just see a big black screen on your stream.
I've got a failed to connect. That's great.
Well, you can hopefully get back in.
Oh, well, we can hope. It's kind of
really hope. Yeah, because otherwise, that'll be disappointing.
It's going to kind of suck if it doesn't.
Yeah.
Especially after a 3-minute. It might be a case if they've dropped the game, but no, that would give me a different. But
you also got to keep in mind they're already 3 minutes in, so.
I've just got a blank screen saying no. Right, I'm going to have to cancel that and reload. Lol.
Well, let's hope you get an option to reconnect once you're back.
If not, there's going to be definitely a couple of pissed off people.
Yeah, just a few. You know. Well, they can all blame Shushay for not downloading the tournament.
For not getting the tournament
then we'd
client.
have more people and being able to spec.
So the tension is mounting.
But definitely, CLG had a very impressive showing against AAA, and it makes sense if they've been scrimming heads up with Moscow 5 and beating them occasionally, that they should be the team to come out of this group 3-0 as well, and then sort of have a crash course to meet M5 in the finals if everything falls, with the highest seed claiming victory in the semifinals and so forth. But there's a lot of group to play. We've only seen one game, so we'll see what happens in this one. Hopefully.
And of course, if you have missed any of these games, you will be able to catch them on my YouTube channel, and of course over at Chips and Noy YouTube channel. I have no idea this isn't connecting. Okay, I'm getting messages already. This is good. It's not good that it's failing to connect, but I have messages of why it's failing to connect.
That's good.
Which is pleasant, but it's less than ideal while I'm on air. So, what? I'm getting asked some weird questions. I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to have a quick break because it's not connecting. So I'm hoping that the game is
Let's
underway.
try to sort things out real quick.
Yeah, Riot are straight on the case, so it's all very good. So I'll be back in a sec, guys. Don't go anywhere. Hopefully we will have CLG. You can hear that bing. That's failed to connect. It may be firewall or server. I don't know. It did come up with a reconnect, which is all well and good. But
good. So you're still in. You still have an
I
identity in the game.
I
and
bet
then
you. I
just-
bet you. I'm gonna close lol replay. I bet it's lol replay causing issues. Bet your bottom dollar. Close lol replay. Yes. Okay. So back in a sec, guys. Well, hello there. We're still having issues, so as you can see, rather than just keeping you in the dark, we're trying to play around with it right on hand and helping out. Right now, we have a couple of guys all over it, but as is the problem, it's just giving me the fail to connect, which apparently you guys are coming up with all sorts of weird and wonderful ways to fix these things, but at the moment, nothing seems to be working. I honestly don't know any way around this one, and I can't get a hold of the players, so my guess is the match is underway, which kind of sucks, because it means we've not got any view of it, which I'm hoping isn't the case.
I mean, the only thing we could do now is really just tell Wicked to turn on his stream and him get 30,000 viewers and immediately flock over.
Yeah, definitely. But of course, if we could get hold of him, we'd get the thing restarted. So I can log in to LOL, and I can click the reconnect button. And it does log into chat. And there's chat with the instant invite things, and then we reconnect. You watch it work straight away now. Come on! All you guys can see is we'll be back soon, because that's all I'm going to keep up there. Because we will be back soon, if this doesn't bloody work.
Just a matter of what soon means.
All I can say is, thank you, Shuche.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have downloaded the tourney client, then this would be
No, that's harsh. I don't want to start a whole scumbag Shuche thread. I mean, we've been over that ground before, haven't we, chat?
only slightly.
No, it's given the error. Okay. This isn't happening, which is mildly frustrating, to say the least.
Actually,
It is for such a huge game as well. And just to keep you updated, it wasn't just me that's gone. The French connection also went as well, which was in the spec in the same game has also had the same issue. So I would guess there's an issue with the spec on that game, the spec ID or whatever the hell it is that uses Connect, which would I don't know. I'm completely guessing here, but I'm guessing the game is going ahead. So,
it would appear so.
which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks from our point of view. So, I really don't want to talk about the game because, frankly, we don't know what the bloody hell is happening in it. So, they are still in game, so the game is still going. Yeah, that's that one thing is for sure. Okay, that's fine. Let's add Wet Dream into this conversation, and he can tell me what's going on because he'll be
Good point.
joining us in a second. And there he is. Okay, so you can keep us updated because we don't know what's going on in the game because the client's not letting us spec.
I can invite you into the TeamSpeak as well if you want, so you could listen to the team and maybe keep them updated by that.
That's not a...
I mean, one thing, it's a slight thing if you just had in the TeamSpeak and just broadcast that, if they're okay.
I'm sure they're fine with that if they don't, if no one talks to them. I'm in there as well and some other guys there, so, but we're just muted, so that's no problem. So far they are 6-2 ahead and they get 2 dragons already for CLG.
Yeah, okay, so they're just kind of stomping all over their faces, or what?
Yeah, I cannot see it either, but if someone
Okay,
tells me
that's
that,
from the sound of it.
that's a pretty huge advantage, which
Right.
at this level is hard to come back from.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just Skype over the info and we'll try and jump in there. Wicked's just messaged me in Skype. We are winning. So pretty clear.
Well, because I don't actually think I have. No, I do have TeamSpeak. Wow.
It's TeamSpeak 3. I gave the
Yeah.
info in this channel.
Yeah, that's all good. So if I just read that out.
It's no problem. It's a secret channel. No one comes. It's a public TeamSpeak anyway. Everyone can connect to this.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to give it out. Even still, there's limits that things can reach.
So if you tell me once you're connected, I can give you the rights and swap you into the channel.
That's the wrong one. Oh, we get the lovely connected sound as well. Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, there we am. I'm in there.
to like get the tornado off and then I got stunned. Because
Oh,
I
is
was
there
watching
five
Frog.
people
Wow.
here?
Yeah, there's
There are
five.
people here.
Here.
Wow. Let me turn that volume
Probably
down.
the other way around, but I have pretty low mana.
So
Yeah,
loud.
that's bad, Snoopy.
Okay.
Speeding you up with my ulti.
I'm on my way. We can
I'm
fight.
We just go for
Don't fight, don't fight.
Well,
like,
I
yeah,
can
just
hear
take
them.
top, just take top,
Feed
just
through.
take top. Just let me top, don't fight.
Yeah.
Like, we're winning from this.
I have ulti in case. Just
Gragas
defend
has
the
no
blue.
ulti. We just
I'm
scare blue.
backing,
Scare blue.
backing right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do they have a
shot,
Don't
shot.
worry, man. I'm not afraid of
Do we have CB?
anything.
Do we have a CDC?
Yeah.
The blue's up, front.
Yeah,
No, we need to go
there.
to blue. Okay, I'm leaving our
Just
blue.
let that be, just let that be. They cannot
The-
even
the-
take
the
it, like
nice
we push them it anyways.
I'm gonna
Go
base
to blue
now.
now.
I'm basing.
I'm on-
Okay, I'm DPSing it from him.
I have ulti in case they come. Froggen's okay. I have ulti in case they come here.
Top tower,
I stand here
going
and I
down to the
ulti.
creeps. Top tower, stack to creeps.
You leave those small
Backing.
ones.
I base now.
Can I take our blue, or does someone else want it?
You got Aegis
You
already?
should give it to Pete.
Yes, I do have the Aegis.
Should give it to
Okay.
Pete. Definitely give it to Pete.
Really? Okay. Just gonna check it, make sure they're not doing it. Can I take bot farm then? Just I've been
Yeah.
roaming a lot for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take
just
bot's
go
fine for you. We don't have any objective except for Nashor.
I got Julius.
And we just defend that. You just farm up a bit on bottom now, Pete. Snoop.
I'm gonna deward this bit here while I'm on the way.
There should be a ward somewhere here, because Ezreal backed off and we came or something. Okay, maybe send that already, I don't know.
Pressure mid a bit, or?
I
Yeah.
am. I
Just
am.
let me get one more wave here. And then,
Trust me. I am pressuring mid. There've been 3 people here for the
just be careful of one ulti.
I have
Yeah,
ulti.
no, it's
No, if
there.
they
No,
engage on Frog
one
and
ultimate and I
come in.
killed them all.
If they come on a Frog and I'll
Julius, so...
I'm running mid.
The
then.
instant I hit Israel again with my shit taunt, then we go for them.
I can actually
At
go in
least
from
I
behind.
could.
We
Maybe.
can also die, we can die with Snoop.
Nah, we don't need to though.
Yeah, no.
Remember they have
I can.
Gragas.
If we get an opportunity, I
So-
can.
and Ezreal and so nice.
Shyvana's there.
We kill?
Nice. Oh,
Care,
ulti.
you do it from the side.
Help Pete.
No, it's fine,
I
fine,
stun
fine,
Yulia,
fine,
I stun
completely fine,
Yulia,
completely fine.
Yulia.
Yulia. He's dead. Gragas?
Gragas?
Yep.
Get back,
Back
No,
off,
back
back
out.
off.
Take the towers. Maybe even
Sweep the
better.
minions, sweep the minions. I have no mana,
Just
so...
keep going.
Tornadoing?
We push mid, we take 2 towers minimum. We dive, if we can.
I see.
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't.
Keep push fast, don't let them back. Don't let them breathe. We can easily kill Shushan.
No, just don't.
Yeah,
Take the
just
tower.
tower.
Take all the towers.
I can tank it for a while. Like
I can tank it a bit
back
too.
off. Hey,
Back
back
off
now,
now.
back
Back
now,
off.
back now.
Okay, 2 people
Just wait.
stay. Don't let them Nashor. Go. Somebody go pressure
I run top.
They can't go
I run
Nashor.
top. I can heal. Top.
Somebody has to admit you are fine, okay.
Okay, I'm basing. Can someone cover
We have
top?
super
Wicked, just
creeps.
cover top while I base, please.
Wicked
is on a rampage.
Wicked top.
Cover top, Wicked.
Yeah, I'm moving.
You have a CB for me? Like you?
Yeah.
3 people left.
I only have
Access.
2 wards. I only have 2
Yeah,
wards.
what do you hear? He warded here.
We should force a fight on the mountain. as
Yeah,
the
we can
bot.
use
I'm
it
recording
for-
right now, getting AIDS, and you can do that.
Yeah, just peek us red and we force the fight.
Just do the Baron play where we can bait him.
Just do the
But
Baron.
they know
No,
that
I want a new blue. I want a new blue. Then we kill them.
theirs is gonna spawn.
Yeah,
A little
soon.
bit later. A little
Just
bit
let
later.
me push this wave in base and then go.
Okay.
But he's gonna
Actually, I don't
push
think I
bottom, I'm
timed
just
that
gonna
blue
ignore
properly.
it. Just go for Baron
I
then.
might have timed it wrong.
I'm basing now.
I just
I
need a
got
new
my
blue before
mercs, I got
Baron. Let
wall
me
stick and
break
everything.
them.
Or can we actually just rush Baron? Look, Judy.
Yeah, we can actually.
They just TV. Wait,
Wait, the CV, wait, the CV.
Okay, get the
Yeah,
red then,
that's why
get
we
the
go.
red. I get the red.
You can go right now. They just use
Now,
TV.
they have no wards.
And
Okay,
go,
okay,
go.
come,
Yeah,
come,
no,
Or
come.
we can
Ignoring
fake
red,
him here.
ignoring red.
You call.
Go, you just
Ignoring
run.
Yeah,
red.
I'm just checking this. I'm just checking this.
Go, go, go.
I'm gonna keep them away again.
I'm gonna
come too
flash
close.
ulti. Just do it, Frog.
No.
Do it. I'm ultiing
Yeah,
them
just
away
do it,
if
just
they
do it,
come.
just do it.
They're not
Just do it.
coming.
We push top after, forget red, forget about red.
Okay.
We push top.
Jump.
Get Shyvana, catch
Wait,
Shyvana.
corner. Okay, never mind.
No, it's fine. We have Shurelias.
Good job.
Yep,
Top,
we have a lot
top.
of.
Get a ward, please.
No way I'm gonna.
Okay, never
die.
mind.
get
Fuck
top,
the ward.
just get
Fuck the ward. Fuck the ward.
I have another
Yeah.
Shurelias ready, by the way, just saying.
Ulti in 60.
We have free steal already, yes.
Tank it. No, never mind. Wait, wait.
Do you have a ward for here?
No, I tried, but spread out.
Don't
Spread
get
out.
hit by the Gragas barrels.
One, Sona,
No.
she's low.
Okay. Back. Don't get barreled there. Yeah,
I'm not skilled her.
it's fine.
It's fine, I'm fine. I've got ult still.
Go the blue after this.
Yeah, go there, blue.
Then
And the
we go
red.
bottom
Pete,
finish.
come to the red.
I'm going this way as well,
Yeah.
so they don't see me running.
I just
the
run to
base.
bottom. You just push bottom after the red. The blue.
I'll kill the ward here.
He's on me. He's on me.
What do you hear?
He got
Kill
the
him?
red.
He got it.
No,
Yeah, he has
you
it.
go bottom and push. You'd say.
It's pushing
Go
already.
bottom,
It's
push.
pushing already. It's pushing already.
Yeah, but just push it faster.
Don't you want a base? Or do you want to
No,
go push
no,
it instant?
just push. Look how low they are.
We want
Kill
to
him,
You
kill
do,
him.
you do.
kill you there.
I've ult into.
Have Shurelias again.
No.
No,
Yeah,
care.
okay, sure,
Care,
that's well.
care, Frog,
Froggen's there.
Frog.
Froggen's there. Just back
Yeah,
up.
we didn't see him. Just back off, push the wave.
Fine.
I got
Yeah,
Shirley still.
I'm just
How many
making sure
Shirley's do we
Froggen
have?
is safe.
How
None.
many
I
do we
just
have?
mine.
Okay,
I'm
only
just
one.
holding this. I'm holding this.
So we
it's
got
fine.
one. Take
Do you
tower,
wanna
take tower, don't miss time.
It's fine. They're based. Let's chill now.
We got one Shirley, so don't be afraid, we can almost run.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
mine's
just-
halfway.
I've ult, so then we don't have that much money. We can just push this.
I'll try to catch one of them.
Back at tower. Okay.
That's fine. Go. Speak to her.
Back.
Shirley, yes.
Tower.
Kill,
tower.
no, kill.
Okay, kill him then.
What do you?
Ezreal. Kill Ezreal.
No.
Ezreal's dead.
You
What
do
do
next.
Fuck you guys, really, fuck you.
Right,
Seriously?
kill the never. Forget him. Okay, he's dead. Okay, never
I
mind.
called tower and then you let me die?
Yeah.
You scumbags.
Push mid, ignore it.
Well, actually we play like shit in team fights. Like,
Mm.
we don't even do what we're supposed to do, just because we're so much ahead.
Yeah.
No,
GG.
but we don't do it because we're ahead as well, like that's the reason why we don't do it.
Yeah, but it's way more fun to do it that way.
Wow, these goddamn creeps. I can't get around them. Jesus.
GG well played.
Man, are we too strong?
Indeed.
Right, that was really good. You know when the Shyvana invaded? Just stopping him doing the red. Don't give him the free red. It's a lot of experience. If you just don't let him get near it, then it's fine. And that was perfect. By Froggen and Wicked.
What?
Do you know when the Shyvana went for a red early?
Mhm.
Like that was perfect. Just,
Yeah, that was really good.
just go, like you don't have to leave your
Oh
lane
what?
as such. Like,
RTS got streamed? Oh
Yes.
shit. I said nasty words there. I was thought we were just fine.
We're doing as a
This
fucking
demon in chat.
Oh my god, I was under the impression we were just 5.
We're like
oh
eight.
wow, they're all like in RTS, really?
Yeah. Damn it, we know it's gonna be mad now.
Oh fuck.
No wonder
I'm gonna be
I
banned.
so many people on TeamSpeak.
I was wondering what the user joined your channel spam was, but seriously?
Well, we're going to go in the tournament plan again, right?
Yeah, I think so, I presume so.
Oh, thanks God.
Cypher is
I'll-
2-0
wait.
apparently. Cypher won? I think they did.
Well, then we're 2 I think already, no?
No.
If it's 2,
Are we?
if we're 2 on, they're 2 on,
No.
we're 2.
Ah yeah, maybe. We'll see.
I have to ask if I'm allowed to stream again.
Bacon?
No, you're not, I think. Why
Schleier
would
just
you be allowed
invited
to
me.
stream?
What? I was allowed to stream this game because it didn't work.
Schleier just invited me, by the way, to the game. So join.
What did you say, Vitrim?
Yeah, but I'll ask.
AE
I asked you,
won. Cypher won AE pretty hard. AE surrendered at 20 minutes.
So Cypher won both games?
Yes, they're 2-0 as well. And you know, well, Snoopy knows if he wins one more, what he gets now.
What do you get, Snoopy? A massage?
Foot massage from his sister.
Yeah. When you said foot massage, I was like, include his sister, man. Come on.
Well, the only bad thing is we have to talk about Creepo though. Because he said something.
Okay, I'm gonna drop that before it starts going very south, which I think it is about to. I guess we can make from that that was a pretty one-sided game there.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it was a super one-sided game. We did miss it, but I guess we only missed 20 minutes, so you can't be too sad.
Yeah, but it sucks that it was CLG versus Fnatic.
Absolutely.
Big game.
But the good news is Cypher seems like they won in flashing style as well, and we're going to get a Cypher versus CLG kind of battle of the two O's.
So
is
we
what I
are.
heard.
Okay, we're back on the tournament client, hopefully.
I hope so as well.
Yeah, because we don't have Fnatic now, so we can jump straight back over to there. So we'll get back onto the tourney. So oh well, that happens. So less than ideal situation. We just had to jump across, really. So thank you very much to Wet Dream for getting across to the CLG TS. You guys sort of got an insight into what exactly is going on in a comms chat of a pro team when they are playing against Fnatic. So pretty big team. So we'll
yeah, and I mean, considering how terrible everything went there, you still got something out of it, right? I mean, I was surprised we were able to get into their team speak, and you know, for some people that would be fairly interesting to see how they talk.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's something that pretty much most people, unless even when I guess you're watching the solo streamers, you still don't get that sort of thing. Maybe even when the scrims are going on, you get a little bit of an insight. But yeah,
it's tough. It's not it's not the same as watching a commentated video stream.
It's not the same as actually watching the game, which does suck that it's there. But thank you very much for people on Reddit that are blaming me for that, because obviously I just thought, you know, screw you guys, I don't want to watch this game, I'm going to force you to watch a blank screen. Really, guys? Grow up. I mean, get a clue, seriously. And it's
unfortunate.
And it's the same bloody guy as well. Same guy. I swear this guy is like a stalker. He absolutely every thread I do, he's on there complaining. We all have our fans, it seems, but I seem to get the special ones. Anyway, I'll stop that recording because there was absolutely no reason to record any of that.
Yeah, 5 minutes of CLG.EU's vent. Post on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, and I did like the fact that they were like, "Oh, what? It's on there? Hang on a minute."
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wet Dream was just like, "Oh yeah, you guys can go in, no problem." They're all fine with it. And they're like, "Wait a minute, you let them into our vent or TS?"
So the guy that's on there, he's complaining and he's like, "Yeah, okay, you've let 30,000 people down." You might want to approach the people that actually made the game, who actually, I might add, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, around about 9 people from Riot that were immediately on the case the second that happened. So
yeah, I mean they're all trying to help. It's just, you know, the fact that we shouldn't have been playing on the live environment in the first place. It's really outside of your control. Yeah,
so it's less than ideal. So if anything, you guys got took back to really the audio days of commentating. That's what I'm going to call it. So you can see CLG.RE joining this game. You can get on this game. So thank you very much for being back on spectator mode. Thank God for that. We have a random guy in there. I don't know who that was. We've got Alibaba in here. What's Alibaba doing in here from Lowland Lions? He's decided to come across. Actually, to be fair, he was in that vent. He was the one that was messaging me in TeamSpeak. But apparently, I've been quite a bit louder than you, Jat. So I might need to.
That's interesting. Maybe I've just been talking quietly.
No, I think I may have turned myself up a bit too high earlier on. So I think that could be what it is. Anyway, we'll get around that. But so CLG versus Cypher. Apparently, we've just completely skipped over that game. They're both 2-0.
Yeah, well, I mean, another thing we probably could have done is we could have tried to sneak onto the French stream and watch them play, because that game went off on the tourney client, didn't it?
Well, Cypher have failed as well.
Oh, the Cypher game failed as well? Were they also playing on live?
Cypher don't have the client as well.
Oh, hold on. Did they want us to play this on live as well?
Didn't they just play the last one on here?
I don't know actually.
Well, yeah. What? I don't know. Chips told
Oh.
us they're going to EU West. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Why EU West? I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, you're a little scared.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that one. I'm not too sure why we'd switch over. Okay, Launet couldn't do it or something. I don't know. So that's their AD carry. They're having an issue.
Well, hopefully for tomorrow that they've had it finished when these teams, because both these teams at this point are both automatically in to the semifinals. So we'll need to get Cypher on the tourney client definitely for tomorrow.
Yeah, and it really, the organizational skills of players. What the hell? They know these events are coming, and you'd think the top players would always have the tournament client up to date on their machine. It's not like it's not auto patched like a normal client is these days.
It is though, actually. Like if you just go incremental values of the tourney client, it'll patch itself as soon as you open it. So, like Scar, for instance, who has the Euro client, downloaded it 4 months ago, and it patches itself. So either people are deleting it and then like not finding the links for it next, or just completely blanking on it. Maybe if you don't patch it for something like 4 months, maybe you'd get some bugs patching. That happens occasionally, but man, these players should definitely have tourney client. It should not be an issue, but it is. Oh well.
It's what was a great nights of streaming has definitely gone south very quickly for me.
This Group B is, letting us down. Group A was all about the tourney realm.
Group A had it covered, and they were the early ones. So thank you very much to those. So I guess this is where we cross fingers, hope and pray that it is working. I'm just waiting for the passwords.
But at the very least this time, we should just make sure that if the spectator does crash, that someone can get word to one of the players, and we could at least watch from their perspective. At the very least. If we get the same issue this next game.
I just have a non-stop buddy request. Go away.
Just spam the minus button over and over again.
Right.
Eventually they clear off.
Okay, it's all good. So we're just waiting for the password to get in. All good. Yeah, it's less than ideal for the situation that's rolled out, but there's not a great deal that we can do about this. So we're just going to have to go with it. Hopefully the spec client will let us in this time, so it's all good. We're just waiting for the password. We would like to play the last 2 games tomorrow. Oh, okay.
And then they'd have the tourney client.
They would have the tourney client, but
Yeah.
it is pretty much between these 2 teams. I mean, none of the other teams could qualify, so it's just purely a one game we need to cover. But
And then it just decides the seeding for the next day. Pretty much.
okay, so they're basically talking about doing it at what? 2 p.m. GMT plus 1? Why would he say that? Oh, okay, so 1 p.m. I guess he's saying. So 1 p.m. tomorrow UK time, which is 2 p.m. CET, which is my maths is failing. -5, 7 a.m. What are we talking? Let's go into my thread. I'm pretty sure it's pretty much the same time, so I've already posted over on Reddit.
So you said that they want to play
It is 8
tomorrow
a.m.
at
8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's really early.
It's a little early. It's not as early as Kiev though.
No,
the Kiev
yeah.
third place game was 3 hours before that. So that was
And actually, what always gets me about that is when people complain. They're like, "Oh my God, you're playing him at such ridiculous times." It's like there's this.
they're in a different country
There's
on
this
the other
like
side of the world.
yeah, there's like this globe thing that has different time zones, and Eastern European time is 2 hours ahead of GMT, so that automatically makes a minimum 7 hours to America. And as much as I know you guys don't like to admit it, the world does not revolve around just America. So
this is a little bit disappointing though. I mean, we had such a great day of streaming going,
and it's
already.
just ending on such
it
a
just kind of whimpers out really slowly. And you're like, because I feel sorry definitely for the people watching right now, because they would have spent maybe an hour and a half waiting for the next game, and now we're just not going to get it. Or
It would appear that way. The game has
Yeah.
now disappeared off the realm, so that's not even happening either. So, I guess we could call it a night there. Although I do see that there is 10 players in there. I don't know.
Well, we won't turn off just yet, I guess.
No. This game happening.
Oh, well, Wicked just sent me a message.
Oh.
I like your cast, though. Well, thank you, Wicked. Very nice man.
Yeah, and actually, it'd be really good to get some of these players on it just to talk about what they've done today. Even maybe.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If we could get some people to talk to about at least the group stage. I don't know if any of the players like Alex Each or anything would still be on from Group A, but that would be some interesting talks.
Yeah, definitely it'd be nice to get them around. I'm not too sure. Ocelot's even offline, so I guess he's had a. I'm not happy. I'm not really streaming actually. I could look at the streams, and that's a pretty good sign of who's actually online.
Okay, so apparently we're still waiting on word of whether we're going to try to do this today or not. Yeah, I think it's On Game's choice right now whether they want to risk it doing this or wait till tomorrow when Cypher has tourney realm. That's what Snoop is telling me right now.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
It definitely makes sense because I don't want to start and miss another game.
Because we don't want to have the same thing happen 2 games in a row.
I feel like I'm at Gamescom. This is where.
Yeah, it's true. The Spectator, the Observer Bugs at Gamescom were. Were you at that event?
I was commentating that final when we had it, and it kept cutting back to me, and I was just like, I want to swear right now, grin and bear it. Actually, and the thing is, we actually did do a game earlier on EUS, which is what kind of caught me out. I don't know. They play on EUS. We're just waiting to see whether it's actually going to happen. Dum-da-dum. I'm getting so many Skype messages right now. I'm just trying to see what is going on. Oh, okay. No, I don't think this is going to. No. I don't think this is going to happen. Honestly, Spectator's having an issue at the moment on EUS, so it's a universal problem. Yeah, not a straightforward thing. So. Yeah, I guess there's not really.
What we can do, Snoopy says he says Alex Itch is online, and I'm sure there's some people from CLG who would also get on to talk a little bit if we want to do that.
Okay, yeah, let's get them all on here. Why not?
It might be easier to do it a couple at a time if we wanted, or do you want to try to bring as many people on at once? I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's do a few at a time. Otherwise, we're going to get people talking over each other, which can happen. So let's get Wicked and Snoopy on here to start with because they're ideal situation.
Yeah, and they're right here, and they can talk about the games that were immediately in our vocal memory, I suppose. We did watch them play one real game, so that's good.
I'm having issues with my Skype because let me just I want to close it and reload it. I moved the day. I tried the day thing and. Yeah, that didn't work, and now it's messed my Skype all up because it's giving me messages from the 29th of January and stuff, which has all gone wrong. Yeah, so Chips is just definitely saying yes, it's not happening tonight. It is going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT. As far as I can tell, that is when it's going to happen. Of course, don't forget there's also the semi-finals tomorrow. That's going to be straight after that as well. So that is going to be, well, Moscow 5 top in the Group A. They will be playing second place of Group B. So obviously the main thing for that is who will it be, CLG or Cypher. And the other qualifiers was Mistral, or Mistral, whatever you'd like to call them. And obviously they are going to be playing the top of Group B. So whether CLG go and beat Cypher, we do not know. It's a big if at the moment.
Yeah, but the thing about that game is we know at least the 4 teams are going to be playing tomorrow. Right.
We do know that 4 teams will be playing tomorrow, and they will all have the Tournament Realm client.
Yay!
Right, let's get these 2 on here. So let's hopefully. How do I go on though? Well, if I add him to the conference call, hopefully we'll get a
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay, let's see
Hey,
if
Wicked.
Snoopy wants to come
Yeah.
on as well. He just needs to actually accept the contact first. So,
I was
Wicked.
talking to you on State of League like 2 days ago.
Yeah. it's-
It's a bit low. Wait 1 second. There we go.
So we didn't get to see that game, but how did it go for you? It sounded like it was pretty one-sided.
Well, it was pretty one-sided. Like the early game, everything just went great from my side. Like top lane, I had no trouble so on. I got ganked a bit, but I died as well. I fucked up, but that happens. But overall, I just got back to the lane. Everything went great. I got to take the lizard all the time because Snoopy didn't really need it since he's Alistar. And then I just took his golems and I got back up. And we got the first dragon really early. That helped us a lot. And then the second dragon that went ready for it, we were like 10 seconds before them.
How
just
did
did
you?
it.
How did you
Yeah.
manage to get the first dragon with a Alistair jungle? Was it a successful gank bottom or mid, and then you just kind of collapsed on it? Or?
I actually don't remember
Basically, what
how.
happened was
I just think we walked there. Like Yuri was top. I had just pushed it. He was trying to freeze the lane, so I just walked down there. And then we just did it fast. They didn't even see it coming. They didn't
What
even
happened
move.
is
They didn't
bot-
react.
like our bot lane had just bought, and their bot lane hadn't yet. Our bot lane were coming
Okay.
back with full items, and Gragas
Right.
was at no mana and 30% health. And
Oh,
Yuri
nice.
was
So
top.
you just saw that they were low, and you just did a quick, hey, we have the advantage. Let's go.
Our bot lane pretty much took the 20% themselves because they got the Regals,
Nice.
like this, doing the Regals thing on bot lane again. Like
It's catching
you've
on
seen
again.
M5 revive it again, so
Yeah.
it's happening again. Getting those early dragons.
So what about that? What about the first game? So we can talk about a game that we've actually seen, at least.
Mhm.
What was your picking strategy? I was talking about this with Scar a lot. The Ahri versus Karthus lane. Is that something that you think Ahri just hard counters her, or do you think you won that because you outplayed them and ganked them a bit much with Alistair?
We were talking to Froggen, like, Froggen, what do you want to play? And Froggen's like, we were suggesting all this stuff to him, like, do you want to try Cannon? You want to try Galio? You want to try all these things? He's like,
Yeah.
no, just pick me Ahri. I just want to play Ahri.
It's
Okay.
true.
Froggen wants to play Ahri, so Froggen plays Ahri.
Yep.
And that was
All
pretty
right.
much it. And we just.
That was just pretty much it.
I
He was like,
think-
yeah, give me Ahri. I'm good.
I think I ganked mid once, maybe, because like they. What
Yeah, but it was a
wasn't really
crazy
that
gank. It was you ran behind the tower, flashed on him, and pulverized him through it. It was
I didn't even flash. I just walked through the tower, took a couple of
Oh.
hits, and headbutted him. The thing is with Alistair, like, my rune page is flat 25 armor just from runes, and then
Okay.
21 in defense, so I can afford to tower dive pretty effectively. I like to gank mid like that, right from behind the tower.
So. Who would you guys rather play tomorrow out of Group A? Would you rather play against M5 in the semifinals or
I want to play against who as well? Team Mistral.
Mistral? I believe.
yeah.
I want to play M5 in the finals.
I want to play. I don't know actually because like, if I want to, I don't know. Like
feel like
they
the-
both have a really good top lane. I think those two got the best top lanes in Europe and me, our team, because like then I play against their top laners. It's really equal. It's really hard. So I don't really care who of the teams I play against. They're pretty good.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, you guys played. I think you played Moscow 5 yesterday in a scrim, didn't you? It was a very close game, in fact. And then obviously they SK went and beat them. So do you think you guys have kind of got them figured out now? The tricks they were using in Kiev.
One
To
of the
be honest.
biggest things they had was early lane. Like, this is the biggest thing they had: early lane dominance, aggressive jungler. So they push their lanes out. They can support the aggressive jungler, and that was the biggest thing they had. And basically, what you have to do to counter that is just make sure your lanes can't get pushed out of their lane, and then have a jungle that can actually have a standoff in the jungle. Like, you have to be able to punish them, and we did that today. I don't know if you noticed. Actually, you wouldn't have. In the last game there was Cyanide.
We missed the game. Okay.
You just
Yeah,
rub
I
it
was
in
actually
though,
wondering
yeah.
about that because I was talking about the picks at least before everything crashed and went in. I thought you guys had an advantage in every single lane, but the only thing I was worried about was how you would do personally on Alistair versus Shyvana, just because the clear speed is so different between those two junglers. So how did you deal with that in that game?
I actually find Alistair a really good counter to Shyvana, purely because of the CC. You can punish a Shyvana that's going into jungle. Like before she's 6, you can really punish her with the CC if your mid comes. The one thing that we benefit a lot, like I crossed from bottom right to our red because we had a ward in river, and I saw Shyvana go to our red, and I went from bottom right to our red just to stop Shyvana. And we stopped Shyvana getting red, and she wasted her entire time. And if she doesn't have that early advantage, that's basically which he capitalizes on, that early advantage.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Okay. So you don't necessarily have a problem keeping up in farm just because you were able to stop her from pulling off her counter jungling.
Yeah, I honestly, I love Alistair. He's one of my favorite junglers by far. Like, you should ban him a lot if you're against me.
The thing is also, some Shyvanas, like, M5 does it really good. Like, they're doing it because they've played it so much, but a lot of other Shyvanas, they just try too hard to counter jungle. If it fucks up, they keep trying too hard and they don't get back into the game. Like, Shyvanite got out-leveled so hard because you're just trying so hard to gank top, counter jungle, gank mid, counter jungle, but it just didn't work for him. I think that's the thing too.
Yeah, and we saw the same thing with Lee Sin. It was in was it AAA's game where he was just trying so bad to.
It was
gank top.
yeah, it was AAA against
It
CLG.
was
He
against
tried
you,
to gank
yeah.
you.
He was literally living in that top lane.
Yep. And that's the
Well-
thing, like, a lot of, I don't know if you speak to Saint or you speak to me, even Odd One a little bit, you realize, like, you don't have to set, we can get one gank off top, okay, and if it does work, it's like, amazing. The lane's going to snowball so hard. But if you waste time top, you lose so much, like, the most of the actions in mid to bottom, Drake, or lower jungle, whatever, if you go top and it doesn't work, you just missed out on so much. And I think, junglers that focus on top are making a mistake.
Like,
So
if
let's actually talk about that a bit more, Wicked. In the game against AAA, where the Lee Sin and the Wukong were just trying to basically 2v1 camp you the whole time, what were you thinking when they were doing that? Were you just kind of laughing, being like, "I maxed E, I can run away from them. They're wasting time. This is great." Or were you
Actually,
were you a little worried about
I got
dying?
pretty
Because they did
pissed
kill you
off.
twice.
They killed me once, I believe. Not sure about twice. What happened the second time? I died twice in the game, but I don't remember them killing me twice.
Yeah, they used all three ultis on you, I believe, on the tower. I think they like blew everything at you.
Yeah, Cactus and then Wukong and Lisa.
There was one
Yeah,
time where I died
I
at my
think I did that
tower,
twice. I could be wrong.
but I think I only died once, not sure. But the thing was, the first blood was to me, I got the double buff, then Snoopy died. And
Oh yeah,
my lane.
how lucky did you feel when Snoopy died to give?
What do you
double
mean lucky? That was
Actually,
calculations.
Snoopy could have ran away there. He had flash, I believe. He could easily have
Yeah.
escaped, but he was like, "Oh, Wicked, I'll just give you a double buff. Have fun."
We're talking about
Much
MGS, like Cam and Mello at the time. Just, Wicked, I'm going to give you this double buff. Just going to sacrifice myself.
It was brilliant. Like I thought it happened by chance, but if you guys did that intentionally, then that's really impressive.
Yeah, it should have been RTS.
But
Okay,
I got pissed
sorry, I
off
kept you
at
up.
the Lee Sin because I watered the river, right? Vision ward. I watered the tri-boss, vision ward. And I was like, let me ward! I can't see anything because what could I do? And then my third ward was going, just then you go to the golems and just a bit further out just before the tri-boss, just so they couldn't die me. I just put a ward there just to be safe.
And that's one thing as well. Like, a couple of teams in Europe have started buying a lot of vision wards early. And I just thought, like, what to do is just play a little bit passive until your jungler can afford the Oracle. And that's what I've been doing. Just buying the early Oracles again on the junglers. And then screwing like just...
So it's kind of like a little just mind game in there. It's you wait until the other team starts buying vision wards, and then instead of buying into that game, you just say don't ward, let them vision ward. Then later I'll trump them with oracles.
GBT does that a lot. Like, they buy the vision wards, and I think
Yeah.
AAA's, it seems like they're starting to do it as well. So I don't think it's the most cost-effective way to do it, to be honest.
Like, vision wards are great, but if you use too many, it's just too much gold.
Like, they use one on top and then two either side of mid. It's just far too much. Then
They
one
use
bot.
two on top. They use two on top. Run
Okay,
off
so
each
I'm
one.
going to jump across you guys because I have just brought Alex in as well. So, wow, I'm actually seeing how tricky this is for Travis at States of the League now. Just let you guys go and talk. Alex, you've joined us. You've obviously had a fantastic Group A. Just overall, how do you think it's gone? And really, who would you rather get? I mean, CLG or Cypher is looking like right now.
Well, I think I want to meet CLG in the finals, so I would rather meet Cypher in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I think that actually probably would make a better tournament. I mean, obviously your game against SK it went pretty much all your way. Is there anything particularly that you felt today that you thought the teams kind of you were gonna struggle against, or did you just feel it was pretty much easy? It looked easy. Mistral looked pretty good though.
I think we were like more afraid of Mistral than of SK. but yesterday lose to SK made a bit like, don't know, made me a bit upset. But today it was much better. We were playing much better. Yesterday we were like, we got 2 players sick at the moment, and I was pretty sleepy because it was like first day after the EM, I think, and not first, but like 2 days after EM, and I got work, so I slept 4 hours. We were pretty not in form, and we were like playing brain dead. But yeah, and SK played good. They got really good team comps. So and today there were in the first game versus Mistral, we stole Rice's first pick from Angush, and they got like Galio and something else, and Akali, yeah, and we had like snare and stun for her, so we could counter her pretty good. And after some team fights, we got really huge advantage. And Darian played his Shyvana pretty awesome in the first game. In the second game, GBT got really huge problems with internet. I think Zar got and they just forfeit.
Okay.
And so
the game we saw was you guys against SK, and I had a couple questions for you about that. They actually banned out a lot of the things you'd been using previously. I think there was no GP in that game, there was no Shyvana, and they picked the Ryze before you guys did. And then you were just ready for it. You picked, AP Malphite mid and just kind of dumped on them. Was that a strategy you guys knew going in, or did you pick Malphite for other reasons than to just counter Ryze?
I was pretty sure that I can counter Ryze with Malphite. My team wasn't really allowing me to pick it, and it was just like, I don't know. In last 5 seconds I just said, okay, pick me Malphite, I will carry this. So I got that. And just about, I know that Malphite can do really good mid. I knew that they will think that Malphite will be top, and it was pretty mind games again.
It definitely was, yeah. We expected that too, and then they picked the Cho'Gath kind of to go against Malphite, and you're like, wait a minute, we have Vladimir, he dumps on Cho, and you just kind of won both lanes right there.
Yeah.
With mind games.
And that is peak mind games again. It's pretty important in this game, and I made some, and they really like to stay like 5 men together all the time. I mean, SK is a team that likes to stay together.
Mm-hmm.
So Malphite is pretty good against them.
So this is obviously all building up to be a pretty much a clear favourite. Who's going to be in the finals? Currently, yourselves are looking in there. Looking towards Hanover, you guys obviously have to sort visas out and everything. Can you see any potential snags with that?
No. I think that it is fixed for Diamond and who got no visa. Wait a second. I think Darian, yeah. And for me, I'm going to fix it. I will know like in 4 days if I can fix it fast, or I will get some problems. We'll get.
Okay, that's good, because it'd be a shame to get you guys not to turn up there. it was a bit of a shame in Kiev for the Chinese team IG not to make it. I think it would have definitely made things a little bit harder. But Jan, I mean we've seen some pretty great games today. Who do you think is the favourite right now? Bearing in mind we've got 2 of them possibly on.
Bear in mind we have CLG and M5 in the channel.
Yeah, no pressure.
But even if they weren't here, and I know a lot of players have been listening to the stream all day, I do, in the Cypher game tomorrow, I give the quick edge to CLG. And then I think the closest semifinal is going to be Mistral versus CLG, and I think M5 is going to beat Cypher in the other semifinal. But that's looking pretty far in the future.
It is looking far in the future.
What about the final then?
Well, we're just going to have to wait and see, man. It's going to be so close.
Doesn't want to put his foot into it. I guess since you're here as well, Alex, let's talk about IEM Kiev, because I never got a chance to really speak to you before you went. I mean, obviously it went very well for yourselves. What sort of fallout have you guys had? You had your stream numbers going up, etc. after this?
Yeah, Genji was pretty happy that he got like 3,000 or 4,000 viewers on our games when we were losing. It was pretty funny. I don't know. Yeah, I was pretty happy that I got a lot of viewers. That's why I slept pretty not much. Don't know. I'm pretty failing with my English at the moment because it's 4 a.m. here already.
You had the addiction of I've got a lot of viewers, so therefore I must continue playing. Yeah, I mean, and obviously Diamond took away all the gear. Is that going to help him get streaming as well?
Um, I think when he will get the processor, he will buy some computer to pull it in, and then he will stream maybe. At the moment, his computer is pretty bad for that.
For those unaware, he obviously got is it Intel Extreme, wasn't it? I think it is processor you get for I Carried Kiev.
Yeah.
i7 very expensive, like $1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah, it's like the top end Intel Extreme i7. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
But Alex, I was actually curious about something. How do you manage to play at 4 a.m.? Like, isn't it hard for you guys because all the other European teams are like 3 hours before you guys? And you guys have to scrim very late.
I can tell you even more. Gossip Pepper got plus 3 hours to us, so he got like 7 a.m. at the moment already.
Really?
Yeah, that's the time when he was finishing qualifier to Kiev.
Yeah, I remember you saying it was like in the morning for him already when we were finishing that game against SK, which was the big game where the Empire thing came from.
Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, let's not talk about that one, eh, Snoopy?
How did he stay awake for that? Like, wow.
No, it's called Russian prime time. We have pretty fun again. Don't know. It's about don't know. Just when you're playing, you can play. It's about just the problem is if we will have like 2 hours break between the games in such time, it will be just sick.
Yeah, and then it's in the downtime you have trouble staying awake. I definitely know you get the adrenaline going when you're playing League of Legends, and it's just. I know this particular. You have no problems waking up at crazy hours or going to sleep as long as you're playing. But when you're outside of the game, yeah, you feel it.
Yeah. It's about.
Can I fire a question at you, Jet?
Yeah, sure.
What are you doing now? Are you pursuing gaming at all anymore, or are you just focusing on your studies, or are you going?
Well, I don't have studies. I'm actually done school. I'm doing some other stuff, and this is the thing that I don't want to talk about. So I should have said no question.
I'm pretty sure I can tell you, judging by the feedback, a lot more people want you commentating.
A lot of more people want me commentating, and I'll definitely try to do that. It's fun. I like commentating.
It is fun, and you get to see the games as they happen as well, which is the best.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, who else gets to sit in spectator and look whatever they want? 2 people? It's great.
And all of 30k
Can I
viewers have to
ask
watch
the
you.
question too, Judd?
Okay, sure.
Were you the captain of the Dignitas, and what was your strategy, involvement in the team?
As far as Dignitas went for me, Alex, I joined the team late, right? But I was the one who called most of our kind of overall game strategy and the one who had to initiate most of the team fights. So if there's ever any kind of uncertainty in what we should do, I would be the one who just we're doing this. And generally my strategy, as far as the team, they've changed now, but when I was playing with Dignitas, I'd always try to get every lane to just play safe and then make plays right before going for objectives like Dragon or Baron. And that was, in general, just kind of the way I tried to play for that team.
Just as I thought. Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure that all the other top teams were like, yeah, that's pretty much how they play. They figured it out after IPL. It's like we would, use ultimates, blow everything in lanes just to get the other team low and shop, and then we do Dragon. And it was just kind of rinse, repeat every game. And eventually people caught on, and that's why we kind of lost our success later on.
Yeah.
Do you not miss it? Still being, pro, practicing all the time and dying in? I'm guessing you're playing solo queue still all the time.
Yeah, I play solo queue a little bit, and I still play some rank 5 with friends and everything. And I miss it a little bit, but at the same time, I almost have more fun commentating and being a fan because I don't have to worry about, losing and the stress or the humiliation of losing to someone that you don't want to or any of those things. And I can just kind of have fun.
Hey, that's how Day 9 got into it.
I guess.
Yeah. You can flame anyone with analytics and then just say, yeah, I don't play, so You can't counter me.
Yeah, just call someone bad and be like, well, what have you done? It's like, I don't care, I don't play, man.
It's like if a player says something bad, it's like the next time he does something bad, and you said that guy's bad.
Yeah, you don't have to back anything up anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
So anything you guys want to put out there before we finish off? I mean, we've had a pretty long night. It's a bit of a shame to end it the way we have, but it's good to get you guys on to chat about it.
I want to hear Damoy from Wicked.
Where's the enthusiasm, Wicked?
Man, you saw Flash of the Night in that video?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's so awesome. But, no, I don't really have anything to add.
Okay, well, anyway, guys, thanks for joining us. Don't forget to check out these guys' streams.
Oh,
You can...
wait.
Oh, okay.
Will the CLG versus Cypher game will be streamed tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow 1 p.m. GMT, so 3 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
Dude,
Okay.
I'm used to wake up at like 4.
Yeah, well, it's going to be an early one for you. And the semi-finals possibly straight. Well, it will be straight after it. The question is who you'll be facing. Whether it would be like a 3-hour gap, because the best of 3s tomorrow as well. Don't forget.
Oh my god.
Exciting stuff. I can't wait.
Okay.
Just-
But I'll see you guys later then.
Yeah. Okay. So don't forget to
Great
check out
games
these
today.
guys' streams.
They were very entertaining.
You can see them all. Everybody knows where your streams are these days. Of course, they might not know where Alex's is, so get to check it out if you'll find it. I'll try and maybe even put the links into the Reddit thread because that's got a lot of viewers. So thanks again for joining us, everyone. Thanks, Jap, for joining me pretty much throughout the day, and you'll be getting up bright and early for tomorrow as well for the matches. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for Skara for obviously joining us earlier on. So this is it for me, D-Man, bringing you League of Legends. It is the Kings of Europe tournament, sponsored by Azus and Chips of Noi, bringing you obviously all the action. So hopefully we will be back tomorrow. Everything will be running fine, and we'll have no issues like we did towards the end of this cast. So that's it.
Yeah, one more thing,
Oh,
guys.
yeah?
Remember, Shirelius is OP. Build and everything.
Shirelius is OP, and don't forget to play Malphite solo mid.
No, better nerf Irelia.
Better buff Aurelia. Buff Aurelia.
Buff Aurelia. I think Freak said she's going to be down to 3 hit points soon at the start. So yeah, good night, guys.
Yeah, good luck.
Good night.
Good night.
So, yeah.